The faces of Han Sen and the Blood Kirin were squashed together. Han Sen hesitated, trying to decide if he should take the Blood Kirin with him to the sanctuaries. Even if the powers of the sanctuary harmed the creature, it was better than being squeezed into a sausage then and there. The rainbow sea conch didn't move. It kept pushing the glass down on Han Sen and the Blood Kirin in a cruel bid to crush them. The black sea conch was standing just outside the glass, and it seemed darkly amused. It moved around a little, and small black things emerged from its shell. They were the black sea conches. Those small sea conches surrounded the glass like a tide of water. There was a countless number of them, and they looked like a cloud of ink. Han Sen felt a chill as he looked at them. If the glass squashed him to a pulp, he wouldn't feel safe dying. His dead body would be devoured by the hungry sea conches. As Han Sen gritted his teeth and prepared to use his Blood Pulse Sutra to return to the sanctuaries, a beautiful red light appeared above him, shining down into the depths of the sea. After that, Han Sen saw a burning flame swoop across the sea. It was like a fiery phoenix coming down from the heavens. The strange-looking red light was its flames. The black sea conch and the rainbow crystal sea conch noticed the phoenix. The black sea conch was frightening, and it immediately retreated back into its shell. Its blue light appeared a moment later. The rainbow sea conch gathered its rainbow-colored substance chains into powerful waves of rainbow glass that went right for the phoenix. Pang! The glass covered the phoenix. The black sea conch poked its head out when it saw the fire phoenix get trapped. It was so happy that it jumped a little. Pang! The next second, the phoenix shrieked, and the red flames of its body rose. The incredibly hard glass turned to lava beneath the strength of the bird's flames. The melted glass began to run like candle wax. The phoenix flapped its wings, and the glass shattered completely. Even the shards soon melted into a red liquid. The underwater landscape was smoldering, and the light danced strangely over the seafloor. It was shockingly pretty. The rainbow sea conch saw all this, and even more rainbow substance chains lashed out crazily. They became another weird shape of glass that headed for the phoenix. The phoenix flapped its wings and spat out some gold fire. The fire pierced through the rainbow sea conch's glass and kept on going towards the beast. The rainbow sea conch's eyes opened wide. It gathered up power upon its shell, and then its body retreated inside. The gold fire splashed atop the crystal conch shell. Instead of breaking the shell, though, the fire burned around the shell and made it shine like a rainbow. The phoenix looked at Han Sen and the Blood Kirin. It spat a fireball toward them and melted the glass that had trapped them. Little red bird. Han Sen and the Blood Kirin escaped. Han Sen, upon seeing the red phoenix, was ridiculously happy. He exclaimed, "The sun raven's body and the bird's nest weren't wasted. The little red bird is good." The little red bird flapped its wings and sent even more fire toward the rainbow sea conch. The scary gold fire wrapped around the sea conch like an embrace of flames. When the fire rose, the rainbow shell became a golden color. The shine dimmed. Han Sen glanced over and saw the black sea conch trying to escape. So Han Sen summoned spell as a sniper rifle and fired a bullet at the conch's shell. The black sea conch hadn't wanted to draw the phoenix's attention, so it hadn't made use of its king area. It was slow, and Spell's bullet hit the shell and broke it. The beast started to bleed. The black sea conch squealed. Its situation had become even more desperate, so it unleashed its blue light and began moving away as quickly as it could. "You want to run away?" Han Sen pursued the creature, continuing to shoot at it. The next bullet went through the blue light area and struck the black sea conch. It flew through the hole made by the previous bullet, and this time, blood flowed out like a spring. The black sea conch's recovery powers were strong, but that bullet hole wasn't recovering in the least. The bullet hole existed on the beast as if it was a separate entity. It wasn't healing. That was the work of Spell's eternity skill. It made a solid wound that was impossible to heal again. That skill was more than a match for the black sea conch, too. Even a deified creature might not be able to break the power of that eternity skill. Han Sen got closer to the black sea conch, and he turned Spell into dual pistols. He fired them repeatedly, and every bullet struck that same bullet hole. ever-increasing amounts of blood poured from the black sea conch. The blue light area combined with the sea conch's shell and created an excellent defense system, but the flesh of the sea conch didn't have a high level of defense. Plus, it wasn't nearly fast enough to evade the bullets. Before long, it had been shot many times in that same spot. The black sea conch's body began to tremble. Its flesh shook, and black clouds poured out of its flesh. The black clouds were swarms of little black sea conches. Han Sen's body shone with kingies. The little sea conches tried to drill into Han Sen's pores, but they all broke against the kingies. The black stone sea conch couldn't run, and the little sea conches were unable to do anything to Han's senator. The big beast had been shot, and it was rapidly losing blood. The purple teeth power kept spreading into it as well, making the wound even worse. The black sea conch's climbing ability slowed. The blue light had weakened. When the blue light was fully extinguished, Han Sen fired his pistols to completely shatter the creature's shell. Without the protection of the blue light, the conch's shell crumbled under the onslaught. Xenogeneic King hunted. Move mountain sea conch. Xenogeneic gene found. Obtained beast soul. Han Sen happily went to check out what type of beast soul he had received. King class Xenogeneic beast soul move mountain sea conch. Area type. Han Sen was shocked. He hadn't expected to receive another powerful area-type beast soul. He didn't know if king-class area beast souls were extremely common or if he was simply lucky. Han Sen summoned his new beast soul to find out what it was like. Han Sen's body shimmered with blue light, the same light that he had just seen the Move Mountain Sea conch use. This delighted Han Sen. He wanted to investigate the blue light further, but the rainbow sea conch was starting to emit some strange wheezing noises. Han Sen looked over and saw the rainbow sea conch still being slowly cooked by the little red bird. The creature appeared to be in a frenzy as it tried to run away. The rainbow sea conch kept running, but the fire across its shell couldn't be extinguished. It was like a flaming will blazing a trail through the water and across the sand. The fire refused to go out. The little red bird, the harbinger of death. Han Sen was grinning like an idiot. Although he knew the little red bird had become a deified elite, being able to damage another deified elite like that was remarkably impressive. Plus, the little red bird had only recently become deified, so it could probably improve even more in the future. In time, it might grow up to become something like the ancient water god. The little red bird cawed in pride. It flew to the rainbow sea conch, and Han Sen followed it while shouting, "Save his last breath for me. I want to take the last hit." Han Sen chased after it, and the rainbow sea conch eventually found itself unable to move any farther. The meat inside its shell was boiling. The shell had turned translucent white, and it looked as if the creature was being barbecued. Is it still breathing? Han Sen drew his thunder god spike and ran at the fiend. It was a deified Xenogeneic, and although Han Sen's chances of getting a beast soul out of it were low, he still wanted to try. The fire around the little red bird's body vanished, and it floated down to land on Han's senator. It opened its mouth toward the rainbow sea conch and inhaled. The gold fire was pulled back into its belly. Han Sen's thunder god spike slammed into the cooked conch meat, but it was like a blade hitting rubber. The spike would not go in. Han Sen gathered up all the power he could, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't penetrate the flesh. As the rainbow sea conch's life faded, its body crystallized. It became more and more resistant to Han Sen's strikes. Han Sen felt depressed. The prize was right there in front of him, but he couldn't take it. Not long after, the rainbow sea conch was completely crystallized. Every inch of its body was a Xenogeneic gene. It was like a piece of art made from rainbow crystal. What a shame. The rainbow sea conch was very dead. Han Sen was unable to break its flesh, even though he used his thunder god's spike to strike it. Electrocution is a type of damage, right? Will the final hit count as mine? Han Sen felt very nervous. The prospect of earning a deified beast soul was very enticing. Xenogeneic deified hunted. Crystal god conch. Xenogeneic gene found. Han Sen felt as if he had been dropped off at the pearly gates at heaven, only to fall way down into the fiery pits of hell. He had managed to get the kill, but he didn't get a deified beast soul. Anyway, at least I got the deified gene. That is the biggest reward. Han Sen mumbled to himself, but he still felt crestfallen. Han Sen sent the crystal god Konk's body back to the sanctuaries. Lifeless items weren't destroyed in the sanctuaries, just like the baby sun raven's body. The small black sea conches invading the blood kirin were gone. It was wounded, but it wasn't in any danger of death. With its life force and recovery speed, it wouldn't take long for the blood kirin to be back in action. The blood kirin began to feast on the flesh of the Move Mountain sea conch and what remained of the electric dragon. With gritted teeth, Han Sen gave the Move Mountain sea conch's xenogenic gene to the blood kirin, as well. He wanted it to recover the power it had lost. It was 2 days before he made it back to Underwater Town. By then, the wounds on the blood kirin were no longer visible, but it had yet to fully heal. The blood kirin had been badly hurt by the crystal god conch, and the little sea conches had ravaged its organs. It had been really damaged. If it hadn't been given plenty of resources to heal, it would have taken a very long time for it to get better. Han Sen kept on exploring the underwater realms, but he was never able to find another king-class xenogenic. He didn't know why they had found 2 kings and a deified in that one region. Han Sen wanted to go back to that cave and take a look, but he wasn't good at shrinking his body. That cave grew smaller the deeper it went. It eventually reached the width of a needle. Han Sen spent some time digging his way through but found nothing. He decided to give up after a while. I should take the blood kirin to King's Garden to heal, Han Sen decided. Of course, Han Sen had no intention of provoking the king tree again. He wanted to find a root king dragon there so he and the blood kirin could absorb some king air. If the blood kirin could absorb some of that king air, the healing process could be hastened. Even though Han Sen tried to keep a low profile, entering King's Garden still drew a lot of attention. It was very hard to find a primary root king dragon that was unoccupied. Han Sen found one, and after looking closer, he smiled. He lifted his lips and said, "What a shame! It is Prince Swordstar." Han Sen flew over to Prince Swordstar without hesitation. Prince Swordstar was sitting atop a primary root king dragon with a few of his guards. When he saw Han Sen coming toward him, his face changed. "My good little brother, haven't you heard that you should respect your elders? I am taking this primary root king dragon. Get lost," Han Sen said as he approached. Prince Swordstar was very annoyed that Han Sen had been released from prison by Miss Mirror. Now, hearing Han Sen say this, he was so angry that he shouted, "I should respect our elders, but even if we give it to you, I doubt you'd be capable of defending it. So, what is the point of you having it?" Other princes and princesses knew that Prince Swordstar had brought Han Sen to the sentencing court. With Bai Yi's spiteful personality, everyone knew that he wasn't going to let go of the affront lightly. They turned excited eyes toward the brewing confrontation. "It looks like this big brother should teach you a lesson," Han Sen laughed coldly. His fist gathered up power, and he used the Extreme King's shocking sky punch. He threw his fist toward Prince Swordstar, who was sitting on the dragon's head. "Get them!" Prince Swordstar barked, looking at the blood kirin in fear. He didn't dare fight, for guards suddenly emerged from behind the dragon. 2 of them were half-deified. Ordinarily, Han Sen would allow the blood kirin to fight, but the blood kirin was still injured, so he couldn't let him go forward. Han Sen laughed and said, "Let this big brother teach you the invincible ways of a real extreme king." After that, he sent an Extreme King shocking sky punch toward all 4 guards. "Is Bai Yi crazy?" All the princes and princesses were shocked. They knew who Bai Yi really was. Although he had managed to claim the Alpha statue and earn the protection of the Kingis, he still wasn't very high level. He was a first-tier king. With his power and original Water King body, he could fight a single half-deified, but it was simply arrogant to think he could take on 4 at once. "He's asking to be humiliated. Take him down," Prince Swordstar growled. Bai Yi is getting crazier and crazier. He was lucky to get the Alpha statue and earn the protection of the Kingis, but it's gone to his head. He's become arrogant and blind to who he really is, Prince 19 said coldly. Bai Ling Shuang was near. She frowned, thinking that Bai Yi's behavior was far too reckless. When Han Sen earned the protection of the Kingese, Bai Ling Shuang wondered if she should stay close to him, or perhaps even ally with him. But now that Bai Yi had just become a tiny bit successful, his arrogance had become overwhelming. The thought of joining up with him was severely reduced now. She wasn't afraid of godlike enemies, but she was afraid of teaming up with someone who was gluttonous and uncontrollable. Bai Yi's anger and recklessness would most likely cause her a lot of trouble. Bai Ling Shuang had her doubts about him before, but now he was confirming her suspicions. Han Sen wasn't concerned about what anyone thought of him, though. He was copying Bai Yi's personality and trying to act as the bitter prince would have. Plus, he didn't like Prince Swordstar. This was the perfect excuse for him to teach the brat a lesson. When Han Sen prepared his Extreme King Shocking Sky Punch, the 4 guards gathered to defend Prince Swordstar. The 4 powerful enemies had to give up on the idea of attacking the Blood Kirin to deal with Han Sen's punch, first and foremost. But they didn't dare to actually kill Han Senator, they just wanted to put him in his place. Killing was a crime in King's Garden, but if they killed the Blood Kirin, they'd be locked up but not sentenced to death. Prince Swordstar's uncle was the captain of the sentencing court, after all. The consequences of killing Bai Yi, on the other hand, would be quite lethal. Han Sen didn't seem concerned about the situation. He used his Shocking Sky Punch at max power, and his punch combined with the water skills he had learned from watching Ancient Water God. He modified the Shocking Sky Punch to accommodate the new ability. When he cast it, the punch was like a shocking sky big wave. A wave was unleashed and then another wave. The waves continued to roll out, growing in power as they came. He could fight 4 people with this, and the 4 guards were suddenly at a large disadvantage. The 2 half-deified guards didn't dare to fight. They were afraid of killing Prince 16, but a few punches later, their eyes widened. The 4 guards weren't the only ones who were shocked. Prince Swordstar, Bai Ling Shuang, Prince 19, and other royal children stood and watched with mouths agape. Han Sen stood like a king that ruled the entire universe. His punches were heavier than the sea, and they crushed the stars. The 4 guards fell backward with screams that rocked the skies. Their knives, swords, spears, and punching lights were exploding. But even so, they could not break down Han Sen's punches. Under those punches that were like a dragon from the sea, even half-deified guards were unable to keep their heads above water. They were like boats navigating a sea of treacherous waves. It was incomparable to the sky and ground powers that they knew. Old 16 has practiced Shocking Sky Punch to this degree? Prince 19 couldn't believe his eyes. Bai Ling Shuang was shocked too. Other members of the Extreme King could use a stronger version of Shocking Sky Punch, but they had developed the ability to the 8th or 9th tier. The fact that Han Sen could use such a strong Shocking Sky Punch at the 1st tier was mind-blowing. Not even a half-deified royal child could do what he was doing. Han Sen practiced the most basic Shocking Sky Punch, and other royal children had practiced the more advanced versions. Bai Wei had practiced the Extreme King Final Punch. Its power should have been much greater than the basic version of the skill. Han Sen was using the Shocking Sky Punch, but it had been fused with Water Will. It was an upgraded version of the skill, a modification that Han Sen had engineered himself. That was why Bai Ling Shuang was so shocked. Tailoring the Shocking Sky Punch into the exact skill he needed wasn't a feat that a simple-minded person could perform. Bai Ling Shuang looked at Han Sen, who was suppressing 4 guards like they were dogs, and felt a flurry of mixed emotions. Prince Swordstar gritted his teeth. He was young, so he had relied on his mother's power. He was fairly well known amongst the royal children, and having a prince like Bai Yi suppress all 4 of his guards was unacceptable. It would have been okay if Han Sen was half-deified and the guards were from a smaller race, but that was not the case. Prince Swordstar's guards hailed from big factions of the Extreme King. The 2 half-deified guards were of mixed heritage, but they had Extreme King blood in their veins. They still possessed the power of a half-deified Extreme King. They shouldn't lose against Prince 16. But now, the 2 half-deified guards and the 2 9th-tier kings were fighting Han Senator, and they were suppressed and unable to push him back. Prince Swordstar knew he wouldn't be able to do anything, either. It made him feel as if a snake had sunk its fangs into his heart. His face darkened, twisting with hate. I didn't know Brother 16 possessed such a power. How surprising, said a man sitting on a king dragon's head. He was clad in a gold robe, and his voice was hard. There was a green-armored man sitting next to the gold-robed man. He said, I cannot even tell if he truly is old 16. Why are you referring to him as if he is important, Crown Prince? Brother 4, you are wrong. If Father accepts him, then that means he is Brother 16, the Crown Prince said. Prince 4 chuckled. I don't think so. We both know what old 16 was like. Since when has he been this smart? He's fighting 4 people at once with a punching skill, and he's playing them like a fiddle. That isn't something old 16 could do. He was stupid. The Crown Prince squinted as he looked at Hans Sr. Who knows? We cannot tell. Perhaps we have underestimated him. Prince 4 didn't reply. He grunted and stared at Hans Sen, who shone with the glory of both a god and a demon. Pang! Hansen punched and struck a half-deified guard. The shocking sky punch had been cast many times, and its power had grown by many multiples. Even a half-deified elite couldn't withstand those blows. Hansen punched an enemy's chestplate and caved it in. Blood sprayed from the half-deified guard's lips. No hesitation. The next second, Hansen's fist was coming down toward the guard's head like a falling star. The scary power was like a river descending from the sky. Bai, you killed my guard. I will kill you. Prince Swordstar screamed, his eyes turning red. I didn't dare, Hansen said simply. The scary shocking sky punch landed on the half-deified guard. Bai, Prince Swordstar shouted. He sounded as if he was about to eat someone. Catcha! Hansen unleashed his shocking sky punch, and the half-deified guard's bones were pulverized. There wasn't a single inch of bone that remained intact. His body slumped to the ground like a sack of mud. Hansen grabbed the half-deified guard and lifted him back up. The man's body was trashed, but he wasn't dead. Hansen threw him at Prince Swordstar. As per your request, he is alive, Hansen said flatly. Bai, I will kill you. Prince Swordstar caught the guard, whose entire body had been devastated. Hansen had even shattered the guard's xenogenic gene. Prince Swordstar was furious. I have gone to so much trouble to be nice to you. You asked me to keep him alive. I refrained from killing him and you still aren't happy. It's hard work being a big brother. Hansen said. Then he jumped. The other 3 guards were overwhelmed with a mixture of anger and fear. They wanted to run away, but the shocking sky punch was already coming down on them like the angry waves of a turbulent sea. They couldn't escape that wrath, but if they tried to repel it, that raging power would still crush their bodies. The punching powers came for each of them in turn. The 2 9th-tier kings went down first, then the last half-deified guard fell as well. Hansen trashed their bodies in a few quick punches, then tossed their crippled bodies back toward Prince Swordstar. The nearby royal children were shocked. Hansen's cruel and overbearing skills made them think twice about how they might treat him in the future. Prince Swordstar gritted his teeth until his jaws ached, and he had to resist the urge to attack Hansen himself. He glared at Hansen, then carried the 4 disabled guards away. Come on, that Prince Swordstar is such a wimp. He's just accepting that loss. Prince 19 lifted his lips in a sneer. That is why he is scary. That Prince Swordstar isn't one to be ruled by simple emotions. Bai Songlong approached. He sighed and said, Our generation of the Extreme King is both the most promising and the most hopeless generation there has ever been. There are too many wonderful royal children, and now there are people like 16, 17, and even Swordstar. When the time comes for someone to claim leadership, it won't happen peacefully. Chaos is fun. Otherwise, life is like a pool of stagnant water. That is boring, Prince 19 said. Everyone watched as Hansen climbed onto the primary root king dragon. No one dared to provoke him. He had just suppressed half-deified guards, after all. The royal children knew they couldn't compete against Han's senator. Even the ones that could fight him knew that they didn't want to do so in King's Garden. Hansen took the blood Kirin up to sit atop the king dragon's head with him. The other royal children drifted away. After a few hours of daylight, the yellow leaves began to glow. The primary root king dragon roared and dropped underground. Unlike the small king dragon Hansen had used before, this primary root king dragon was big, and it went far underground. It went so close to that golden spot. When Hansen had trained with Bai Wei, the source of power had looked like a distant golden sun. Now, because he was so much closer, it was too big to describe. Waves of gold king air began to emerge and flow over Hansen and the blood Kirin. Any king air he absorbed would help Hansen refine the powers in his body. The blood Kirin was sucking in the king air greedily, and he looked healthier with every breath. After Hansen absorbed 30 waves of king air, he heard an announcement play in his head. Duke Gene +1. Hansen was shocked, but he was also very happy. He said, "Are these waves of king air actually xenogeneic genes?" When he came last time, he had been very far from the tree. The king air he absorbed had been too weak to generate a duke gene. Now he had a lot of king air, so he could exploit its full strength. Hansen hadn't been terribly interested in the king air before, but now he was motivated. He absorbed the king air as fast as he could. He absorbed 50 waves of king air and heard the duke gene notification once more. If this is the case, I don't need to find any more xenogeneics. Simply absorbing this king air will give me enough duke genes. Hansen thought happily. He had claimed this primary root king dragon, and so he was going to absorb the king air like mad. While the primary root king dragon was still underground, Hansen's duke gene tally reached the prestigious 100. He absorbed many waves of king air, but his duke genes didn't increase beyond that. Hansen used the 100 duke genes to open the first gene lock of the story of genes. It was a smooth process that went exactly as it had for Jadeskin. After the story of genes had its first gene lock open, he obtained an astral body in the Geno universe. 100 duke genes were gone from his total, and so Hansen stayed put to collect more of that king air. His duke gene tally started to rack up again. This is some good stuff. Hansen grinned. He had claimed this primary root king dragon, so he wasn't going to go anywhere. He planned to use the king air to unlock the gene locks of a few different genoarts. Somewhere far away in King's Kingdom, there was a mountain that hung in the darkness. The mountain looked gigantic, but no matter how long you spent flying toward its peak, you could never reach the mountain. It was known as Extreme Mountain, one of the 3 famous mountains of King's Kingdom. Countless terrifying legends swirled around its existence, and many elites had been killed while exploring its reaches. Many half-deified and deified elites were said to roam there. The secrets of Extreme Mountain had yet to be discovered, as there were many places on the mountain slopes that not even King by himself would dare explore. On the left side of Extreme Mountain, a ghost-like man walked along a path. Every step he took was like some invincible power was coming down on him, making his body look lighter. By the time he was halfway up the slope, his body appeared half-transparent. He looked as if he was going to fade away at any second. But that man still stared up at the peak of Extreme Mountain, and he kept walking forward in a bid to reach it. Half mountain, half sky, half extreme. One step, one life, one world. When he was halfway up the mountain, he saw that sentence scrawled into a cliff face. It was written in blood. The man saw it, but he kept on going up the mountain. He didn't pay any further attention to the writing. The legends state that those words were left behind by the Extreme King's 7th king. The 7th king went there as a half-deified, and he stopped there to write that down before leaving. After that, all the heirs of the Extreme King that ventured to the Extreme Mountain and went past those words were known to have died. There had only been one exception to that rule. The exception was the previous ruler of the Extreme King, King Bao. King Bao went past the writing, but he didn't die. And he never talked about his experiences on Extreme Mountain. All he said was that if there was any person fortunate enough to reach the top of Extreme Mountain, they would become the best of their generation and achieve an invincible body. Far away, across the galaxy, in a xenogeneic space that resembled purgatory, there were many creatures from all sorts of different races. They were getting lashed by whips. A hellfire raged everywhere, and they were using shovels, pickaxes, hammers, and other tools to dig into the rock. The stones were dark like ink, but they were also dull. The stones absorbed any light that shone against them, giving nothing back. The Duke-class elites were wearily lifting their shovels to strike the stone. Sparks flew with each hit, and bits of the stone crumbled away and split. The dukes and marquises were like slaves, while the barons and viscounts were relegated to transportation duties. The stones they collected were sent to a stone factory, where all sorts of stone weaponry were forged. A man stood over them, his expression hard. He used a pen to draw carefully across the stone, marking dimensions as if he was planning how the rock should be carved into. The noble workers that were in charge of carving and grinding looked at the man with great envy. The nobles were like hell's guard dogs. The hell race ruled, and all other races existed as thralls. Even the kings of other races were treated as mere slaves. There was a crystallizer man who was a marquise, and he looked very weak. Over the past few months he had been used by the hell. He was skilled enough that he didn't have to perform the menial tasks of labor. He was able to enjoy many resources, as he was a person that the hell looked at very differently. Ningyu, you have done well. What should we do next to increase efficiency? Hell King squinted his eyes, looking at the young man approaching the palace. The crystallizer had captured his curiosity. The man was an outsider marquise, but many hell nobles had praised him over the past few months. That was a big deal. Not even kings received that treatment. Hell King planned to ask the man's advice to humor his own curiosity, then toss the man back in with the slaves. After all, everyone knew that only the hell were important. Other races were designed to be slaves and nothing more. As time went by, Ningyu gave suggestions to the king every once in a while, and all of his suggestions had increased the efficiency of their work. It saved the Hell King a lot of time and trouble. Every time Hell King wished to send Ningyu back to the other slaves, Ningyu would come up with an even better plan. When Hell King heard his designs, he would allow Ningyu to stay even longer and put those new designs into action. After a while, Hell King wasn't the only one who had grown used to the presence of Ningyu. The whole Hell Society had become accustomed to him. Blood! Blood! There is blood! Screaming sounds howled out of the stone factory. Ningyu frowned and looked in their direction. A big rock had been cracked open, and a red liquid was oozing out of the gap. It smelled like blood. The slaves were running for their lives, and Ningyu stared at the big black rock. This wasn't the first time this had happened. In Ningyu's first few months there, this had taken place 3 times. The first time they found a black rock that bled. There was a red bug inside it. The monster had ended up killing a few thousand slaves and guards. In the end, Hell King himself had to show up and kill it. It was the only way to get rid of the bug. The second time this occurred, when a black rock started to bleed, the slaves of that area became infected with some sort of toxin. They endured it for 10 days before their bodies dissolved into liquid. At least 10,000 died in that incident. The third time they discovered a bleeding black rock. A little green sword came out. It pierced through the head of the Duke who had been inspecting the stone. Then it flew into the sky and disappeared. This was now the 4th incident that Ningyu had seen. Red liquid welled in the cracks, and it was like blood tears were rolling out, one by one. Suddenly, Ningyu saw a finger appear through the gap. The finger glistened like jade. It was beautiful, but the fingernail shone a disturbing shade of red. Even looking at the unsettling sight would leave someone shivering. 1 finger, 2 fingers, 3 fingers, more and more fingers appeared through the crack. When all 10 fingers appeared, there was a loud cracking noise. The fingers tore the rock in half. A woman wearing creepy red armor emerged. Her red eyes gleamed, staring down at the creatures that were all running away in fear. Suddenly the woman moved. She was like a demon, straight from hell. She turned into a bloody shadow, and wherever her blood-red fingers went, creatures screamed. Blood fountained from their bodies, and in no time at all, many creatures had been reduced to shreds. The terrifying woman showed no sign of backing down. Hell King and the other kings of their race went to meet that wicked force, and the entire land turned into a bloody battlefield. The hell-looking xenogenic space was thrown into turmoil. Blood, blood everywhere. There was the blood of slaves, the blood of the hell, Broken bodies littered the ground, and almost no one was left alive in that xenogenic space. Two of them were still standing, though, their life forces flickering in the hellscape. One of them was the weird woman in her red armor. The other was Hell King. The strange woman didn't look to be in good condition. Her red eyes shone with a scary light. Her red armor was covered in cracks and punctures, and a piece of a sword blade was still embedded in it. There was a big bloody hole in her chest. It was impossible to guess which weapon had dealt that blow to her. She was bleeding and she could barely stand. Hell King wasn't in great shape either. One of his horns had been broken, and one of his legs was gone. His belly had been cut open, and his guts and intestines were starting to spill out. Hell King's face looked enraged. All the inhabitants of that xenogenic space had been murdered by the strange woman. Aside from him, no one else had been left alive. "I will make you die." Hell King opened his mouth and spat out a mass of blood. The blood drained away across the ground, revealing a small green sword. If Ningyu had seen it, he would have recognized it. It was the sword that had flown away when they opened that third black rock. The woman saw the green sword, and her eyes lost their anger. She looked scared. Hell King roared. He picked up the green sword and ran at the weird woman. The green sword was aimed at her head. The woman blocked the little green sword with one hand and shoved her other hand into Hell King's chest to grab his heart. The green sword broke under the force of her grip, and her fist tightened around Hell King's heart. Dong! The little green sword fell to the ground, and the light in Hell King's eyes started to fade. Just as the fire of his life was about to be extinguished, Hell King roused himself. He would rather burn out the last of his strength than slowly wither away. He quickly grabbed the weird woman's neck. "Catcha!" The green light flashed. Hell King's head was cut off. The strange woman was stunned. She stared at the man who looked so skinny, clutching that green sword. All the other creatures around them were dead. The woman squinted, trying to remember exactly what had happened when she came out of the black stone. She remembered that the skinny man had been in the stone factory when she emerged. He would have been the one she killed first. But now that she thought about it, she didn't remember actually killing him. He had been too ordinary to keep her attention. She just tossed some red light his way and ignored him. "He isn't dead?" The strange woman looked at the man, who was smiling as he held the green sword. For some reason, when she saw his smile, the woman wanted to smile with him. It was like his smile was contagious. The woman looked at Ningyu and said, "You are not bad. If you ally with me, you can use my deified powers. Then you can become defied as well. Unstoppable. You will become the greatest in the universe." Ningyu smiled and didn't answer. He walked slowly toward the woman. "You don't believe me?" The woman looked intently at Ningyu's face. She knew she should be wary, but she couldn't resist that infectious smile. She found herself treating him as a friend rather than a foe. "I believe you," Ningyu said seriously. The woman looked relieved. Somehow, what Ningyu said felt incredibly trustworthy. His words seemed rock-steady, as if whatever he said had to be a universal truth. The woman sighed, and just as she was about to respond, Ningyu used the little green sword to lop her head off. The woman's head rolled across the ground, with her red eyes still staring at Ningyu, as if she couldn't believe what he had just done. Ningyu sighed and said, "I believe you can give me power, but I cannot beat the one I wish to with power alone. I need to take this step by step my way, before I can stand before him." Ningyu wiped his little green sword. In his mind, he was still standing in that man's shadow. Determination flashed through Ningyu's eyes. Then they became calm again. He walked up to the bodies of the strange woman and Hell King. Han-sen maintained his claim on the primary root king dragon to absorb the king heir. He stayed there for a whole month. The blood Kirin also absorbed a lot of king heir, and over the month of training he healed fully. Over the same period of time, Han-sen managed to get 500 Duke genes. But the story of genes could only open 3 gene locks before it stopped. As for the rest of the Duke genes Han-sen collected, he used them to open the gene locks of Jadeskin and the Bloodpulse Sutra. Jade skin seemed to have the same limit of 3 gene locks. Opening the first gene lock grants an astral body. Opening the second gene lock provides a celestial body. Opening the third gene lock provides something above a celestial body. The third body feels different from a celestial body, but I can't pinpoint exactly what that difference is. Han Sen was amazed by the results of opening the third gene lock, even if he didn't fully understand what had happened. As he trained, he also earned another reward. He managed to bring his Dongxian Sutra up to the level of Duke. It had an element, but because he didn't have any more Duke genes, he couldn't open up any more gene locks. After the story of genes opened its third gene lock, it became difficult to absorb the power of the Kingese in his body. It was like the Kingese had fully merged with Han Sen's cells, and they could no longer be separated. Han Sen still wished to stay in King's Garden to absorb more King air, though. He wanted to open 3 gene locks for the Bloodpool Sutra and the Dongxian Sutra. His hopes were soon dashed, however, because Bai Ling Shuang eventually showed up. Brother 16, I'm headed back to Night Charm Town, Bai Ling Shuang said in a friendly tone. I'd like to go there myself, but I haven't gotten an invitation. Han Sen then thought to himself, there's no way that she's randomly being nice. What does she want this time? I'll have share and the drinks ready. I will be the host tonight. Bai Ling Shuang gave him a lazy smile. In that case, I'll be there. Han Sen's eyes were full of greed. Han Sen didn't actually want to go, of course. But since Bai Ling Shuang had extended such an explicit invitation, he didn't think he could turn her down. He would have to go eventually, so agreeing immediately would cast fewer doubts on his identity. Bai Yi's ardent desire for share was well known. If he didn't accept the invitation, that would be very strange. In the most luxurious suite in Night Charm Town, Han Sen had draped himself over a sofa. He held share casually under one arm, and he swirled a glass of wine with his other hand. He looked at Bai Ling Shuang and said, Sister Ten, tell me what it is you really want. You have been very generous with me this evening. Surely this isn't simply an opportunity for us to hang out. The exams for the royal children are coming up soon. What are you planning to do about them, Brother 16? Bai Ling Shuang asked with a smile. Han Sen had a sip of wine and squeezed shares, but with a smile. What can I do? I'm just a first-tier king, and half-deified royal children will be competing. Even some deifieds will participate. What chance do I stand? Bai Ling Shuang looked like she wanted to roll her eyes, but she still smiled and said, Maybe not. The exams are something Father has established so that our progress can be reviewed. We don't need to be number 1. We just need to perform well to impress Father. If we do that, we can be rewarded. After pausing, Bai Ling Shuang said, I have witnessed your recent progress with my own eyes, Brother 16. If you perform just as well in the exam, Father will notice. You will be heavily rewarded. I don't think so, Han Sen said with an uncomfortable feeling. Bai Ling Shuang looked at Han Sen for a while and said, If you really don't want to get first place in the exams, I have a way in which we can make money. Are you interested in hearing more? I lack pretty much everything. I have a distinct lack of money, too. Please tell me, Sister Ten. Han Sen suddenly looked much more alert, and he considered Bai Ling Shuang with interest. She smiled and said, You know that in the exam, there is a task that sends you to Bone Mountain? Bone Mountain is obscenely dangerous for ordinary royal children. Aside from Brother 4 and Sister 3, who are deified, any other royal child that goes there might fail. Even the Crown Prince. But Brother 16, you are different. You have the Kingese protection. You can surely reach the peak of Bone Mountain. Why don't you just tell me what you're after? Han Sen frowned. You help me to get to the peak of Bone Mountain, and I will give you whatever you want. Bai Ling Shuang's smile had vanished, and she looked dead serious. As he left Night Charm Town, Han Sen got to thinking about the exam. The exam gauged the power of the royal children. Some of the tests would judge the royal children's leadership potential and their collective power when placed in groups. Their guards were allowed to join them, but other tests focused on the individual power of the royal children. Only the royal children could participate in those. One of the activities, for example, involved hiking up Bone Mountain and reaching its peak. Bone Mountain was one of the 3 famous mountains in King's Kingdom. It wasn't as dangerous as Extreme Mountain, but that didn't mean reaching its peak would be easy. Its slopes were quite treacherous. Hiking up Bone Mountain was a trial that showcased power, courage, and endurance. The mountain was commonly called Rot Bone Mountain. The environment was highly toxic, and when people were too stubborn to abandon their attempts to climb the mountain, the toxicity would corrode them until their bodies were gone. Only their proud skulls were left behind. Han Sen hadn't been to Rot Bone Mountain before, so he wasn't sure what sort of power he would have to contend with. He knew that it could destroy courage and endurance, and make proud creatures lower their heads. But Bai Ling Shuang mentioned that if royal children possessed the King's Ao or Ju, they were sure to have a higher chance of reaching the peak. Han Sen had received loads of King's protection, including Ao and Ju. The chance of him reaching the top of Rot Bone Mountain was high, so Bai Ling Shuang was willing to pay a high price for his help. Bai Ling Shuang wanted to go to Rot Bone Mountain's peak, not for King Bai's compliments, but for the benefits Rot Bone Mountain could provide. Those rewards could only be claimed by reaching the summit of that place. In regards to the exact nature of what she hoped to gain, Bai Ling Shuang didn't elaborate, and Han Sen didn't ask. What is atop Rot Bone Mountain's peak? As Han Sen wondered about this, his phone started to ring. He looked at the number calling him and noticed that it was listed as unknown. He had disguised himself as Bai Yi, but he had kept his old phone number. He had been careful not to contact anyone on Planet Eclipse, though, in case the Extreme King screened the calls and picked up on something. Now, suddenly, a strange number was calling him, which was confusing. He hesitated, but he still answered the call. He was curious. A beautiful woman with long, black hair appeared on his screen. Her face looked divine, and her emerald eyes were captivating. Her boobs were small, but everything else was great. Han Sen looked at the woman in the video. She wasn't the most beautiful woman he'd seen, but he would rate her at a fine 9 out of 10. Still, he didn't remember ever seeing her before. You are. Han Sen looked at the woman, and he noticed her reserved expression. The longer he looked at her, the more familiar she seemed. He just couldn't remember where they might have met. I am Ningyu. Can you talk? The woman's voice was very clear, but her words shocked Han Senator. His eyes opened wide, and his mouth gaped. Han Sen hadn't been able to place his sense of familiarity with the woman. Hearing the name Ningyu, however, made him feel like he'd been tossed. Now he knew where that familiar feeling came from. Aside from having a female body, the woman appeared and behaved just like Ningyu. If not for the emerald eyes that had captured his gaze, Han Sen probably would have guessed who it was eventually. Even so, Han Sen was still left speechless. Hang on. I'll call you back. Han Sen ended the call and went to his computer. He logged in and called the number back. The call rang through, and the image of that beautiful woman appeared on Han Sen's computer. What is it? Han Sen held his laughter at bay. He didn't think anyone could disguise themselves as Ningyu. Ningyu was a very special person, so masquerading as him would be difficult. But even if someone went to the trouble to steal another person's identity, why would they choose Ningyu? He wasn't famous or important in the Geno universe, so what was the point? Not to mention that, even if there was something benefit to be gained, no one could make a woman disguise themselves as Ningyu. This was too much. Seeing Han Sen attempting to hold back his laughter, Ningyu's eyes twitched. In an emotionless tone, he began to explain what had happened. Ningyu had been captured by the Hell, and he was forced into slavery in a secret Hell xenogenic space. During his incarceration, a strange woman appeared out of a black rock. She killed all of the Hell and the slaves without discrimination. Ningyu had gotten his hands on a little green sword during the chaos, and he used it to kill Hell King and the woman from the rock. After killing them, Ningyu discovered that Hell King and the woman were both deified elites, not half-deified as he had assumed. This shocked Ningyu. He didn't understand how the little green sword had wielded so much power. Ningyu only had the power of a marquise. Even if he held a deified weapon, he shouldn't have been able to kill a deified xenogeniac. But the little green sword had decapitated 2 deified xenogeniacs with ease. They had been injured, of course, so that was worth considering. But the little green sword's power was still mind-boggling. You say you used the green sword to kill 2 deified xenogeneics? Han Sen stared at Ningyu, unable to believe his ears. Even if Han Sen used the Thunder God Spike, he couldn't damage deified xenogeneics. Ningyu was just a marquise. The feat he had achieved with the little green sword was a bit unbelievable. Yes, and I received a deified beast soul. Ningyu pulled the little green sword out. That's a deified beast soul? You won big. After Han Sen's shock subsided, he examined Ningyu's little sword. The blade was 2 fingers wide. It was an intriguing shade of dark green, but other than the color, nothing about the sword seemed very special. There were no engravings on the blade, and it didn't even have a scabbard to go with it. I would rather not have earned it, Ningyu said grimly. He flipped the green sword over to reveal its other side to Han's senator. There was a green mark on it, as if some liquid had stained its surface. What is that? Hansen asked. I don't know. It won't go away. Ningyu paused and then went on to say, after I killed the 2 deifieds, their bodies became liquid, then disappeared. Nothing remained. Not even a xenogeneic gene. When Han Sen heard this, he furrowed his brows, and his expression turned suddenly serious. With deified xenogeneics, their entire bodies were their xenogeneic genes. Melting one shouldn't have been possible. It had to be related to the green sword. I left the xenogeneic space. The first time I went asleep, I woke up looking like this. Ningyu sighed. Did you lose? Han Sen didn't know what to do. No, my manhood is still here. But some parts of me look woman-like. A muscle in Ningyu's cheek spasmed. Han Sen coughed awkwardly to fill the silence. Have you tried using your little sword to fix the situation? Han Sen suddenly realized he was talking about Ningyu's little sword, and he quickly shook his head to get rid of the thought. Ningyu looked at him strangely and said, I have tried everything. I've tried destroying it and throwing it away. I've even tried selling it. No matter what I do, my body remains like this. And whenever I go to sleep, the thing is lying on my chest when I wake up. It looks like this is an evil sword. What are you going to do? Hansen knew Ningyu was a very decisive guy. He wouldn't have contacted Hansen just to share some idle gossip. The little green sword came from a mine in a xenogeneic space. So I went back there and searched Hell King's place. I didn't find much. While the mine was mostly a dead end, I did discover something interesting. The Hell were under the control of another race, and this master race had given them the job of running the mining operations. Building palaces and statues was just a cover-up. Their real purpose was getting to what was under the mines. After pausing, Ningyu went on to say, in order to figure out this green sword, we have to start with the mine. It will be best if you leave the xenogeneic space for now, Hansen said. I'm on a planet belonging to the 1,000 treasures. Before I left, I erased all traces of my presence there. Ningyu said. Do you know who was behind all this? Hansen asked. I don't know. I only discovered that a master race was controlling the Hell by piecing together all the information I could find. There is no evidence to back this up. Ningyu shook his head. Hansen was silent for a moment. Give me some time. I'm currently having some trouble of my own, and I cannot leave the Extreme King just yet. If you wait for me, I will find a way to contact you once I get out of here. Okay. Ningyu didn't say much after that. They arranged a few more details and then hung up. Hansen's face was twitching. He wanted to laugh, but he couldn't. Luckily, Ningyu was a calm man who took misfortunes in stride. If the same thing had happened to Hansen, it would have driven him crazy. Hansen brought out a galaxy map belonging to the Extreme King and looked up the xenogeneic space Ningyu had mentioned. It wasn't listed. He also searched for the system that xenogeneic space supposedly resided in. The system belonged to a small race under the authority of Sky Palace. The race was so small that they were virtually unknown. It looks like it doesn't have anything to do with this small race. Not many people know about that xenogeneic space, clearly. Hansen then thought to himself, the Hell and the faction behind this are very secretive. This cannot be their territory. Perhaps they aren't allied with Sky Palace, and that is why they operated this mine in secret. If they are hesitant to re-enter that xenogenic space, Ning Yu and I might have a chance. As he considered his options, Han Sen started to develop a headache. The biggest problem right now was his inability to leave the Extreme King. Miss Mirror wouldn't let him go free. Han Sen's limited power was a problem. Deified xenogenics could be dug up from the ground in that place, and he didn't have enough power to deal with one if they discovered it. If he wanted to go there, he would have to take the little red bird. Otherwise, things could go horribly wrong if they stumbled across another elite. If he ended up attracting something awful like Ning Yu had, Han Sen wondered what might happen. The mere thoughts he conjured were enough to give him the chills. His skull felt downright numb. Still, Ning Yu isn't the sort of person to rush into something. He'll be fine waiting. I should really just focus on my current situation before doing anything more. Han Sen frowned as he thought of this. He and Lan Haixin sorted out a time to meet. He wanted to see this relic she spoke of. If he was able to claim it, it might provide a grand boost for his power. Even if Lan Haixin nabbed it, she was Bai Yi's wife. Han Sen would be the one to help her with the relic, so surely he would get something out of the deal. Han Sen decided that going with Lan Haixin and the others wouldn't be a bad idea, so he wasn't too upset about being dragged along. In fact, he found himself rather curious. He had little time before they went to see the relic. Instead of going to King's Garden on that day, he studied the secrets of the Dongxian Sutra at home. The Dongxian Sutra was different from other Geno arts. Even if he leveled up, he still had to understand how to use his developing powers. They weren't skills he could just use right away. Han Sen knew basically nothing about the elemental body of the Dongxian Sutra. It was similar to the Dongxian aura, but he could tell that there were some important differences. Han Sen now had to figure out what it was exactly. He also spent some time studying the Move Mountain Sea Conch Beast Soul, which he found quite interesting. The blue light it cast was amazing, but when it was cast upon creatures, it didn't have a direct effect. After a few days of investigating, Han Sen discovered something. He understood the true way to make use of the Move Mountain King area. Outside Underwater Town's palace, the Siren nobles gathered together. There was a surprising number of them, probably 200 in all. There were 5 king-class sirens and 1 that was half-deified. Lan Haixin was king-class. The remnants of the siren race weren't too shabby, but they wouldn't work for Han's senator. They only followed the commands of Lan Haixin. Bai Yi was the last generation of the Virgin's blood, and he was Lan Haixin's husband. But as far as those sirens were concerned, he was nothing. If Han Sen hadn't made an impressive amount of progress in recent times, they would still be looking at him with disdain. Lan Haixin brought Bauer to the front of the line. Seeing Han Sen and the Blood Kirin approach, Bauer looked terrified. She hid behind Lan Haixin and tugged at her clothes. "Don't be afraid. Big sister is here. I wouldn't let anyone hurt you," Lan Haixin said soothingly, lowering herself to hug Bauer. Such a talented actress. It really is a waste that she hasn't taken up a career in acting. Han Sen wanted to cry at the sight. Bauer was way too good. If he didn't know the real Bauer, he would have been completely fooled. Han Sen chuckled coldly and looked at Bauer. "Don't forget that she is my daughter. I am warning you. Do not touch Bauer. You won't be able to withstand the consequences of my anger." Seeing that Bauer was still pretending to be scared and hiding behind her, Lan Haixin stared at Han Sen and said, "Okay, but you aren't taking her with you. She isn't one of the siren." Han Sen looked at Bauer and licked his lips. "We are going. We cannot leave her here. Don't worry. She won't affect us." Lan Haixin pulled Bauer forward and ignored Han Sen. Han Sen shrugged and rode after her on the Blood Kirin. The siren were queuing in the rear, all of them looking quite excited. They were looking forward to what came next. "Prince, can I stay behind?" Lily stood behind Han Sen and quietly asked for permission. "You don't want to go?" Han Sen looked at Lily strangely. Lily started to answer, but suddenly, an old female siren next to Lan Haixin hissed, "This is a big day for the siren, and all of us need to go. Unless you're not one of us." Lily was shocked, and she wrapped her arms defensively around her own body. She lowered her head and didn't say anything. Han Sen frowned, and Lily looked upset. Then he realized something. Han-san was riding atop the blood Kirin, following slowly behind Lan Haixin. He behaved as if he didn't care, but the truth was, he didn't know where the relic was. He stayed carefully behind Lan Haixin where he wouldn't have to lead the party. What confused Han-san was that the old female siren in front wasn't guiding them away from Planet Water Zone. They were actually headed for the deeper recesses of the sea. Does the siren treasure reside here on the planet? If the treasure is here, why haven't they just gone and taken it already? Han-san thought for a minute and suddenly realized, maybe Lan Haixin and the others don't have possession of the relic? Maybe they didn't bring it with them. The relic might have already been on Planet Water Zone when they came here. Han-san thought some more and he considered many details. He thought to himself, if that is what is happening, then Baiyi's mother should have kept the relic. In that case, why didn't Baiyi's mother give the relic to her son? Based on the angry journal entries on Baiyi's computer, he had no idea where the relic was. But Lan Haixin did. This whole scenario makes no sense. Han-san thought some more, but he couldn't find a reasonable explanation for this. He eventually grew tired of the fruitless line of thought, so he decided to roll with things and see where his luck might take him. He would love to take the relic for himself, but it would be fine if he couldn't. It wasn't his after all. Following the guidance of that old siren woman, Han-san and the others stopped near a mountain deep beneath the sea. Han-san frowned and looked around. He was very familiar with this underwater mountain. The last time he was here, he had been chasing the Move Mountain sea conch. In fact, this was where he killed both the Move Mountain sea conch and the Crystal God conch. But Han-san had been on the left side of the mountain back then. Now he was on the right side of the mountain. The Crystal God conch cannot be related to this relic, surely, Han-san thought. He felt something very strange occurring. Baiyi had killed all of Planet Water Zone's high-class xenogeneics. This underwater mountain had 2 kings and 1 deified. That was definitely strange. My lady, it is okay. The old siren woman walked before a cliff face and bowed to Lan Haixin. Lan Haixin nodded and gave bower to the female siren guard. Then she walked in front of the mountain and took the necklace off her neck. The necklace was simple. A red chain adorned with a blue stone pendant. It wasn't shiny like a gem, so it didn't appear to be anything too special. If Lan Haixin hadn't brought it out now, Han-san would never have known that it was important. He would have walked right past it if it was lying on the side of the road. It was too ordinary looking to even draw the eye. There was a small triangular hole in the mountainside, and Lan Haixin slid the blue stone into it. The stone fit the small hole perfectly. Then, a booming noise came from within the mountain. The whole underwater mountain moved, revealing a dark path beneath. Stairs led downwards, but when Han-san tried to look down them, he could only see blackness. The seawater had been separated by some hidden force, too. The path was dry. The old siren woman slowly headed down the stairwell, and Lan Haixin brought Bower and the other siren in with her. Han-san frowned and followed after Lan Haixin. He looked around dubiously, feeling nervous about something unseen. He couldn't quite tell what was making him unsettled, though. But Han-sen's instincts were reliable. Aside from his guesses about whether or not he would receive a beast soul, his other feelings were fairly accurate. If Han-sen was feeling this unsettled, there had to be some danger lurking in that place. But he couldn't yet detect any presences that shouldn't have been there. The stairs led down and down, as if they would never end. The people shone like holy lights in the dark, but their lights only lit up a small portion of the area around them, and their lights didn't penetrate far below. Han-san looked down the dark stairs, and he felt as if he was walking into the hellish maw of some terrible beast. Lily was scared, and she stood as close as she could to the blood Kirin. She almost found herself hugging Han-sen's legs. She was usually scared of the blood Kirin and stayed as far away from him as she could. Clearly, the darkness scared her far more. Her decision to stay that close to Han-san and the blood Kirin revealed how frightened she really was. In other circumstances, Han-san already would have comforted her. But he was disguised as Baiyi. Baiyi wasn't a man who showed compassion and concern for others, so he pretended as if there was nothing to see. The group moved silently. Han Sen wasn't certain how long they'd been traveling, but he figured it was at least 8 hours before they saw a light up ahead in the darkness. "We're almost there." The old siren woman looked happy, and she moved a little faster. The light grew brighter. After walking for another half-hour, Han Sen saw what was basking in the light, and what he saw shocked him. It was a crystal palace that looked like it had come straight out of a legend. The whole palace was bathed in holy light and mysterious clouds. It looked like something out of a dream. When Han Sen and the others drew closer, they saw that the Crystal Palace's gate had a sign above it. It really did say Crystal Palace. Looking at the Crystal Palace, Han Sen felt rather nervous. His heart jumped. The Crystal Palace was entirely transparent, as if it had been crafted from flawless crystals. He should have been able to see straight through it, but clouds and strange sparkles of rainbow light hung within the Crystal Palace. It was impossible to see what lay within the palace. The rainbow light caught Han Sen off guard. It looked like the crystal god Konk's rainbow. The crystal of the Crystal Palace looked like the material that composed the crystal god Konk's shell. Is that just a coincidence? Han Sen wondered, but he doubted that. Now Han Sen hesitated to continue forward. If the crystal god Konk was a xenogeniac from Crystal Palace, it was possible that another deified xenogeniac might be inside as well. Han Sen glanced over at Bauer and the little red bird atop Bauer's shoulder. They didn't seem concerned about the place, so that put him at ease a little. As Han Sen was thinking, the team came before the gate of the Crystal Palace. And there, Lan Haixin looked at Han Sr. "Your turn." Han Sen was startled. He didn't know what Lan Haixin meant, but he couldn't reveal his confusion. So, Han Sen kept looking at the gate of the Crystal Palace, pretending to be lost in thought. "You're already here. What are you waiting for? Do you not trust your mother? If she hadn't set the Crystal Palace gate to only open to your blood, I wouldn't have accepted her request." Lan Haixin looked at Han Sen coldly. "Now that you know where the Crystal Palace lies, are you really going to try to back out of our deal? The relic was left behind by Bai Yi's mother. Why didn't she just give it to Bai Yi? She didn't even tell Bai Yi about its location, but she gave it to an outsider like Lan Haixin. Was Bai Yi's mother some patriot who valued the good of the siren above all? Han Sen thought something was wrong about this situation. The old siren woman looked at Han Sen, who had frozen on the spot. Ignoring what Lan Haixin had said, she barked in a rougher tone. "My prince, neither your blood nor the Holy Virgin's blood is pure. Even if you knew where the relic was, without the Holy Virgin's blood, you wouldn't be able to activate the relic. The last Holy Virgin kept the relic from you because of your stubbornness. She was worried you'd hurt yourself with it." Han Sen coldly grunted and said, "How was I supposed to know, if she didn't want to give me the relic? Anyway?" Lan Haixin was annoyed. "You harbor suspicions about your own mother? It would be shameful to have you as a son. I feel so sorry for her, putting all that effort into raising you." The old siren woman said, "My prince, you worry too much. If the last Holy Virgin didn't want you to have the relic, why did she program the Crystal Palace to require your blood to open? She was worried that you would rush to claim the relic, come here alone, and get hurt by it. Now, you can claim the relic with the Holy Virgin Lan. By combining both of your blood together, you should be able to activate the relic. There will be no risk that way. This is what the last Holy Virgin wanted. Using blood again? I'm not really Bai Yi. Can my blood open the Crystal Palace?" Han Sen felt depressed, and then he thought to himself, maybe the programming of the Crystal Palace focuses on the original Water King body. I will have to give it a try, at least. If that doesn't work, then I can tell them that I haven't fully overtaken Han Sen's body, and that I still have some genes to bring into submission. I can tell them I will come back another time to try. I need to stall this for as long as possible. Once Han Sen had thought of a plan, he walked up to the Crystal Palace's door. His right eye's purple-eye butterfly was spinning fast as he examined the crystal door ahead of him. The crystal door was 10 meters tall, and it looked very powerful. There was a blurry halo around it, and it was filled with the colors of the rainbow. It looked rather magical. It was a double door, and each side held the depiction of a female siren. This palace had obviously been left behind by the siren, as the stylings were very distinctive. Han Sen knew that he couldn't just drop some blood on the door and expect it to open. There must have been some sort of system involved, and that was what Han Sen was looking for. With the aid of his purple-eye butterfly, Han Sen found a special place upon the door. Both sides of the door featured the engraving of a siren woman, and the two women's arms were folded into each other. All four hands came together to clutch a crystal bottle. The crystal bottle was at the center of the door. The style of the crystal bottle made Han Sen frown, because it reminded him of the crystal god Konk's sheets of glass. The crystal bottle was like a carving. At the center of the bottle was a small hole. If he wasn't paying close attention, he wouldn't have noticed it. But with his purple-eye butterfly, Han Sen could see how the bottle had been made. Han Sen walked right before the door. He raised his hand to the carving of the crystal bottle, and as he drew closer, he used the original Water King body to transform his hand into water. His fingers brushed the hole, and some water separated from his fingers to drip into it. Then Han Sen pulled his hand back and took a step in retreat. He watched the Crystal Palace's door. From the reaction given by Lan Haixin and the others, Han Sen knew he had done it correctly. But he was still being careful. He considered what he might say if he was unable to open the Crystal Palace's door. Cha-cha-cha. As Han Sen was rapidly preparing an explanation, the Crystal Palace's door produced a sharp noise. It split in two and opened inwards. Lan Haixin and the other sirens grinned widely, ecstatic. Han Sen was secretly surprised. I was able to open it? Han Sen had actually been hoping that his attempt to open it would fail. Success meant that his unsettled feelings were still going to hang around. The closer he was to the Crystal Palace, the more disturbed he felt. The door opened, revealing everything inside the Crystal Palace. Beyond the big door was a golden hall that had also been made of crystal. At the end of the hall was an altar. A small crystal bottle stood on the altar's platform. Something that looked like a rainbow swirled blurrily inside it. The sight was quite mysterious. Lan Haixin and the others were dying to get into the hall. Han Sen hesitated for a moment, but he ultimately decided to walk inside with them. With the little red bird there, he and Bauer should be safe. Lily was scared, and she stayed by Han Sen's side. Han Sen walked slowly, and he kept observing Lan Haixin and the others. They hadn't encountered any danger yet. The entire hall was very peaceful. Lan Haixin and the others stood in front of the altar. The old siren woman stared at the little bottle on its platform when she suddenly said, "Yes, yes, this is our relic, the siren bottle. Our race can rise from the ashes once more." After that, her excitement broke into crying. Full of tears, she repeatedly bowed before the bottle. All of the sirens started to bow, copying the old siren woman. Even Lan Haixin lowered herself before the siren bottle. Han Sen wasn't in the mood to participate. He just sat atop the blood kirin and stared at the bottle. The bottle was around the size of a man's hand. The bottle was very tall, and two wings of glass flared out from its sides. The two wings of the bottle featured the faces of siren women. The bottle was small, but the work was very delicate. The two siren women looked almost alive, as if real people were smiling on it. The bottle was lovely, with a halo around it and a rainbow glowing from inside. It looked holy, almost sacred. However, whenever Han Sen looked at the bottle, it felt sinister to him. You and I can claim the holy bottle now," Lan Haixin said to Han Sen, but she remained standing in front of the platform. Han Sen frowned. The siren bottle was good stuff, clearly. His purple-eye butterfly could tell him that much. The purple-eye butterfly couldn't analyze the bottle, so it had to be some sort of deified treasure. But the evil presence of the siren bottle made Han Sen feel afraid. He didn't want to take the risk of claiming it. Seeing that Han Sen was still standing back, Lan Haixin frowned and said, "Haven't you always wanted this relic? Why are you backing out now?" Han Sen smiled and said, "Of course I want this relic, but I've never seen it before. Are you sure this is the right one?" Lan Haixin turned around and looked at the old siren woman. Clearly, she had never seen the relic before either. The old siren woman quickly said, "You don't have to worry, my prince. This is the relic of our race, the siren bottle. The holy bottle comes from a barren era. It was crafted from the materials harvested from ancient deified xenogeneic creatures. Cannot be faked. Plus, only the siren's holy virgin blood can activate it. Check it out and you will see that it is real. After a brief pause, the old siren woman went on to say, "This is the last item left behind by the Holy Virgin. Why would she lie to her son? Why would I doubt that this thing is the relic?" Han Sen asked in a hard voice. "If you've never seen the relic before, how would you know?" Lan Haixin asked. "It doesn't look right. If you think that is the relic, then go ahead and take it. I will go elsewhere and look around," Han Sen said. Then he moved to exit the hall. The old siren woman stopped him. "My prince, the Holy Virgin is like you. Her blood isn't pure. Activating the relic will require the two of you to work together. One of you cannot be missing. Let's just have a look around first." Han Sen commanded his blood Kirin to advance forward. The blood Kirin roared and headed toward one of the hall's side doors. The old siren woman was half deified, but attempting to stop the blood Kirin and Han Sen was more than she dared. So, she retreated. Lan Haixin looked at Han Sen as he left the hall. She nibbled her lips and stepped closer to the altar. "I'm not sure I can activate the holy bottle." The old siren woman stopped her and said, "Do not be reckless, my lady. The holy bottle is our race's treasure, but the power it wields is unknown. Without pure virgin blood, it will be difficult to activate it. You might even get injured. That is why the last Holy Virgin didn't give the holy bottle straight to the prince. You cannot risk doing this alone." Lan Haixin wasn't an idiot. She was reasonable. She sighed and said, "Fine. Let us go and look around." Then, they left the hall. The Crystal Palace had many pavilions, and there were many rooms and statues. It looked like a real city made of crystal. It was so beautiful that simply walking through it was relaxing. Han Sen made sure to move very carefully, but he didn't notice anything dangerous. There were no barred doors to be found across the entire Crystal Palace. He could enter any building he wanted, despite there being nothing valuable within them. The Crystal Palace was like a city that had been emptied of its people. It looked very pretty, yes, but it also looked very dead. Lan Haixin followed behind Han Senator as they walked around the Crystal Palace. She felt far safer. Inside the Crystal Palace, there were no dangerous restrictions. That proved that the last Holy Virgin only wanted Bai Yi to have the holy bottle. There was nothing else of note. But all of a sudden, Han Sen noticed a problem. He pointed to one corner of the Crystal Palace, and he said, "What is this?" Lan Haixin and the others followed Han Sen's pointing finger and saw a crystal wall. Unlike the other crystal walls, however, this one had some green moss growing on it. Weird. Why is there moss here? Lan Haixin felt baffled as she walked towards the crystal wall. That moss had taken over the entire wall. It reached a long way up above the ground, and when Han Sen looked closer, there were obvious signs that something had been climbing across it recently. There wasn't just a single set of tracks, either. It looked like something had passed through frequently. Lan Haixin and the old siren woman's faces changed. How is that possible? Has another creature taken residence in the Crystal Palace? Han Sen observed the tracks, and all the while, his purple-eye butterfly kept spinning. He soon learned that he was very familiar with those tracks. They had been left behind by the Crystal God Conch and Move Mountain Sea Conch. This confirms that those two were related to the Crystal Palace. But how did they leave this place? Han Sen looked at the crystal wall some more, and he soon noticed something else. There was a very small, sand grain-sized hole in the wall. Perhaps there was an imperfection in the building materials, or maybe it was a mistake in construction. Either way, a small hole had been left on the surface. The hole was narrower than a needle. An ordinary creature couldn't fit through it. But the conches had been adept at shrinking their bodies. They would have had little difficulty coming and going as they pleased. Moss was growing on the wall because they had tracked it in when they came through the hole. Fortunately, they had already been killed by Han Sen and the little red bird. The group walked around the Crystal Palace some more, but they found no signs of other creatures living there. "My prince, The last holy virgin wouldn't seek to hurt you. Let's just go and claim the holy bottle before something bad happens, the old siren woman said hurriedly. Hansen hesitated. Then he thought of something. He didn't believe the danger was gone, but he had an idea. He nodded. Okay, we can give it a try then. Judging from what he had seen, the conches probably stumbled into the Crystal Palace by accident. They hadn't originated from the Crystal Palace. But Bai had cleared out all of the high-class Xenogeneics. It didn't make sense that a deified and a king-class Xenogeneic would still be hiding there. But if he considered how the two creatures had reached their ranks, that might explain it. Maybe the conches weren't originally deified and king-class. For some reason, they became deified and king-class during their time inside the Crystal Palace. But from the barren nature of the place, it seemed that the only thing inside Crystal Palace capable of having such an effect was the siren bottle. If the conches leveled up because of the siren bottle, Hansen thought about it, and his heart started to race. The bottle had made a Xenogeneic deified. Every deified elite would want something like this. Because of that, Hansen changed his mind. He wanted to see if he could use the siren bottle for himself. With a chance of securing such a massive windfall, it was worth taking a large risk. Plus, the little red bird was present. That should mitigate whatever risk there might be. Seeing that Hansen was finally willing to return to the holy bottle, the old siren woman hastily guided him back. Soon after, everyone gathered back in the hall. The siren bottle still sat silently atop the altar. The old siren woman reminded them, "Holy Virgin, you and the prince should ascend to the platform and bleed a drop of your blood into the holy bottle. If it is activated, the bottle will select its master." After that, she looked at Hansen and said, "My prince, the blood power from both of you will melt into the holy bottle. The chance of ownership will be 50-50. Regardless of who obtains the bottle, I hope we can all cooperate." "Of course." Hansen nodded, and then he walked towards the altar alongside Lan Haixin. The two of them moved cautiously, but nothing happened on their way. Hansen and Lan Haixin reached the platform safely. They looked at each other. Lan Haixin gritted her teeth, extended a finger, and let a drop of blood fall into the siren bottle. Hansen looked into the bottle and saw the familiar, blurry rainbow color. He couldn't see anything else. After Lan Haixin's droplet of blood fell in, the liquid disappeared into the rainbow as if nothing had happened. Hansen hesitated. He cast his original Water King body, then put a drop of water into the bottle. Hansen's water fell straight into the siren bottle, and then the siren bottle started to shake like mad. The blurry rainbow swirled like a whirlpool, and it looked as if it would erupt at any second. While the rainbow raged the bottle itself started to float. Hansen's face paled. A bad feeling suddenly washed over him. He hastily backed away from the altar and returned to the blood kirin. Lan Haixin was still staring at that shining siren bottle. Not recognizing the danger rising before her, she was still waiting for the siren bottle to select its master. When the other sirens saw that the siren bottle had been activated, they knelt and began to bow before it. They also mumbled words Hansen didn't understand. He assumed it was the language of the siren. Boom! The siren bottle's rainbow light exploded out. The bottle's halo expanded, looking like a pillar of light reaching for the top of the Crystal Palace. After the blurry rainbow touched the Crystal Palace's ceiling, it began to spread. It started to seep all across the Crystal Palace. The entire structure started to shine brightly, as if the whole thing had been doused in the morning light. The altar's secret substance chain was affected by the blurry rainbow, too, started to shine as well. Many magical spells began to play across the top of the altar. Lan Haixin finally noticed that something was wrong. They all turned to look at Han Senator Lan Haixin, abandoned the altar to ask Hansen, "What is this? You are asking me? How am I supposed to know? I told you earlier that there was a problem with this thing, but you guys chose to ignore the warning." Han-san wanted to leave the Crystal Palace, but the main door had been barred by rainbow-colored light. Han-san tried to open it a few times, but each attempt ended with him being tossed back by the power of those rainbows. Although the light fountained everywhere, it didn't hurt anyone. But Han-sen was unable to go out, and so he was still stuck there with the rest of them. "You and your mother planned this so you could trick us," the old siren woman screamed, pointing at Han-sen. Han-sen ignored her. She was obviously a moron, and there was no point in trying to understand her. The siren couldn't leave the hall. The old siren woman pointed at Han-sen and said, "Grab him! I don't believe that bitch would leave her son behind." Han-sen stared at the idiotic old siren woman for a long moment. "Are you having a stroke or something?" The sirens still surrounded Han-sen, though, and he didn't know what they were thinking. The half-deified old woman was their strongest member. The others were all king class. Han-sen's blood Kirin had half-deified powers. He didn't understand how the old siren woman could have thought that command was a good idea. The siren looked a little hesitant, though. They surrounded Han-sen, but they made no attempt to attack him. "Take him. That is the only way we will survive," the old siren woman screamed. She lifted her coral staff and gathered up a watery power. It became a water dragon that shot out towards the blood Kirin. The other sirens moved to help the old siren woman. They wanted to take Han-sen down together. The blood Kirin had a very short fuse. It spat out some blood air that destroyed the old siren woman's water dragon. Then it activated its blood area and stepped forward to attack the sirens that surrounded them. Han-sen placed Lily on the blood Kirin's back, then touched the blood Kirin's head. He shouted, "There's no need to attack them. She's the problem." The siren were given a shock. Han-sen was indicating the old woman. The old siren woman coldly grunted. "Even now you still try to divide us? You are evil. We were blind, and unable to tell you we're this evil. You better tell us what conspiracy you and that bitch cooked up. Don't be angry with us that we're about to harm a member of our own family." After that, the old siren woman used her staff against the blood Kirin. The blood Kirin roared in return and ran forward to fight the old siren woman. The old siren woman couldn't compete against the blood Kirin, though. The area she created wasn't enough to block the pervasive blood area unleashed by the blood Kirin. She was at an immediate disadvantage. "What are you waiting for? Take them down. This is our only chance of living," the old siren woman screamed. The siren kings moved forward to fight, but Lan Haixin's face looked hesitant. "Lan Haixin, think about this. Who was the one that allowed you to open the relic? Who is the one that brought you here? Who was the one that said the bottle was the relic? Who was the one that provoked this fight?" Han-sen shouted to Lan Haixin. His hands clutched the head of the blood Kirin. He wasn't going to allow the blood Kirin to attack anyone aside from the old siren woman. Han-sen wasn't trying to be nice by sparing their lives. Instead, he was reasonably confident that the old siren woman wanted him to kill all the siren there. This ploy was way too obvious. The old siren woman knew that they would be unable to fight Han-sen and the blood Kirin, so she was being stubborn. Han-sen didn't believe that this half-deified woman had survived the destruction of her race while remaining this stupid. That was, unless there was something she wanted. If the old siren woman really wanted to kill Han-sen, she would have attacked Han-sen herself. But her target was the blood Kirin. This decision drove the blood Kirin's bloodlust to even greater heights. The whole of the Extreme King knew that the blood Kirin was a cruel and ill-tempered beast. Otherwise, it wouldn't have murdered someone in King's Garden. The old siren woman's behavior wasn't natural. Even if she convinced the siren to fight, they still wouldn't be able to defeat Han-sen and the blood Kirin. At the very best, they might achieve a draw. And that wouldn't be a very good result for the siren. The only possibility was that the old siren woman wanted to do harm to the siren as a whole. It wasn't about him exclusively. Han-sen didn't want to be used as a tool to kill the siren. That was why he held the blood Kirin's head to keep it from killing them. But the blood Kirin's temper was too cruel. Han-sen couldn't control it. The blood Kirin kept being provoked by the old siren woman, and because of this, the blood air got scarier and scarier. The creature couldn't hold in its emotions. Arg! The blood Kirin landed a blow on the old siren woman. Her body flew away and crashed into one of the palace's crystal walls. She coughed up some blood. "Holy Virgin, do you not understand? If we don't kill to survive, the siren will all be murdered here and now. E and his bitch mother are going to ruin our race. The old siren woman was covered in blood. Her hair was messed up, and it looked as if she was on the verge of crying. The blood Kirin didn't hesitate, though. It roared and went toward the old siren woman. Hansen couldn't stop it. Stop! Lan Haixin shouted. The Siren Kings moved to fight Hansen and the blood Kirin, too. They wanted to stop the blood Kirin's advance. Hansen's eyes looked cold. He knew that the old woman had successfully provoked the other sirens. Lan Haixin, I hope you don't regret your decision, Hansen said in an emotionless voice. He let go of the blood Kirin's head, then pulled out the Thunder God spike and ghost teeth knife that were attached to his waist. The blood Kirin roared and leaped at the old siren woman. The blood air glowed with a deep scarlet light. It swept forward, looking like it was going to rip the old siren woman in half. Lan Haixin and a few of the other Siren Kings came forward in an attempt to stop Hansen. I only want her. This has nothing to do with any of the rest of you. Anyone who tries to stop me will forfeit their life. Hansen said grimly. It didn't look like he was going to fall back. There was another way that Hansen could have resolved this situation, but the direct approach would be much faster. He had no interest in making sacrifices for the good of the sirens, or in being held responsible for their mistakes and stupidity. Hansen slashed and thrust, and the area around him turned into a chaotic blur of knife airs and sword lights. He cut off the Siren Kings while the blood Kirin surged after the old siren woman. The old siren woman screamed, I will use the siren sacrifice to seal them. You guys look for an opening to attack them. Elder, no! The sirens were all in shock. The old siren woman gathered herself up bravely. A blue water light spread out like blooming flowers as a scary presence began to rise within her. A siren-shaped shadow landed on her, and her presence suddenly erupted like a volcano. The blue water light slid out of the old siren woman and became blue tentacles that wrapped around the blood Kirin. The blood Kirin broke the tentacles, but more were fast approaching. They managed to trap Hansen and the blood Kirin in their knotted grasp. Elder, why are you doing this? Lan Haixin looked pale. She knew exactly what the old siren woman was doing. The other sirens were feeling much the same way. They knew that using siren sacrifice meant spending one's life. The old siren woman was laying down her life, and she obviously didn't mean to bring them harm. Many of the sirens looked at Hansen and the blood Kirin with gut-wrenching hatred. After all, it was Hansen and the blood Kirin that had pushed her to throw away her life and cast siren sacrifice. Hansen knew that his last chance of getting through to them had disappeared. The old siren woman's move had been cruelly effective. No matter what he said, the other sirens would no longer trust him. It doesn't matter anyway. It's not my job to preserve the lives of these idiots. If they want to die this badly, then not even a saint could stop them. I am just Han Sr. Hansen calmly looked at the old siren woman. He pushed against the blue light tentacles, and the brave-looking old siren woman gave him a mocking smile. This time, Lan Haixin didn't need to give the order for the sirens to attack the blood Kirin, and Han Senator, the sirens rushed forward to kill them the moment that the old siren woman trapped them. As you wish, Hansen murmured to himself. He used his original Water King bodies area and the Sea Dragon area. Many areas collided within the palace. Hansen pulled out his knife, and the blood Kirin let out a thunderous roar. He ripped through the blue light tentacles to charge at the old siren woman. Knives and swords flickered all around them as the sirens attacked Hansen and the blood Kirin furiously. The Siren Kings were filled with bloodlust, and Hansen had to deal with them and fight through the tentacles at the same time. The situation was a very dire and dangerous one. The sirens tried their best, and the old siren woman made sure to look as sad and brave as possible. She was spending her own life force to sustain the demonic siren shadows, and it looked as if her light was about to fail. She was still struggling to hold on, though. All 7 of her holes were bleeding. Her hair had turned white, and it looked as if she was dying. Suddenly, the old siren woman coughed up some blood. Her body was shaking, and it looked as if she was about to keel over. Elder, Lan Haixin shouted. Forget about me. I deserve to die. I cannot allow the siren to be destroyed right before my eyes. I will protect the siren and their blood, even if it costs me my life. The old siren woman screamed. The blue light exploded again in even greater volume. It looked like she had poured all of her remaining life force into this last blast. The siren's eyes were red as they were filled with anger and grief. They used 120% of their power. They wanted to use this final chance to take out Han San and the Blood Kirin. Lan Haixin, you can still come back if you stop this now, Han San said from atop the Blood Kirin. He looked directly at Lan Haixin. Lily was sitting behind Han San and holding tight to his waist. This fight was out of her league. If not for Han San, the streams of power would already have torn her apart. Why must you and your mother bring harm to the sirens? Even if we did something bad to you guys, you still have siren blood inside you. Can you not let go of the hatred in your hearts? Why must you try to kill us? Lan Haixin looked sad as she spoke. I told you, this is none of my business. She is the one who set you guys up. Han San pointed at the old siren woman as he spoke. Why are you still talking like this? Do you think we are idiots or something? A siren king bellowed. Today, I will kill you on behalf of the elder. Another siren king roared. Kill him. I have given you guys 3 chances. What happens now is on you. Han San lifted his weapon and thrust it forward. Suddenly, the entire hall was webbed with knife silks. They appeared everywhere, and they were pressing forward. Blurg. Fresh blood splattered throughout the palace. The knife silks killed the sirens and sliced through the blue light tentacles. Limbs and blood were flying through the air, and suddenly, the whole hall was turned red. Everyone in the hall, aside from Han San, Lily, the Blood Kirin, Lan Haixin, Bauer and the old siren woman had been killed. The siren kings had all been dismembered. Some of the siren kings were still breathing, but having lost their limbs, they could only scream hoarsely as they wallowed in their own blood. Lan Haixin's eyes widened, and she just stood there. She looked terrified, hopeless, disbelieving. A myriad of emotions flickered across her face. You? Lan Haixin's body was trembling as she pointed at Han Senator. She hadn't expected this to be the end. She hadn't expected Han Sen to be so strong. I did as you wished. Are you happy now? Han Sen ignored Lan Haixin and spoke to the old siren woman. Haha, I can see now that you truly are of that bitch's blood. Your hearts are deep. But it doesn't make a difference even if you did see through my plan. I still played you. The old siren woman cackled. She didn't look sad, and her dying body suddenly looked very alive. Lan Haixin stared at the old siren woman. She couldn't believe her eyes. The siren blood on the ground began to move. It raced to the altar and dyed the altar red. Elder. Why? Lan Haixin looked at the old siren woman with utter disbelief. Her voice trembled. Why? The old siren woman's face was twisted. She gritted her teeth and said, I want to know why too. I want to know why I am so talented. And yet, not a single siren was able to appreciate my accomplishments. Is it because I don't have the blood of the Holy Virgin? Is that why that bitch became the Holy Virgin instead? If a traitor like that was able to become the Holy Virgin, why couldn't I? I waited many years for that bitch to die, but they let you, a girl who didn't even have pure blood, become the Holy Virgin instead. I want to know why they never considered giving me the chance. I'm so smart. No one amongst the siren could do the things that I've done. But just because I don't have a drop of the Holy Virgin's blood, I have to be considered a mere commoner? In this world, there's no point in asking why. Things only belong to you if you fight for them. The old siren woman gave a twisted laugh. Now I finally have this chance. If the sirens aren't willing to accept me, then I will destroy this entire race. I will offer my blood to the siren bottle and conjure a new race, one which will worship me as their alpha. Because of that, you are willing to kill off the last of our kind? Lan Haixin looked very sad. They are nothing. As long as I have the siren bottle, I can be deified. I can create a race of my own. The old siren woman sounded a little crazy. You don't have the holy virgin blood. You cannot control the siren bottle. All you have done is for nothing. Lan Haixin looked unspeakably sad. The old siren woman laughed. You will just have to thank that bitch, then. She wanted her hybrid son to claim the holy bottle. She built this crystal palace and the blood altar here and made a deal with you. She did all of this for his benefit. She only used you for your blood. With this altar, the siren blood, and the refinement of the holy bottle, I can control it. Even without the holy virgin's blood. I suffered much humiliation when I was young, but I sided with that bitch. I did everything I could to earn her trust. I almost died multiple times during my service to her. Even my son died for her. I sacrificed so much to gain her faith. Now I'm the only one who can wield this technique. That bitch would have never imagined I was scheming to betray her. She never knew I was the one that killed her. She couldn't even tell her secret to her hybrid son. Now everything belongs to me. I will be the next race's alpha. After saying this, the old siren woman laughed like mad. She seemed utterly self-assured. You seem to have forgotten I'm still here. Han Sun looked at that old siren woman with pride. The old siren woman's smile vanished as she looked at Han Sr. You aren't bad. You must be as devious as that bitch to have hidden things for so long. Your own plan was decent, but you are still too young, and you ended up killing all the siren. What a shame. Now the blood altars process has begun, and the holy bottle is in the midst of being refined. Although it cannot be fully used yet, I only need to borrow a little of its power to kill both you and the blood Kirin. I don't believe that you are completely without holy virgin blood. How can you use the holy bottle's power without it? Han Sen asked. Han Sen had guessed the old siren woman's plan a while ago, but he hadn't killed her yet because he wanted the siren bottle as well. He had the same problem as the old siren woman. He had the original Water King body, but he didn't have the holy virgin blood. The holy bottle wouldn't accept him as its master. And this wasn't just because Han Sen had replaced Bai Yi either. Even Bai Yi's mother didn't believe the young prince would be able to make use of the bottle. So, she set up the blood altar. She needed a blood sacrifice so that Bai Yi could control the siren bottle, but that should still be impossible for Han Sen. Han Sen wanted to know the old siren woman's plan. She must have some method for controlling the siren bottle. So he didn't yet strike her down. It is okay. Soon you will believe. I'm going to use both of you hybrids as a sacrifice. Then, I will be able to control the siren bottle and create a race of my own. I will be the alpha and leader of it, the old siren woman said. She walked towards the altar and picked up the siren bottle. Obsession was etched deep into the lines of her face. Lan Haixin used her area power in a bid to stop the old woman. But as soon as Lan Haixin moved onto the altar's rainbow light bounced her back. She was unable to access that zone. The old siren woman lifted the bottle and laughed. That cheap bitch wasn't at my level, but she was still better than the two of you. You two hybrids will die today. Han Sun looked at the old siren woman with interest and said, You're going to kill me? Aren't you afraid that the Extreme King will hunt you down? The old siren woman grinned and looked at him with disdain. I watched Bai Yi grow up. Aside from that bitch, no one else understood him more than I. You are not Bai Yi. I don't know how you did what you did. Perhaps it was a similar skill to consume? But regardless, your ability to open the Crystal Palace door proves that you refine the hybrid Bai Yi's blood. I get your blood and give you to King Bai. He will appreciate that, I think. I can get the siren bottle and receive King Bai's reward. I must say, God seems to be on my side. Ha ha! Lan Haixin looked at Han Sen with proper shock. She had never realized the Bai Yi in front of her was a fake. But she never thought someone would be brave enough to disguise themselves as a prince of the Extreme King, either. Instead of denying the accusation, Han Sen admitted it. He stood silently and watched the old siren woman. Her hands were glowing. Power was coming out of her hands and flowing into the siren bottle. The siren bottle's wings were like the faces of siren women. They looked alive. Their eyes shone with light, and blue waves rippled across them. They made sad, sniffling noises like an instrument was playing. Not long after, a water drop arose inside the bottle. The old siren woman happily grabbed the drop and put it into her mouth. Her body began to glow and change. Rainbow-color light rinsed over her, and the old siren woman's tree bark-like face changed. Her age and wrinkles disappeared, and she became an 18-year-old girl with skin that was smooth and white. Her fish scales looked transparent and crystal, and they glowed with rainbow light. Her entire body had been completely renewed, and her presence changed along with it. The crystal god Conch became deified because of that siren bottle. Han Sen looked at the siren elder. She didn't look old anymore. It looked as if she had returned to being a young woman. The siren elder swung her fishtail, and waves surged out behind her as she swam away from the blood altar and went toward Han Sen and Lan Haixin. She laughed haughtily. As long as I possess the holy bottle, anything I desire is within my grasp. After that, the siren elder waved her hand. A rainbow light fired at Han Sen and Lan Haixin. Her powers were now very different than her original abilities, and her attack was similar to the blurry rainbow lights that were visible inside the siren bottle. The blurry rainbow lights came down, transforming into crystal bottles around Han Sen and the others to trap them. Han Sen had seen the crystal god Conch use an almost identical power, and now he knew for sure that the power had come from the siren bottle. But the siren elder was weaker than the crystal god Conch had been. She generated a substance chain power, but it was very weak. It wasn't solid like the crystal god Conch's substance chains. It looks like she can't really control the power of the siren bottle. But how did the crystal god Conch wield the siren bottle's power so well? Couldn't have activated the siren bottle. And it didn't have the siren blood necessary to perform the sacrifice either. Han Sen thought to himself. Lan Haixin's power struck the crystal bottle, but the attempt was futile. Her attack struck the surface of the bottle with king-class power, but it wasn't enough to even rattle it on the spot. Ha! It is useless. This is the siren bottle's power. Allow me to take your blood so that I may use it on the siren bottle. When I control it in its entirety, I will achieve even more power, and then I can start my own race that will exist all across the universe. I will become an alpha. A maniacal grin split the siren elder's face, and the rainbow colors that enshrouded her became even brighter. The glass bottle grew smaller as the siren elder applied pressure to it. She wanted to squash the people inside it. Little red bird. Han Sen understood how the siren elder was making use of the siren bottle, but he didn't hesitate to summon the little red bird. The little red bird fluttered over to Bao's shoulder. Then it hopped onto Han Sen's finger and chirped at him. We're about done here. Get rid of this old hag, but leave her final few breaths to me. I want to finish her off myself. Han Sen commanded the little red bird. The siren elder looked as if she had heard a funny joke, and she laughed. This isn't the end yet, and you are already going crazy. Boom! The words had barely left the siren elder's mouth when the little red bird took flight. Flames began to lick around her body as she rose from Han Sen's finger. Suddenly, the little red bird turned into a gold fire phoenix. The phoenix wings gave a couple of powerful beats, raising swathes of fire that charred the walls of the glass bottle. The substance chains that composed the crystal walls were like paper. The flames danced across them, and they were incinerated into ashes in a flash. It looks like the siren elder's power is far inferior to the crystal god Conch's. This is like a fake deified's power, Han Sen thought to himself. Deified xenogeneic. No, impossible. The siren elder's eyes were wide, filled with utter disbelief at what she saw. Lan Haixin couldn't believe it either. She stared in amazement at the little red bird that had turned into a fire phoenix. The two sirens were familiar with the little red bird already, as Bao played with the creature every day, and she especially liked to bully it. Lan Haixin sometimes felt sorry for the little thing, but it had never seemed to mind getting bullied by Bao, continued to follow her at all times. That little red bird was actually a deified xenogeneic. The thought was mind-boggling, but the truth couldn't be denied. The fire phoenix that the little red bird had turned into was now flying towards the old siren woman. and when it reached her, it spat out a golden fireball. The Siren Elder screamed, her voice thrumming weirdly around them. Her body was shining, and that light became a glass bottle that tried to encase the little red bird. But it turned to dust the instant it came close to those fires. The flames lashed wildly towards the Siren Elder. The Siren Elder was unable to dodge. She gathered up her angelic god light to block the attacks with her hands. But when her hands touched the fire, they started to burn. And then her whole body was aflame. Arg! No. This is impossible. I want to be an alpha. I want to receive this holy bottle. The Siren Elder screamed angrily as the cruel fire consumed her. Not long after, her burned body was turned to ash. That wasn't a real deified power, huh? It looks like her methods were riddled with flaws. Bai Yi and Lan Haixin's blood have to be combined to control the siren bottle. Han Sen pulled out his ghost teeth knife. He walked forward and cut off the dying Siren Elder's head. Mutant Xenogeneic King hunted. Siren Lady. Mutant Xenogeneic gene found. After Han Sen killed the Siren Elder, the fire continued to burn. The Siren Elder's body turned into ash. A blue gem that must have been her Xenogeneic gene sat amidst the gray. But I didn't get her beast soul. Han Sen grabbed the gem and held it in the palm of his hand. Han Sen placed the blue gem into his chest pocket, then approached the altar. Pang! Han Sen tried going to the altar, but the blurry rainbow stopped him short. Han Sen frowned. He simulated the Siren Elder, but he still couldn't access the altar. Lan Haixin bit her lips and said, "It looks like you have wasted your efforts here. You won't be able to get the holy bottle after all." Han Sen ignored her. She looked at the siren bottle for a while and suddenly said, "It is you, right? The siren's final holy virgin, Bai Yi's mom. You are a clever kid." A woman's voice came out of the siren bottle. The blurry rainbow in the bottle came into focus, turning into a beautiful siren woman who hung at the entrance. She had white ears and white scales. Her skin looked like jade, and it was even smoother than Han Sen's jade skin. Her hair was long and black, and it reached down to her waist. Her eyes were like obsidian. Her face was very attractive, and a soft smile warmed her expression. "Ho! Holy Virgin!" Lan Haixin stared at the woman by the siren bottle in shock. She didn't know how to compose herself at that moment. All the things she thought could never happen had transpired in such an incredibly short time. Lan Haixin felt like her entire lifetime hadn't contained as many unexpected twists as the last 10 minutes. "Little Xin, you are still as cute and naive as ever." The white-scaled woman smiled at Lan Haixin as she spoke. Why are you here? I thought you were..." Lan Haixin was having difficulty composing her sentences. The situation was so incredibly unexpected that her mind was struggling to adapt. The woman sighed and said, "Some unforeseen problems occurred during my evolution, and little Yoon tried to kill me. She forced my hand, and I had to put myself into the siren bottle to stay alive." Han Sen understood now. The little Yoon she had referenced was undoubtedly the Siren Elder. It seemed that she had never actually won over Bai Yi's mother. The plan she concocted was actually just a part of Bai Yi's mother's grand conspiracy. Even when she failed to evolve, she had actually won. The woman then looked at Han Senator. She still wore that soft smile, and she said, "My son, I am glad to see you here. You must have heard what the Siren Elder said." "I'm not your son Bai Yi," Han San said simply. The woman nodded. "I know. Bai Yi wasn't my son anyway." When the woman said that, Lan Haixin reeled in shock. Even Han Sen was astonished. The woman explained, "I am the Siren Virgin. I must keep my body pure. I had no choice but to marry into the Extreme King, but I made a deal with King Bai. I would be known as his wife, but when it came to child-making, that would be done by another siren woman that I kept close by. That person couldn't have been the Siren Elder, could it?" Han Sen's heart jumped. The woman gave Han Sen an appreciative look. She spoke softly to him, saying, "Yes, it was indeed little Yoon, and she only slept with King Bai once. She didn't actually know about my deal with King Bai, and she never realized that I was still a virgin. Han Sen shuddered, and he said, Bai Yi was her son? Kid, I like you more and more. The woman smiled at Han Sen, but she didn't answer his question. The realization felt like a chill sinking deep into Han Sen's bones. His guess had been correct, he assumed. The Siren Elder said she had given her son for this woman. But the white-scaled woman didn't actually have a child. Bai Yi had the blood of King Bai and a siren. The only possibility was that Bai Yi was the Siren Elder's son. But this white-scaled woman had used some trick to take the baby for herself. The Siren Elder had no idea, and she had believed for all this time that her son was dead. What a frightening woman. The Siren Elder never guessed that Bai Yi was her son. It's lucky she didn't find out. Otherwise, she would have done everything for Bai Yi, and she probably would have exposed me to King Bai. Han Sen looked at the woman's sweet smile and felt relieved. Kid, how about you and I strike a deal? The woman smiled at Han Sen. What kind of deal? Han Sen asked. You know of my situation. My body is destroyed, and I live inside the siren bottle. If I do not find a body, I will fade away. You have disguised yourself as Bai Yi. He was not my son, but he was the son of King Bai. I assume you are aware of what might happen if King Bai learned that you killed Bai Yi. The woman was straightforward, which Han Sen appreciated. I can help you deal with that, and I can help you make use of the siren bottle's power. But you will also have to find me a body to use. What do you think? That doesn't sound like a bad deal. I will agree to it, Han Sen said. The woman seemed surprised. She hadn't expected Han Sen to agree so quickly. Her smile deepened. Kid, I like you more and more. I can help you, but I do have a condition, Han Sen said. Speak then. The woman nodded. You can call me by name, or you can just say hey or yo or whatever. Just stop calling me a kid, Han Sen said seriously. The woman grinned at Han Sen and said, Fine, I understand. Then let's go, Han Sen said, nodding to the woman. If you ever require my help, knock on the left side of the siren bottle. The woman met Han Sen's eyes, and the siren bottle stopped shining. The rainbow drained back into the siren bottle, taking the woman with it. The siren bottle left the altar and flew into Han Sen's hand. The light disappeared, and the siren bottle looked like nothing more than an ordinary crystal bottle. Han Sen looked at the siren bottle for a moment, then put it away. That woman was strong. She had the siren relic, the siren bottle, as a base for her current existence. It was likely that not even the little red bird could deal with her. They had a temporary agreement to work together, as they really had no reason to fight each other. If something happened that caused them to butt heads, things would turn very bad very quickly. The woman had used the Siren Elder to bring the rest of the siren there to be killed. She clearly required the blood of the siren. Her plan had probably involved killing Bai Yi and Lan Haixin as well. But because Han Sen had been present, he had foiled the woman's plan. She was probably uncertain about Han Sen and his capabilities, so she had chosen to form an alliance with him. She couldn't be trusted, though. He knew that. But right now, working for her was a good thing for Han Senator, so he had decided not to expose her. They both had something to gain, and they needed each other. So, they joined forces without much trouble or negotiating. Lan Haixin looked bewildered. She had listened to the entire conversation leading up to the deal between Han Sen and the woman, and she still didn't really understand what had happened. It sounded like some strange sort of joke. What are you doing? Han Sen approached and Lan Haixin grew pale. She knew she was weak, and she couldn't escape. Han Sen had a deified firebird. Even if he was alone, she couldn't hope to fight him. I'm taking my wife home. What else can I do? Han Sen took Lan Haixin's arm and smiled. Don't you dare. You killed all of my people. I will not be with you. Lan Haixin tried to shake his hand loose, but she couldn't free herself. Han Sen began tugging her away from the palace. Their deaths were a result of your stupidity. Even if I hadn't cut them down, the Siren Elder would have killed everyone here, Han Sen said, his voice dispassionate. Lan Haixin opened her mouth, but the words of response never came. She looked pale, and a desperate thought crossed her mind. If you are going to commit suicide, I will not stop you. But think about this, you are the last siren with virgin blood. You are the last hope of your people. If you die now, it will be game over for the siren, Han Sen said harshly. Lan Haixin struggled to maintain her composure, and she did not speak. Back in Underwater Town, Han Sen decided to leave Bauer in the company of Lan Haixin, in case the siren tried to do something that would give him a headache later on. A commoner could die and no trouble would be caused, but if a princess died, that could have dire repercussions for Planet Waterzone. King Bai and many others would take the event quite seriously, so Han Sen needed to keep an eye on Lan Haixin. Fortunately, with Bauer by the woman's side, he wasn't worried about her doing anything to rock the boat. Brother 16, have you considered my proposal? Bai Ling Shuang's video suddenly appeared on his phone. We can talk about this later. I'm not certain I will be able to reach the peak of Rot Bone Mountain. If I make this agreement and subsequently fail, I will only let you down, Han Sen said. That is okay. As long as you try your best, I won't attempt to exact vengeance, even if you fail. And I will still give you your rewards, Bai Ling Shuang said. Are you sure you can promise that? Han Sen looked hesitant. Brother 16, tell me what you want. I will not be stingy in what I offer. If you want share, Big Sister is happy to give her to you. Bai Ling Shuang smiled. You're really willing to give me share? Han Sen sounded desperately hopeful, as if he was smitten in the throes of love. Bai Ling Shuang smiled. Brother 16, the foxes cannot be trusted. You don't really want a fox as a guard, do you? You don't want to let her go, Sister 10? Han Sen sounded sad. Bai Ling Shuang shook her head. Men have no resistance when it comes to foxes. It isn't that I want to keep her from you. I'm just afraid that something bad might happen if I don't. If you don't want to let Cher go, Sister 10, then give me 100 King-class xenogeneic genes. Han Sen looked annoyed as he made this request. Han Sen didn't actually want Cher, of course. He had only requested her so he could suggest the bounty of xenogeneic genes as an alternative. 100 King-class xenogeneic genes was a lot to ask for. Even Bai Ling Shuang would feel a loss of that magnitude. Of course, if Bai Ling Shuang gave Cher to him instead, Han Sen would take her. If he had control of Cher, he might be able to use her against Fox Queen. It would be perfect for him. Bai Ling Shuang frowned. 100 King-class xenogeneic genes was too much. Even with her wealth, she couldn't accept such an offer easily. She fell silent for a while. Then she looked back at Han Sr. How about this, Brother 16? I will give you 50 King-class xenogeneic genes. If you help me reach the top of Rot Bone Mountain, I will give you another 50. If you are unable to reach the top of the mountain, you can keep that first 50 just for putting in the effort. What do you think of that? Sure. Han Sen accepted the suggested bargain immediately. Getting 50 King-class genes would be perfect for Han Sen, regardless of the circumstances. Will you come to Night Charm Town? Or do you want me to send them to you? Bai Ling Shuang asked in a level voice, fixing her hair as she spoke. Let me come to Night Charm Town. I miss Cher. You wouldn't be too stingy to let her spend a night with me, would you, Sister 10? Han Sen asked greedily. Bai Ling Shuang wasn't fond of Han Sen's avarice, but she still agreed. Bauer and the Little Red Bird were in Underwater Town, so Han Sen wasn't afraid that something ill would befall Lan Haixin and Lily. Things went smoothly. Han Sen stayed with Cher for a night, but instead of doing what Bai Ling Shuang thought they would be, they laid on the bed and shared information. Han Sen brought the 50 King-class xenogeneic genes home with him, but he couldn't make use of them yet. When he reached King class, Duke genes would be useless to him, so he needed to focus on obtaining Duke genes for now. Using the King class genes while he was still a Duke would be a waste. Han Sen put the King class xenogeneic genes in storage and went to King's Garden. There, he absorbed a lot of King air to increase his Duke gene tally. Bai Yi was now considered one of the most powerful royal children. The fact that Han Sen was no longer provoking the ire of the real royal children was an indication of his strength. And getting a primary root king dragon was not difficult. Because he had access to the richest king heir, Han Sen could gain many Duke genes in a single day. He unlocked 3 gene locks in each of his 4 geno-arts, and he still had some time before the big exam. Jadeskin's element could fortify the body and provide ice-sealing powers. Mutant blood had the element of blood and a genetic power. The Bloodpool Sutra was slightly different, in that it had the element of time and space. And as for the Dongshan Sutra, Hansen had no idea what category it belonged to. The story of Gene's element was eternity. It was able to freeze things. As he gained control of different elements, the power of eternity would change and adapt. If he could use it well, it would become very powerful. After the story of Genes opened its 3rd gene lock, Hansen noticed a change when he used the story of Genes. A strange connection was forged with the black crystal armor. Although the connection was weak, Hansen could feel that the black crystal armor had a life force and will. Is the black crystal armor a living thing? Is there something residing within the black crystal armor? Hansen didn't understand. The connection was too weak, though, and it came and went. Whenever he could feel it, the connection seemed blurry, like it was distorted by static. After spell levels up to King class, I should try to learn more about the black crystal armor. Maybe I will find out what it is, Hansen guessed to himself. King's Garden was very peaceful. The royal children were preparing for their annual exams, and no one wanted to cause any trouble before the exams were underway. Hansen left King's Garden and returned to Underwater Town. Right after he left King's Garden, he felt a strange energy in his ship. It was coming from behind him. He looked over his shoulder and found Fox Queen sitting there. "Why are you here?" Hansen turned back to the controls of his ship. Fox Queen remained sitting and smiled. "I am here because of Destiny's Tower. My good big sister. Many people have grown suspicious of me. It is so difficult for me to protect myself." "What do you want?" Hansen said. "There is an opportunity sitting right before you, and it is virtually devoid of risk. If you can rank among the top 3 in the exam, you will gain access to Destiny's Tower," Fox Queen said. "I can enter Destiny's Tower if I make it to the top 3? Hansen was shocked. If he had this chance, he would definitely like to go to Destiny's Tower. "Yes, but you need to be in the top 3. Fox Queen nodded with surety. "Then I have no chance. There are 2 deified royal children, and there are many half-deified. There are too many for me to beat." Hansen shook his head. Fox Queen smiled. "Be in the top 3, or I will tell everyone that you murdered Bai Yi. The choice is yours." "That woman is annoying." Hansen still didn't like Fox Queen. If Hansen's identity was exposed, it wouldn't benefit Fox Queen in any way. She didn't seem like the type to harm others if she wasn't going to get anything out of it. But Hansen couldn't apply normal logic when trying to predict Fox Queen's behavior. She was a fox, and she had been imprisoned for eons. No one could be certain how she would act. Hansen thought about it some more. He had some people he could use. After he returned to Underwater Town, he brought out his siren bottle and tapped the left side of it 3 times. A rainbow fired out of the bottle, then turned into a shadowy shape that slowly composed itself as the Siren Virgin. Hansen told her that he had been threatened by Fox Queen. The Siren Virgin looked unconcerned. She calmly said, "Fox Queen won't sell you out. But if you can reach the top 3 in the exams and gain access to Destiny's Tower, that would be a considerable reward. My identity could be exposed any second. Why would I do something to draw so much attention?" Hansen bore a wry smile. The Siren Virgin laughed. "Your situation is not as precarious as you believe. King Bai did grow suspicious of you, but if he wants to investigate you, there are only 3 ways he can do that. First, he could summon you directly. But I don't think he's confident that seeing you would help. He never liked Bai Yi much as a son. Anyway, so they only rarely met. I actually don't think he could tell if you were Bai Yi or not. The second method would be to investigate you through Miss Mirror. For other people, that would be the most difficult means of detection to avoid, but for you, it would most likely be the easiest." "Why?" Hansen cocked his head as he looked at the Siren Virgin. He had never told her the story of his time with Miss Mirror, so he didn't know what had led the Siren Virgin to this conclusion. The woman pointed at Hansen's finger and the ring that was on it. "You are wearing the Mirror Spirit Eye Ring. You are Miss Mirror's hope. Why would she go and destroy her own hope? Hope? What are you talking about? Han Sen felt sudden pleasure as he realized that the Siren Virgin seemed to know something about this. The Siren Virgin smiled kindly. Miss Mirror is called Miss Mirror because she has a mirror spirit king body. That body provides her with a mirroring ability. She can use her mirror body on an elite, and the stronger the elite becomes, the more she benefits. This ring is Miss Mirror's mirror body? Han Sen looked at the ring on his finger with astonishment. The Siren Virgin nodded and said, "Yes, mirror body can only be used once. If the mirror body becomes solid and falls into someone else's hands, then Miss Mirror loses control of it. The new owner would benefit from the mirror body instead." Miss Mirror was quite well known among the Extreme King for her beauty and intelligence. In her youth, that is, the name Princess Mirror was a very famous one. Many young nobles wanted to marry her, but she was too proud to submit to being in someone's shadow. She didn't look up to any of her peers. In the end, she did marry someone, but it was a young outsider. She put the mirror body into a mirror spirit eye ring and sent it to the young outsider. After pausing, the Siren Virgin went on to say, "That handsome young man didn't disappoint Miss Mirror. He was a duke, and he leveled up fast with Miss Mirror's help. Within 100 years, he had become deified. He caused a big fuss amongst the Extreme King, but sadly he was killed in a fight, and the mirror spirit eye ring was lost. I would never have expected it to be in your possession. So, you are saying that when I wear this ring, Miss Mirror can gain something from me? What is she taking?" Han Sen asked apprehensively. The Siren Virgin laughed. "Don't worry. The mirror body requires your willpower and intent to function properly. Plus, the information can only be swapped when the two mirror bodies are in close proximity. You must have noticed that Miss Mirror had a ring that was similar to yours. You have to be close together for both of the rings to send messages. And the messages go both ways. You can learn what Miss Mirror's thoughts are. That was why that young man was able to level up so fast. To have gained the ring as a duke while Miss Mirror is already deified, you're either very skilled or very lucky. Her level is much higher than yours. She can't just take the ring back and give it to another person, can she?" Han Sen wondered. It would be much easier for her if the ring could be transferred that simply. However, once the ring has been taken by an outsider, she cannot control it. Since you are wearing the mirror spirit eye ring, that means you have received the mirror body's approval. If you die, the mirror body will be damaged. Last time she lost the ring, when a deified died, it must have dealt a fair amount of damage to Miss Mirror's mirror body. I doubt she wants to go through that again. Otherwise, she would have already killed you and taken the mirror spirit eye ring back for herself. After all, while you are wearing the ring, she gains nothing." The Siren Virgin smiled. Han Sen didn't understand. His body wasn't deified yet, but his emotions couldn't be any less intense than Miss Mirror's. If the mirror body reflected emotions and willpower, who knew who might be getting the better end of the deal? But knowing the mirror spirit eye ring did no harm to his body, Han Sen felt much better. There was no need to worry about the ring doing anything bad to him. Plus, he now had a much better understanding of why Miss Mirror hadn't turned him in to King Bai. With that clarified, Han Sen felt much safer. That means Miss Mirror won't want to see me dead, right? Han Sen felt happy. Of course she won't want you to die. She might even try to protect you. After all, if you die, her mirror body will be damaged too. And it would take her a very, very long while to recover from the damage that would be inflicted. It might even be permanent, the Siren Virgin said. You said King Bai had 3 methods. What is the third way? Han Sen asked. As the leader of the Extreme King, King Bai has many ways of obtaining intel. There is no need to worry about ordinary intel gatherers. You are a prince, so most will be unable to investigate you. But King Bai has a network for intel gathering, and it is called radio wave. They have eyes all around the universe. It is a very powerful web, and that is what should concern you the most. If your identity is exposed, it will probably be the work of Radio Wave, the Siren Virgin said. I don't know who might be a member of Radio Wave, so I cannot prevent that. Han Sen shook his head. That is okay. I can tell you everything about Bai Yi. Just do as I say, and no one will be able to prove that you are not Bai Yi, the Siren Virgin said. Over the next few days, Han Sen didn't go anywhere. He discussed Bai Yi with the Siren Virgin for hours on end, trying to memorize all the important details about the man that he could. When the exams began, every single person of the Extreme King would be watching. And of course, King Bai was going to be there. The chance of his identity being exposed would be the greatest it had ever been. Your personality and Bai Yi's are way too different. It doesn't matter how much you pretend. You two cannot be exactly the same. It is fortunate that King Bai never loved Bai Yi. Just take care not to expose yourself and take solace in the fact that it would be hard for him to recognize Bai Yi anyway. And no matter what happens, you need to stick your guns and tell people you are Bai Yi. No matter how suspicious others become, they cannot kill you without solid evidence proving that you are not him. Siren Virgin explained things to Han Sen as clearly as she could. When Han Sen heard what she told him, he felt relieved. It was just as Siren Virgin said. King Bai had no way of verifying Han Sen's identity. If there was a remote chance that Han Sen was his son, he would not kill him. If he did, King Bai would be known as the man who murdered his own child. Even if he didn't mind the damage his reputation would incur, it would be bad news for the Extreme King. The Siren Virgin had addressed Han Sen's greatest fears, and in so doing, she had relieved a lot of his anxiety. This woman is good. No wonder she handled the Siren Elder so easily. The old woman died without even realizing what had really happened. Han Sen thought in admiration. He tried to put some power into the siren bottle, but it was like the power was sinking into a bottomless sea. None of his attempts seemed to work. There wasn't even a single metaphorical wave. After that, Han Sen didn't dare to test the bottle any further. He didn't want to invoke the ire of the Siren Virgin. The siren bottle couldn't have been any weaker than the undying bird's nest. Attempting to use it by force would be difficult and probably foolhardy. On the day of the exam, Han Sen brought the Blood Kirin, Lily, Bauer and Lan Haixin with him. It was a whole family outing. Han Sen hadn't planned on bringing Lan Haixin, since her presence could complicate things. But the exams were not just exams. They were a very important festival for the entire Extreme King society. All of the royal families had to attend. If Han Sen didn't bring Lan Haixin with him, others would find it very suspicious. The Extreme King became very festive around the exams. When Han Sen and Lan Haixin arrived at the exam site, it was already really crowded. Many of the Extreme King nobles had come there to watch the royal children. That day was the opening ceremony, so there were many traditional events taking place. One of them featured the royal children going up on stage to show off. Once they were on the stage, every royal child had to properly announce themselves to the rest of the Extreme King. Of course, the introduction was nothing special. You just had to declare your name and title. If you added flair to the introductions, though, that was one way to stand out and make yourself memorable. Because of this, all the royal children would be utilizing their creativity to try to attract the attention of the audience. After all, the entire Geno universe was divided into ranks of one sort or another, and this was truer than ever when it came to the hierarchy of the Extreme King. The elites were those who were known and obeyed, and so the royal children wouldn't miss out on this opportunity to make an impression. After the opening ceremony, it was time for the royal children to show off. The first that came out on stage was the Crown Prince, Bai Wuxia. Bai Wuxia was the Crown Prince, but he was only half deified. He wasn't one of the two deified royals who were attending. The curtains of the stage pulled back, revealing Bai Wuxia. He was clad in golden armor, and his gold king area covered the whole of the Extreme King's plaza. He was shining so brightly, like a gold warrior walking down a gold path. My name is Bai Wuxia. I am the Crown Prince. Bai Wuxia's introduction was a simple one, and then he departed the platform of the Extreme King. After Bai Wuxia left, a sword light appeared above, tearing through the sky. The sword light was blindingly bright, and it made people's skin feel cold. It seemed to exert pressure on them from above. All the princes and princesses came out, and because each one of them was impressive, none of them were very surprising. Han Sen looked closer and sighed. There were many elites in the Extreme King. Many of those royal children could wipe out a lower race. The crowd was mostly focused on the two deified children. One of them was a prince, whereas the other one was a princess. After those two, the crowd was probably most interested in Bai Ling Shuang. She was widely considered to be the prettiest woman of the Extreme King. But in a discussion of beauty, Han Sen would have leaned toward Bai Wei. She was just as striking as Bai Ling Shuang. In truth, all of the royal children looked special, but Bai Ling Shuang was simply stronger and had more of a reputation. Soon it was Han Sen's, Prince 16's, time to show off. Han Sen, when he heard his name get called, had to get up and go to the door that led out onto the stage. Many nobles, commoners, and even deified elites were interested in seeing Bai Yi, known as Prince 16. After all, his two most recent accomplishments were amazing, if completely unexpected. Claiming the Alpha statue and obtaining the protection of thousands of Kingis. Either of these acts would have made Bai Yi's name a very famous one. Because of this, people watched Bai Yi expectantly. They were more focused on him than on the two deified children. After all, the deified royal children were there every year. But Bai Yi had been only a cliff note in the past, and his sudden rise had gotten people curious. Under the eyes of all, Han Sen slowly walked through the door. He hadn't activated an overwhelming king area, and he wasn't producing any knife lights or sword lights. Han Sen, wearing a simple green robe, quietly walked to the center of the Extreme King's stage. Bai Yi, Extreme King's 16th prince. The number 1 in this exam. After saying this, Han Sen turned around and exited the stage. Blurg! Prince 19, who had just taken a swig of tea, spat it out. His eyes opened wide as he watched Han Sen step down from the Extreme King stage. The plaza was deathly quiet. No one seemed to know how to react. Old 16 is getting crazier and crazier. Bai Zonglong had a wry smile. Every time I think I have a handle on him, this guy does something even more insane. Bai Ling Shuang tried to keep her face expressionless, as she wondered if she had signed her own death sentence by making an alliance with Bai Yi. Haha, I like this introduction. It's aggressive. I have seen so many of the royal children's introductions, but this one has to be the strongest of the lot. Strong? That was stupid. Even if he is a match for most of his siblings, there are two deified royal children here. How can he predict he will reach first place? That was pretty dumb, but I liked it. This Prince 16 is very interesting. The whole of King's Kingdom was in shock. They were all intently discussing Prince 16 Bai Yi and his controversial introduction. Even King Bai, his wife, Ancient Abyss, and the other officials were all looking at Han Sen. Han Sen acted as if nothing had happened. He returned to his seat. The impact of Han Sen's display continued to swell. Prince 16's introduction didn't possess any shocking sky power or flashy techniques, but his words were like a rock falling into a lake. The splash and ripples were felt across every corner of King's Kingdom. Everyone knew Prince 16 Bai Yi had been the catalyst for two massive events in their history, and so his reputation had become substantial. Most people still believed that his words were an amusing mistake, or maybe even a straight-up joke. No one actually thought Bai Yi could do what he claimed. Most people's expectations for the results of the exam hadn't changed, though. The first and second spots were presumably going to be secured by the two deified royal children. It was almost a default assumption. Prince 16, who only had a one-tier area, wouldn't be able to create many waves. No matter how well he performed, he was just there to add more fun action for the spectators to watch. Nothing more, nothing less. But they were wrong. They had been wrong since the very beginning. Han Sen was prepared to fight. Perhaps he wouldn't take first place, but he at least hoped to reach the top 3. Plus, Han Sen had more than a first-tier area. His original Water King body was a mutant xenogenic gene that he had refined. Ordinarily, it couldn't have grown beyond the power it possessed when Han Sen first claimed it. It was first tier when he got it, and first tier it would remain. In the intervening time, however, Han Sen had gotten the ancient god origin. With that miraculous water power, the original Water King body was able to level up to a second-tier area. The ancient god origin is quite special. No wonder why so many elites wanted it. If my original Water King body can keep leveling up, that would be excellent, Han Sen mused as he played with the ancient god origin. A smile spread across his lips at the thought. But Han Sen wondered about his relationship with ancient water god. Han Sen had thought that he had gravely insulted ancient water god. But when the powerful being died, he sought Han Sen out and gave him the ancient god origin. It was very confusing. The higher tier a king reached, the stronger they would become. Once he reached the 9th tier, his king area would reset to tier 1 again, and he would become half-deified. Although the jump in power wasn't as impressive as becoming deified, half-deified elites had several multiples of the power of a 9th tier king. That was why they were considered half-deified. Han Sen didn't expect his original Water King body to reach the deified level. He would be satisfied if he was able to use the support of the ancient god origin to become half-deified. But despite employing many different methods, Han Sen hadn't been able to move his ancient god origin. He couldn't eat it, and neither could he drain power from it. At most, he could begin to meld the original Water King body into the ancient god origin. He fed the powers of the original Water King body into the ancient god origin, and they began to exist as one. The ancient god origin's power wasn't something that Han Sen could access freely, but the secondary effect it was having on his original Water King body was undeniable. The exams were about to start. The first day was used to transport all of the royal children to Rotbone Mountain. The children gathered at the bottom of the mountain, and they stared up at the loft peak above them, thrusting into the sky like a spear. They felt so small in comparison. Rotbone Mountain was like a pillar pointing to the heavens. Only its foothills were visible, as the peak was high above the clouds. A single rocky staircase would lead them all the way up to that semi-transparent peak. While they waited for the command that would tell them to start their hike, Bai Ling Shuang slowly moved closer to Han Senator. She looked at him, but she didn't say anything to him. 90% of Rotbone Mountain's trail was made of stone. All of King's Kingdom's civilians and nobles could see this. Only the path above the clouds, the one that led to the peak, couldn't be seen. Even deified elites couldn't look through the clouds and see what resided there. Bai Ling Shuang couldn't let everyone know that Han Sen was helping her out. If she allowed that, all of the extreme king would start laughing at her. So, she would walk 90% of the path alone. Near the end, when she reached the trickier path, she was willing to ask Han Sen for help. The last path was the most difficult path on Rotbone Mountain. Bai Ling Shuang wasn't confident that she could reach the end of that path. After a loud noise, 100 royal children approached the stone staircase. They looked like horses as they stampeded up. Either that or some experienced hiking team. The children stretched into a long line that inched its way up the mountain. Leading the group was the Crown Prince by Wuxia. No one fought for the path ahead of him. He was the Crown Prince and he was in the front. Behind the Crown Prince were the deified Prince 4 and Princess 2. They walked together side by side. Then, there were some half-deified royal children following directly behind, including Bai Ling Shuang and Bai Zonglong. After them came the king-class royal children like Han Sen. Han Sen looked around. He didn't see Bai Wuchang. It looked like the man wasn't taking part in the exam. Bai Qingxia walked next to Han Sen and quietly said, "Brother 16, let's go." "Sure." Han Sen nodded, and he walked up the stone stairs alongside Bai Qingxia. In the back of the group, a pair of pretty eyes were locked on the back of Han Sen's head. Those eyes belonged to Bai Wei. Han Sen thought Rotbone Mountain would be difficult to ascend. Otherwise, Bai Ling Shuang wouldn't have been willing to give up so many king-class xenogeneic genes for his help. But after Han Sen walked for a while, he noticed that Rotbone Mountain didn't seem as hard as he had expected. Aside from the air restriction that kept them from using flying powers, everything seemed normal. But when Han Sen tried to speed up, things changed immediately. He had been walking easily up the path, but now a force pushed heavily against him, crippling his speed. It was like he was trying to run through water. The faster he went, the more resistance he felt. The force resisting him seemed inexhaustible, and Han Sen had no option but to slow down. When he slowed down, the resistance lessened. He was almost unable to feel it any longer. "Now I understand why everyone is walking so slowly," I didn't realize this Rotbone Mountain was so amazing, Hansen thought to himself. Brother 16, our fight in King's Kingdom isn't done yet. When we fight on the Extreme King stage, let us finally find out which one of us will win, Bai Qingxia said as he walked beside Hansen. Didn't you lose the last time? Hansen asked, blinking. Bai Qingxia smiled. I lost with the Kingese, but the fight didn't see a victor crowned. Hatred times 10, I have more than just a few tears now. Hansen gave the man a surprised glance. How many tears do you have? 9 tears. I only need one more to reach times 10, but my body is only king class with 2 tears. I cannot break through the last tier. Bai Qingxia wasn't trying to hide anything, so he answered Hansen's question plainly. Awesome. Hansen complimented him, and Hansen meant what he said. Hansen had researched hatred times 10 after their battle, and it was indeed an amazing skill. Very few people could learn it. Times 1 required a first-tier king area, so to practice times 9, you would need a 9th-tier area. All the royal children made their ascent at a speed that was neither slow nor fast. The crown prince by Wuxia was leading the way, but their formation began to change once they reached the halfway point. At the middle point of the mountain staircase, there was a stone tablet. Upon it was inscribed, "Travel half the mountain, thinking like a sword." Hansen didn't know what it meant, but once they passed by the tablet, everyone started to speed up. Prince 4 and Princess 2 went past the crown prince by Wuxia. Other royal children started to pull away as well. The group began to spread out into ragged clumps of hikers, so it wasn't as tidy as it had been before the halfway point. The King's Kingdom nobles that had been watching half-heartedly now looked wide awake. They paid attention to the 2 deified royal children, of course, but many of them were just as focused on Hansen. After all, Hansen had sounded very cocky in the opening ceremony the day before. If he didn't perform well now, it would become an embarrassing joke. Brother 16. Let us see who can reach the top of the mountain faster. Bai Qingxia moved his feet faster and ran up the mountain like a sharp sword. Hansen agreed to the competition and he walked a bit faster as well. Heavy resistance pushed against him. Hansen still didn't understand, though. Earlier, they had all been hiking easily up the mountain. Why were they now forcing themselves to exhaust so much energy to go faster? They hadn't reached the hardest section of the path, which meant they couldn't be performing at their best. Regardless of how ridiculous it might seem, since everyone else was speeding up, Hansen couldn't allow himself to be left behind. He had to take this chance. Otherwise, the boasting he had done during the opening ceremony would be for nothing. Hansen cast his water area power, trying to break the resistance coming against him and make it easier to move forward. But the further he went, the more resistance piled on. He had spent a lot of energy already, and he couldn't really accelerate beyond his current speed. If this continued, he wouldn't be able to catch up with Prince 4 and Princess 2 up ahead. He might even be left behind by the other half-deified royal children. Judging from the powers they used, those half-deified royal children were much stronger than second-tier kings. Hansen couldn't keep up with them using raw strength alone. Hansen thought for a moment and then released his king area. He let the waterfall-like resistance land atop him. When that power washed over him, the Kingese in his body flashed gold and surged through Hansen's blood. Under the buffs of the Kingese, Hansen felt the resistance get lighter. Although it was still there, it was substantially decreased. If that resistance had previously been like a large river, it was now like a small stream. It ran no higher than Hansen's ankles, and it was only a trifling problem. Hansen didn't say anything, though. Calling on the power of the gold Kingese inside him, he rushed forward against the competition. All of a sudden, he was leaving Bai Qingxia in the dust. The princes and princesses ahead were working so hard, but they were suddenly distracted by a stampede of frantic footsteps coming up behind them. The sound was so startling that they looked over their shoulders for the source. There, they saw Hansen glowing with gold light, rushing madly forward. He blew right past them. Comparing Hansen to the rest of them was like comparing a sports car to a lawnmower. The royal children in the back stared at that rapidly disappearing shadow in disbelief. They were frozen. They almost forgot that they themselves had to keep moving. No one had seen anyone run up the rot bone path like that before. Even deified elites struggled against the resistance of that trail. No one should have been able to reach max speed and actually sprint up the mountain. But Han Sen ran like he was uninhibited. His legs pounded like a wild horse breaking free from his reins. Here. Prince 16 is going to explode. Holy shit, he's so strong. Is that the protection of all those Kingis? It looks like they work against the powers of Rot Bone Mountain. The Rot Bone powers can't restrict him. At that speed, if he can keep going, maybe he really can overtake the two deifieds ahead and claim first place. Ha! He only got lucky. That isn't his real power on display. Even if he manages to run all the way to the top, he will only be winning first place in this race. The exams have many more trials and tasks for them. He can't rely solely on luck. Plus, who knows if he can even keep up this speed. The section of the trail above the clouds is the most important part. Everyone could see Han Sen running forward. He skipped by many royal children, and they looked excited. When Han Sen caught up to Bai Ling Shuang, she looked shocked as well. She knew the Kingis would reflect the power of Rot Bone Mountain. Usually, people with the Kingis symbols AO and Gu had an easier time. For some reason, less resistance held them back. But even the symbols AO and Gu shouldn't have been able to obliterate the mountain's restrictive power like Han Sen's Kingis symbols were. The symbols were only supposed to cause a minor reduction in the resistance. It looks like more symbols than just AO and Gu are useful in the hike up Rot Bone Mountain. Other Kingis symbols have also been activated, but I guess no one has had them before, so there was no way we could have known. Bai Ling Shuang thought to herself. She now had a bit more confidence that she could take advantage of Han Sen's power to reach Rot Bone Mountain's peak. This might have been a favorable turn of events for Bai Ling Shuang, but as she watched Han Sen's sprinting shadow, she couldn't help but feel a bit jealous. Why was he the one who received the protection of thousands of Kingis? If I had gotten the protection of 1,000 Kingis, perhaps I would have ended up as our new ruler. He passed him, too. He's caught up with the crown prince. The audience was excited. Han Sen's body was gleaming with a golden light. He sprinted so fast that he went right past the crown prince. He was quickly gaining on Prince 4 and Princess 2. Prince 4 and Princess 2 felt the pressure coming from behind them. They turned around to have a look, and there they saw Han Sen coming towards them. He was carried forward by a graceful golden light. They frowned and accelerated as much as they could. Han Sen wanted to close the distance between them, but running wasn't as easy as it had been previously. Although he didn't have as much resistance to compete with, the force pressing against him hadn't vanished entirely. He still had to suffer some resistance, and so he couldn't go at max speed. The onlookers were frozen. 3 royal children were running really fast towards the peak, and a big gap had appeared between them and the others. Deified elites are so strong. Han Sen couldn't catch up with Prince 4 and Princess 2. The 3 of them entered the final part of the trail, vanishing behind the cloud cover. No one would be able to watch them anymore. Prince 4 passed into the clouded trail first, so the deified elites still have a strength advantage. The protection of 1,000 Kingis wasn't enough. Someone sighed. Who will be the winner? King Bai, his queen, and the teacher stared at Rot Bone Mountain's peak with fervent interest. The rocky surface of the mountain trail had been replaced with a translucent substance as the trail passed into the clouds. Han Sen's body was shrouded in the thin layers of mist. He felt as if the dimensions of space were distorting around him. The feeling was very gentle, though, and it was brief, disappearing in a second. Han Sen's Kingis shone. The climb to the peak was long and tiring, and the stairs wrapped back and forth up the mountain like a massive centipede. Han Sen saw Prince 4 and Princess 2 trying to fight their way up the stairs. They kept running on the same few steps, not going any higher. Han Sen ran toward the peak, and he ascended with no problem. He followed the stone steps that led up to the peak. Prince 4 and Princess 2 were still scrambling crazily against the stairs, like a hamster on its wheel. It looks the Kingis have kept me from being trapped by this weird dimension. Han Sen wasn't in the mood to watch the deified royal children flail, so he focused his efforts on heading for the peak. The mountaintop was very wide, and it had to be as large as a soccer pitch. Most of the area was flat, too. One spot stood out on the mountaintop, however. There was a small knoll atop the peak. That knoll was no more than 100 meters tall. It looked as sharp as a sword, and it pointed into the sky. 5 words were carved deep into its side. They said, "Pride and bones are made." Looking at those 5 words gave people goosebumps. It was like there were 1,000 sword heirs there, and they'd rip you to pieces in less than a second. A powerful sword mind. Han Sen lurched in surprise when he read the 5 words. Han Sen's sword skills weren't bad. Although he didn't focus much on practicing with a blade, his sword mind was almost as good as a deified elite's. But before those 5 words, Han Sen's sword mind was crushed. He couldn't bring himself back to his senses. It was like he was shaking. Some suppressive force seemed to press down on him from above. I'm afraid that anyone who could carve those 5 words must have been incredibly skilled with the sword. This would have required an unbelievable level of talent. Who left those 5 words? There have been many great swordsmen scattered across the Extreme King's history, and many of the Extreme King's rulers were swordsmen. Even many commoners of the Extreme King are deified swordsmen. It's impossible to guess who might have done something like this. Han Sen paused before going on to think. But I'm afraid that in order to possess a sword mind like this, a swordsman must have surpassed the deified level. It has to be from one of the most famous swordsman kings. But I don't know them, so I don't know which king left behind this sword mind. Han Sen looked away from the text and glanced around the mountaintop. Aside from the knoll, there was nothing else on the peak. Bai Ling Shuang's mentioned that there was something to be gained by reaching this peak. Was she referring to this knoll and its carving? But if so, what could the benefit actually be? Is this entire knoll a treasure in itself? It doesn't look like it. The reward Bai Ling Shuang mentioned must have been the sword mind itself. Han Sen again read the 5 words. Pride and bones are made. The sword mind was very powerful. Just looking at it was frightening. The sight of it would make a normal person feel sick. Comparing a normal sword mind to this monstrosity was like comparing a stone and a moon. They were 2 completely different things. Even with Han Sen's tough will, he was having trouble keeping his emotions in check before that sword mind. But his sword mind was very tough, and he wouldn't be shaken easily. He stood there and watched the 5 words intently. For some reason, though, Han Sen felt like he was trying to scratch an itch that he couldn't quite reach. He couldn't grasp the real meaning of the sword mind. As Han Sen stared at the knoll, he heard a flurry of footsteps come up the staircase behind him. He glanced back and saw Prince Four running up the steps. Prince Four, seeing that Han Sen was already at the peak, frowned and said nothing. "Greetings, Prince Four." Han Sen bowed. Prince Four glared at him and remained silent. He headed toward the knoll. When he reached the 5 words, he focused on them and began to ignore Han Sen completely. Han Sen scratched his nose. If someone wanted to ignore him, he wasn't going to push himself on them. Prince Four just stood there, perfectly still, until Princess Two arrived. When she saw Han Sen and Prince Four already there, she looked fairly upset. She didn't mind that Prince Four had been faster than her, but Han Sen had also reached the top much more quickly than she had. This made her sad. But she was deified after all. Her sadness quickly faded. Princess Two walked over to the knoll and turned her attention to the 5 words, just like Prince Four had. She also ignored Han Sen. The 2 deified children reached out with their senses to feel the sword mind. When Han Sen detected their attempts, it confirmed that the benefit of the mountaintop had to lie in these 5 words. And ultimately that disappointed him. That sword mind was very powerful, but Han Sen did not focus on swords as his primary form of attack. If 6 Paths Emperor had been there, perhaps he would have appreciated this boon far more. Han Sen stayed there, looking at the words for a while, but he did not learn anything. Since he was there already, Han Sen wasn't going to give up an opportunity to gain more power. He decided to stay. After a while, Han Sen thought about Bai Ling Shuang. The timing seemed about right, so he headed back down the mountain. Prince 4 and Princess 2 saw Han Sen turn around and go back. They were confused when he left, but they ignored him. They turned their attention back to the words to learn whatever they could from the sword mind. Han Sen walked back down the translucent road. Many royal princes and princesses were walking up and up without actually making any progress. Bai Ling Shuang was similarly frozen in place. The royal children ran like headless chickens, but none of them were moving an inch forward. The twisted dimension affected them too much, and they couldn't find a way to proceed. Bai Ling Shuang was furious. She had been struggling fruitlessly for so long. Her body was affected by the distorted dimension's power. She couldn't move, and she felt so very heavy. She had become enraged when Han Sen passed her by. By that asshole. If he took my items and didn't hold up his end of the bargain, I am going to skin him alive. Bai Ling Shuang's body felt very heavy. She could barely move. With every step she took, it felt like she was shouldering the weight of an entire mountain. She was sweating, and her clothes had long since become soaked. The longer someone stayed on that translucent path, the more they would be affected by the twisted dimension. Bai you little shit. I am going to kill him. Bai Ling Shuang started to fall toward the ground. She hated him. Sister 10, am I too late? An arm appeared and caught Bai Ling Shuang, stopping her from hitting the ground. Bai Ling Shuang raised her head and saw Han Sen smiling at her. She bit her lip and said, "Why are you back here?" When Bai Ling Shuang heard Han Sen claim that the road had been difficult for him, she rolled her eyes. She had seen Han Sen running casually up the mountain, making the ascent without breaking the smallest sweat. He wasn't gasping or red in the face. It looked as if the trek hadn't even been much of a bother. Still, Bai Ling Shuang didn't say a word. Han Sen was carrying her up the mountain. From her perspective, it looked like Han Sen was actually leaving the staircase, walking away from the mountain and out into the open air. In reality, they were still going up the staircase. Bai Ling Shuang only thought they were walking over open air because of the distortions within the dimension. As he walked, Han Sen noticed Bai Wei. She was stumbling forward like the other royal children, making no progress. Because she had gotten there quite late, the repressive power hadn't acted on her nearly as strongly as it had the others. The fact that she could walk faster than the other children wasn't helping, though, because she couldn't find the path. Continuing to walk forward would be pointless. This girl isn't bad, and she did try to save Bauer. Her heart is in the right place. Han Sen sighed. He secretly cast his Dongxian aura and fired some power in her direction. Bai Wei was struggling to walk forward, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't escape that seemingly infinite staircase. She had gotten really flustered. Suddenly, Bai Wei felt a wave of power roll across the stairs. It spread gently around her. A strange feeling passed through Bai Wei's heart. The dimensional twists of the translucent trail hid the royal children from each other. Even if two people walked right beside each other, they wouldn't see one another. Even if they were touching each other, it wouldn't make a difference. Now, a trickle of power was flowing tantalizingly down the stairs before Bai Wei. Bai Wei's heart jumped, and she followed that strange power. The power was disappearing quickly as she chased after it. She pushed against the distortions in the dimension, trying to keep her eyes on that guiding trickle of energy. As she walked, Bai Wei noticed that the stairs were about to vanish beneath her. The power led away from the staircase entirely and out into the sky. She had to move quickly to keep up with her guide. So Bai Wei gritted her teeth and walked out without hesitation. Her body floated away from the mountain into open air. She didn't fall, though. Her feet met with something and she kept walking forward. Bai Wei grinned. There had been no other path to follow, so she had chased that power. If she stepped in the wrong place, she would fall all the way back down the mountain. On Rot Bone Mountain, even deified elites couldn't fly well. Bai Wei was just a duke. Bai Wei had to keep up with the guiding power in order to stay on the correct path. She kept chasing that power, running as she went. Han Sen carried Bai Ling Shuang all the way to the top. Once there, he found that a mixture of princes and princesses had also made it to the peak. Bai Qingxia was there, too. He was surprised to see Han Sen come up alongside Bai Ling Shuang. Han Sen had already let go of Bai Ling Shuang, though. Aside from Prince 4 and Princess 2, no one knew that Han Sen had carried Bai Ling Shuang up to the peak. "It looks like I win," Bai Qingxia said. As he stared at Han Senator, he thought Han Sen had just reached the top. The other princes and princesses thought so, too. After all, the translucent trail couldn't be ascended through pure speed. It wasn't strange to think that Han Sen had only just arrived. Bai Ling Shuang was sweating, but when she saw the 5 words inscribed in the knoll, she suddenly felt wide awake. A rush of joy poured through her. She didn't possess the King's Ao or Gu, so making her way up the translucent trail would have been too difficult for her. Bai Qingxia had the word Ao, though, so it was much easier for him to reach the top. Physical strength didn't matter much in this contest. "Is this the proud bone sword mind from Mad Sword?" Bai Ling Shuang looked at the 5 words. "Pride and bones are made." She looked so happy as she mumbled to herself. Han Sen was confused. He had never heard of a king called Mad Sword. There were some god swords and even holy swords, but a title like Mad Sword didn't seem worthy of a king. Bai Qingxia picked up where Bai Ling Shuang had left off. Mad Sword was born crippled. He didn't have a king body, and so he was bullied severely. But in the end, he used his sword to become deified. He might not have had a king body, but he prevailed over many in the Extreme King. Even deified elites with powerful king bodies lost to his sword. He wasn't a ruler of our people, but he could be considered a king without a crown amongst the Extreme King. Our race has had many swordsmen in its time, but none are as worthy of respect as Mad Sword. Han Sen receded into thought. "I didn't know the Extreme King had someone that strong amongst them. How come I have never heard of it until now?" Bai Qingxia had only just finished when a princess, who wasn't too far away, looked over at him with disdain. "Mad Sword's power matters little. No glorification can rinse away the dirt. He is not worthy of admiration." Bai Qingxia and Bai Ling Shuang frowned at the princess. After seeing their faces, she turned away. They avoided all contact with her. Han Sen wasn't interested in that princess either. He wanted to know Mad Sword's story. Clearly, Mad Sword must have been very different from the majority of the Extreme King. Even his title sounded rather taboo amongst them. If Han Sen had actually been Bai Yi, he would have known about Mad Sword. He wasn't Bai Yi, though, and so he couldn't simply ask. While they were talking, someone else approached. It was Bai Wei. She was dripping with sweat after finally reaching the top. Her body was shivering, and she could barely stand. She was obviously fighting to hold herself together. Although Han Sen had sent power to guide her, she was too weak. Even if she knew the way, reaching the peak as a duke was monumentally difficult. Many of the royal children looked stunned when they saw Bai Wei at the top. In the long history of the Extreme King, only a few dukes had ever made it this far. Bai Wei looked at the princes and princesses. She wanted to know who left behind the power that guided her up, but she was unable to learn anything. No one there was using that power. When she looked at Han Sen, though, her mood turned to foul anger. She snarled slightly as she stared at him. She was still bitter about Bai Yi's consumption of Han's senator. She didn't think that power belonged to him. Bai Wei looked around, but she still couldn't tell which of them had left the power for her. She was really grateful, though, and she went to the knoll to have a look at the 5 words inscribed there. Bai Ling Shuang and the others were all in similar shape. Hiking was a test. Mad Sword's proud bone sword mind was very beneficial. Even if they weren't fans of the man himself, they still slavered over his sword mind. Hansen found a seat. He wanted to watch the sword mind from the most comfortable position, but there was little for him to do other than that. Everyone had a unique personality. Even if 2 people practiced the same sword skills, their sword minds would develop based on their individualities. Despite starting from the same base, the resulting sword minds might be very different. Hansen had a very different personality from the man who had created the proud bone sword mind. Because they were so completely different, there was an extreme gap between their sword minds. Hansen was having a very hard time trying to understand the proud bone sword mind. Both the name Mad Sword and Proud Bone were very representative of the man's character. He had been a very proud and very wild person. He approached problems and came up with solutions in a very different manner than Han Sen. Han Sen's sword mind was based on tenacity. No matter what endeavor Han Sen undertook, whether it was gravely important or exceedingly trivial, he finished what he started. His determination carried him continually forward, but sometimes he was so focused on his goals that he could miss out on the views along the way. As long as Han Sen could reach his goal, he was willing to follow whichever path would get him there in the end. This aspect of his character sometimes made him seem lackadaisical and uncaring. He seemed to change plans easily, as if he was okay with everything and nothing really mattered to him. But in reality, Han Sen never shifted from his true purpose. He was just willing to adapt his plans as many times as necessary in order to achieve that purpose. Han Sen, who seemed like such a casual individual, was actually more stubborn than most. But the things he stubbornly pursued were so far in the future that other people couldn't see them. That was why others thought he showed little concern over the things around him. Mad Sword was different. Mad Sword wasn't obsessed with an end goal. He cared more about the experience of the journey itself. Ironically, though, he was the most unique and noticeable thing on most of the roads he traveled. Born pretty to die pretty. That was what Mad Sword was looking for. 2 different personalities and 2 different lives. Neither of them was right or wrong. They were just the decisions made by separate people. If Han Sen wanted to learn Mad Sword's proud bone sword mind, he would have to give up his own faith and purpose to properly understand the faith that Mad Sword placed in his own beliefs. Han Sen could do that, but he didn't want to. Despite this massive disconnect between them, Han Sen still wanted to gain something from the sword mind. It would be much harder for him than for others, who could simply accept Mad Sword's sword mind for what it was. Half the day had passed by this point, and the sword minds of some of the royal children were starting to reflect the 5 words, "Pride and bones are made." They had been able to achieve a lot. The most obvious was by Ling Shuang. Her sword mind was connecting with the carved script. The sword mind was melding into her body, and with its power, it also brought a certain arrogance. Han Sen was surprised. Bai Ling Shuang was talented, but she definitely wasn't the best of the royal children who had made it to the top of the mountain. But since she had achieved so much already, her personality was a fine match for the proud bone sword mind. "It looks like I have wasted my time here," Han Sen sighed. He had been unable to tap into the proud bone sword mind. It was like when a lazy person failed to understand a workaholic. Their thoughts didn't operate on the same wavelength. They were so different that they could never be the same. In the end, Han Sen gave up trying to learn the proud bone sword mind. No matter how strong it was, it didn't match his own personality. Han Sen had to take Bai Ling Shuang back down, though. Waiting around for her was boring, and he quickly grew uncomfortable as he sat around doing nothing. So, he started playing with his jade gourd. He also summoned his water fairy. Han Sen intended to have the water fairy give him a massage, so he could wait for Bai Ling Shuang in a more comfortable fashion until it was time to leave. Once they reached the bottom, he could lay claim to the other 50 king-class genes he had been promised. But when the water fairy emerged from the gourd, she looked straight at the carved words. She stood on the spot, completely unmoving. Just as Han Sen noticed her strange behavior, the water fairy's body began to change. The liquid within his translucent form swirled slowly, shifting in almost imperceptible ways. Most of the changes that took place in the water fairy's appearance were minute, but when he looked at her again, she seemed like a completely different person. Even her powers had altered radically. The water fairy had originally been as soft as water. She could listen to someone's complaints without becoming perturbed, just like a maid. But after these small changes, the water fairy looked as cold as ice. Her whole body was like a sharp and powerful sword. Han Sen looked at the water fairy, and he thought her power actually seemed rather familiar. "Pride and bones are made," Han Sen murmured to himself. He had realized why she now looked so familiar. It was because the water fairy's new power reminded him of the 5 words carved into the knoll. The proud bone sword mind seemed to radiate from her form. "What is going on?" Han Sen asked in pleased astonishment. In all the time that had passed since he first discovered the water fairy, Han Sen hadn't figured out what the water fairy could do. He usually used her as a maid, but now, she seemed to possess a power that was beyond his imagination. The water fairy's changes continued. The less obvious the changes became, the more her powers altered. And not long after, when Han Sen looked at the water fairy, she had become a personification of the words, "Pride and bones are made." She looked exactly like the real proud bone swordmind. It was remarkable. Fortunately, Han Sen was sitting behind most of the royal children, and they were too focused on learning the swordmind to pay attention to him anyway. If any of them had seen the water fairy undergoing those changes, they would have been astounded. The swordmind was something that could only be felt, not embodied. It wasn't like a geno art or some piece of scientific knowledge that could be written down as words. Couldn't even be drawn or photographed. It was a sensation that had to be felt inside oneself. Couldn't be copied with any form of tool. But the water fairy somehow did the impossible. She copied the words to embody the proud bone sword mind. If a deified elite had seen what she did, they would have reacted the same way that Han Sen was. A while later, the changes within the water fairy finished. Her power and sword mind had completely transformed into the proud bone sword mind. "It is perfect. Perfect," Han Sen complimented. The water fairy had copied that power like a cheater. Han Sen had never heard of any other treasure being able to do something like this. As Han Sen thought about how lucky he was to have the jade gourd and water fairy, the water fairy suddenly moved over to Han Senator. She placed her hands on Han Sen's chest and made her water body suddenly blend into his own. "What is this?" Han Sen wondered. Then, a foreign sword mind suddenly flowed into his body. He recognized it instantly. It was the proud bone sword mind. Han Sen realized what had just happened. The water fairy wasn't just copying the mind. She could take that mind and gift it to the master of the jade gourd. Then, the jade gourd master could feel the sword mind in his own body. The sword mind might have been incompatible with him, but now it was deep within his mind, under his control. Rather than simply seeing the foreign sword mind, now he could experience every facet of it. There was no better way to learn than experience. It was better to travel than it was to study. The water fairy could take an abstract idea and make it real and tangible. A sword mind was oozing from Han Sen's body, but that wasn't strange. Everyone on top of the mountain was studying the proud bone sword mind, so all the royal children were leaking the power of their sword minds to some degree. But Han Sen's sword mind was different. He wasn't learning a sword mind. Instead, he had copied the proud bone sword mind directly and unleashed it on himself. That sword mind swept out of him, brushing across everything on the top of the mountain. It settled over the other royal children like a blanket, suppressing their sword minds. Even the sword minds of the deified Prince 4 and Princess 2 began to buckle under the incredible pressure exerted by Han Sen's sword mind. Out of all the sword minds currently active on the top of Rot Bone Mountain, only Han Sen's was connected with the 5 words, "Pride and bones are made." Han Sen's mind and the power of the words clashed against each other like two ancient swords engaged in a battle, and the other sword minds on the mountaintop faded into the background by comparison. How? The faces of the royal children grew pale. Even Prince 4 and Princess 2 seemed stunned by what they were witnessing. They turned to look behind them at Han Sen in utter disbelief. Bai Ling Shuang opened her eyes wide as if she had just seen a ghost. Bai Wei nibbled her lips and did not say a word. Emotions flickered rapidly across her features. The sword mind coming out of Han Sen's body could go up against the powerful words engraved in the knoll. Not even deified elites could pull off a feat like this. Because Han Sen's sword mind had exploded with power, the sword mind of the 5 words rose pridefully against it. It whirled with power like a hurricane, storming through everything there was. Han Sen's sword mind had been copied from the words, "Pride and bones are made." Because the 2 powers were the same, they activated fully in one another's presence, like 2 magnets of the same polarity pushing against one another. It was like Han Sen was fighting his own mirror image. Luckily, in this case, the fight was mostly contained within the sword minds that were present. It wasn't really destructive, but even so, the group of royal children was involved. Their sword minds were severely suppressed by those 2 raging sword minds. The weaker ones had to shield their sword minds to keep them from being wholly destroyed. Blood began to trickle from the mouths and noses of the weaker royal children. Eventually, they had no choice but to abandon the mountain. They didn't want to get involved with that scary sword mind battle. The sword mind wouldn't really harm their bodies, but it could destroy their wills. If their wills were broken, then it would cause a great deal of harm to their future practices. Two sword minds dominated the whole peak of Rot Bone Mountain. Han San was in the thick of the chaos, and he had earned some rewards. No matter how incompatible this sword mind was with his own, his body was making use of the Proud Bone sword mind. As he continued to fight the Proud Bone sword mind, he learned, I wonder if the water fairy can copy a living creature's mind. If she can, I can learn any Geno art I want. All I need to do is learn the basic skill and find an elite that has mastered the Geno art. Then I can ask the water fairy to copy their minds, then send their teachings into my body so I can practice. If that works, it should be exactly what I've wanted. No, it should be a dozen times more than what I've wanted. Happiness spread through Han San as he considered the prospect. But as Han San was thinking about the possibilities for the future, he suddenly heard a catchy noise. Perhaps the fight between sword minds had grown too intense, because the small knoll had suddenly cracked. The crack slowly spread down the sides of the knoll, and it looked as if the little knoll had been struck by lightning. The crack grew until the whole structure was split in half. It cut through the 5 words, Pride and bones are made. The knoll split open, and both the 5 words and the sword mind they provided vanished. After all, the sword mind had been there since the words were first carved into the knoll. When the words disappeared, so too would the sword mind. Boom! When the knoll cracked open, a sword light emerged. It broke through the distorted dimensions of Rot Bone Mountain and ascended into the sky like a blade splitting through paper. A proud bone sword heir. The royal children atop the peak stared into the sky, their jaws hanging slack. All of the Extreme King were looking at Rot Bone Mountain. They were waiting for the royal children to descend the mountain again. But before the royal children could return, a sword light shot up from the peak and headed into the sky. They were stunned by the sight, and they weren't too sure what was happening. The proud bone sword heir. King Bai's face changed. He waved his hand, and an overwhelming power poured out of him and shaped itself into an unimaginably large hand. It was almost big enough to shield the entire system, and it swooped toward that sword light. Because the sword light had broken through Rot Bone Mountain's distorted dimension, those inside could now see out and vice versa. Han San saw a big hand coming down toward them. The planets were no more than specks of dust when compared to that hand. It was like that hand could grab and crush the stars themselves. The sword light was still rising, heading for that enormous hand. It didn't deviate from its course, and it showed no sign of backing down. When the sword light struck the hand, and the hand curled its fingers around the attack, grasping it firmly. The hand's power was terrifying, awe-inspiring to behold. The sword light tried to force its way forward, but it could no longer move. Pang! The big hand tightened, and the sword light exploded in a shower of fireworks. The shattered light became a meteor shower that swept across the skies of King's Kingdom. It rained across all the planets of King's Kingdom. The rain wasn't water, though. Each drop was made of glowing sword light. Han Sen watched the sword light rain come down, and he noticed that it was everywhere. When those sword lights hit the ground, they weren't destructive. The sword lights shattered whenever anything touched them. It was such a dreamy spectacle. The sword lights broke apart when they touched people's bodies, too. Han Sen reached out a hand to try to grab a sword light, but it shattered like dust when he touched it, leaving nothing behind. King Bai lowered his hand, retrieved his power, and frowned. He looked at the sword light rain, his emotions hidden beneath a calm mask. The sword light rain continued across King's Kingdom for a whole 7 days. Han San and the others, after they returned to the bottom of the mountain, were asked what happened. The royal princes and princesses explained what had happened, and Han San did, too. But he said he only understood some of the proud bone sword mind. He didn't want to explain that he had gotten into a fight with the 5 words on the knoll. He said that the knoll suddenly exploded, and that was it. He didn't mention anything about the jade gourd or the water fairy, either. Despite what had happened, some people didn't believe Han Sen could practice a sword mind to the level they had witnessed. When asked, Han Sen activated the proud bone sword mind. Even King Bai was shocked to see it. Han Sen didn't understand what the sword light was, but King Bai didn't explain it to him. He just told Han Sen that he could return home. Bai Yi was now very famous. He had managed to learn the proud bone sword mind to such an extreme level in a very short amount of time. Everyone in King's Kingdom knew the name Bai Yi, and they knew that he was a genius. But Han Sen was annoyed by the fact that he had only borrowed the power of the jade gourd. He could only use a sword mind like that when the water fairy possessed him. If the water fairy wasn't there, his sword mind would return to its ordinary level. Still, it wasn't that bad. Drowning in that powerful sword mind could further Han Sen's personal development. Han Sen was very curious about that sword light rain. Although people said King Bai had destroyed the sword light, Han Sen didn't think the reality of what had happened was quite that simple. Han Sen summoned the Siren Virgin so that she could take a look at the sword light rain. He also told her about the sword light that had appeared atop Rot Bone Mountain's peak. He didn't reveal that he was the one who had destroyed the knoll atop that mountain, however. When the Siren Virgin heard what he had to say, she looked startled. She silently turned to observe the sword light rain. "Do you know what this sword light is?" Han Sen asked with a frown. The Siren Virgin had been silent for a long, thoughtful minute. Then she looked back at him and said, "Mad sword." For a long time, even talking about him was considered taboo among the Extreme King. He wasn't one of the Extreme King's nobility, and he didn't even have a king body. But his sword skills were beyond talented. He was just a normal swordsman, and yet he became deified. He beat countless elites of the Extreme King. "I know that," Han Sen said. "Have you wondered about why a scary elite like this was never really made famous outside of the Extreme King?" the Siren Virgin asked. "I have given that some thought, and I think it is pretty weird. It doesn't really make any sense. My best guess is that the Extreme King trapped him here. He was never allowed to go beyond the borders of the Extreme King's domain," Han Sen said. The Siren Virgin shook her head. "You have guessed half of it correctly. Mad Sword never left the Extreme King. He actually was famous among outside races, but they knew him by a different name." "You mean Mad Sword used an alias in his exploits across the universe? Why would he do such a thing?" Han Sen asked with curiosity. The Siren Virgin shook her head. "I don't know. I investigated Mad Sword, but I only learned that he did something that made the Extreme King despise him. Many people in the Extreme King severely dislike him." After that, the Siren Virgin looked at the sword light rain like she was looking out to sea. She said, "If I am correct, it's possible that Mad Sword isn't completely dead. This sword light rain might suggest that he may be reborn." "You mean Mad Sword was trapped in the pride and bones are made stone? That sword light was Mad Sword himself?" Han Sen asked, raising an eyebrow. "It was probably just his will. I bet King Bai has a pretty nasty headache right about now. If that guy is reborn, the Extreme King will descend into chaos." "That's good. The more chaos, the more benefits you and I can reap," the Siren Virgin said. She ended with a laugh. If Mad Sword only left his will behind, then he might have decided to escape the region entirely once he was freed. That wouldn't shake up the Extreme King society very much at all, Han Sen said, disagreeing with the Siren Virgin. The Siren Virgin shook her head. Why would he run? Right now, here in the realm of the Extreme King, the sword light is everywhere. All he needs to do is attach to some creature here and possess it. Any effort the Extreme King make to find him will probably turn out to be impossible. There is no need for him to run. Upon hearing the Siren Virgin say this, Han Sen felt his heart jump. After a long moment, he asked, "Might Mad Sword seek to choose me? There are so many people in the Extreme King. Mad Sword doesn't require someone talented, so there's no reason for him to go after a prince." "You think too much," the Siren Virgin said. Despite her reassurance, Han Sen did not feel safe. It made him worry quite a bit. Luckily, when the sword light rain stopped, Nothing weird had occurred in Planet Waterzone. However, Han Sen was paranoid for the duration of the rain. Due to the sword-light rain, the next part of the exam was delayed 7 days. The passion for the event had slowly withered away. Perhaps it was due to the sword-light rain incident, but the Extreme King's supervisors weren't very focused on the exams. And although the sword-light rain had stopped, the exams remained on pause. The whole atmosphere of King's Kingdom was tense. The realm was placed on lockdown, and even Han Sen's Planet Waterzone was investigated by a number of different departments. The workers might not have known what they were looking for, but Han Sen figured that the Extreme King's supervisor was still searching for Mad Sword's will. What a scary guy. He only had his will left, but even so, its reappearance has caused this much of a ruckus. I could die a happy man if I was that influential. Han Sen sighed after sending away a few more officers. Han Sen didn't travel anywhere. He focused on leveling up his Dongxian Sutra. He wanted to get that to King class as soon as possible. Although Jadeskin and the Bloodpool Sutra were easier for him to level up, Han Sen still wanted the Dongxian Sutra to be leveled up first. Han Sen sensed that a crisis was near, and the Dongxian Sutra was the skill he was most familiar with. It was something he could rely on. The Dongxian Sutra's power was irreplaceable. No other Geno art could match its offensive capabilities. In a proper fight, Han Sen could fight without Jadeskin and the Bloodpool Sutra, and even the story of genes. Doing so never really affected Han Sen's fighting power. But without the Dongxian Sutra, Han Sen's fighting power was noticeably decreased. The other 3 Geno arts were plenty strong, but the Dongxian Sutra was the most compatible with who Han Sen was as a person. It matched his personality. That was the primary reason that Han Sen always fell back on the Dongxian Sutra. It was simply comfortable. A crisis was brewing, and he had promised aid to Ningyu as well. He needed to gain more power, and he needed to do so quickly. The most straightforward way to achieve this was to take the Dongxian Sutra to King class. Han Sen practiced in the training room for an entire month, using the Dongxian Sutra the entire time. His whole body felt like part of a machine. Yes, it was a machine. From Han Sen's point of view, the Dongxian body made the entire universe seem like one giant machine. Grass, forests, stone, water, bugs, fish. They were all gears inside this machine. Each cogwheel was a different size and shape, but they all fit together. They all connected to each other. When one cog spun, it spun the cog next to it. And that new one that spun would spin the next cog, and so on. Han Sen was just a single piece amidst an unfathomably vast machine. With the power of the Dongxian Sutra, however, Han Sen had a wider view of the cogs and how each one related to the others. Using the Geno art felt amazing. 2 objects in the real world might have no visible connection, but Han Sen could see the power that was transferred between them. The only thing Han Sen didn't know was exactly how he could affect those relationships. Han Sen understood that if he was to alter the power exchange of the cogs, he would require king area powers. Every king area affected the way the cogs were spun. A king area could make them go faster or slower, or even spin in reverse. All the rules of nearby cogwheels were affected, creating special area pockets. I failed again? Han Sen looked pale. His power buzzed feebly, and his life force was at a very low level. Han Sen had cast all the Dongxian Sutra power that he was able to. He used all his energy trying to push the cogwheel and get it moving so he could open its area and ascend to king class. Getting the cog moving should not have been this difficult. Many dukes that were weaker than Han Sen reached king class with no trouble. Han Sen's fitness and power let him fight most king class elites, but when Han Sen cast his Dongxian Sutra, his own self-universe cogwheel would not move. Han Sen thought about the potential reasons for why that might be. The king area required its own universe cogwheel to spin within the universal machine. According to the theory, if he was powerful enough, he could move his own cogwheel to shift all the cogwheels that were connected. Han Sen was powerful. He was likely the only one of his kind as a duke. So, his self-universe cogwheel was bigger than that of any other duke. The other dukes had self-universe cogwheels that might only connect with 1 or 2 other cogwheels, but Han Sen's self-universe cogwheel might connect with hundreds or even thousands of universal cogwheels. The more he was connected to, the harder it was to get it moving. Clearly, Han Sen's power wasn't enough to push all those cogs at the same time. That was why it was so difficult for him to move up to king class. Han Sen decided to give up on his Dongxian Sutra and bring his jade skin up to king class instead. But he soon noticed that this self-universe cogwheel was too strong as well. It connected to too many universal cogwheels. So, leveling up jade skin to king class would be just as hard as ascending with the Dongxian Sutra. The scariest thing, however, was that the Dongxian Sutra could see the universal cogwheels. When Han Sen used jade skin instead, the cogwheels seemed blurry and indistinct. He couldn't really see them, which actually made things harder. The Dongxian Sutra. The Dongxian Sutra has the highest chance of letting me get my cogwheel spinning. Once I've ascended with the Dongxian Sutra, it will be easier with jade skin. But how do I push the Dongxian Sutra to get the cogwheels moving? Han Sen thought about it for a long time, but no ideas were coming to him. It seemed impossible. Being too strong had actually become a serious problem. Because his body was tied to 4 geno-arts, getting just one of the geno-arts to king class wasn't enough to push his self-universe cogwheel. Han Sen only had one body, so it was impossible for him to use all 4 geno-arts to level up at the same time. It was a scary thought, but even the conflict of his power and blood pulse would be enough to annihilate his body. It is fortunate that I only have 4 geno-arts. If I had more, I could never make it to king class. Not even the holy pills could make my self-universe cogwheel move. Han Sen tried to comfort himself. Using my own power will never work. I have to use some sort of external power. But if I level up to king class using an external power, a single accident or loss of control could cause something far worse than failure to happen. My whole body would be destroyed. All the time he had spent thinking hadn't brought Han Sen to a conclusion. I must find a reliable resource of power that is both stable and destructive. In that case, I may have to ask someone deified to help me. But what kind of deified elite would sacrifice something to help me? And who could I even trust? Han Sen wondered. He couldn't think of any reliable deified elites. Of all the deifieds he knew, Han Sen trusted the little red bird the most. But the little red bird's power was a little too volatile, and its ability to control its power wasn't very refined. Couldn't perform such delicate work. Out of the deifieds who had the necessary level of control over their power, Han Sen thought Isha would be the most reliable. It was the first name that popped into his head when he thought about who he trusted the most. Isha was actually his enemy, though. Even Han Sen was shocked to recall that little fact. But despite that regrettable fact, he couldn't think of any other deified that was as reliable as her. It is a shame Isha is still in Narrow Moon. She cannot be the one to help me. I cannot leave King's Kingdom, Han Sen thought with a wry smile. If I cannot ask for someone's help, then I will have to borrow someone's power. That will be the only way. Han Sen's eyes wavered with uncertainty. Han Sen was good with yin-yang blast and similar techniques. If he could borrow some stable and strong powers, perhaps he would be able to push the self-universe cogwheel. But doing this was like dancing on the edge of a knife. Han Sen would be destroyed if things went south. Han Sen needed to use a power that was stronger than his own to push the self-universe cogwheel. He needed to maintain absolute, perfect control over a power that didn't even belong to him. A minor mistake would be enough to cause a grand tragedy. What a headache, Han Sen thought, rubbing his temples. He still couldn't come up with a solution to his woes, though. My prince, Princess 10 by Ling Shuang wishes to see you, said Lily's voice from outside the door. Why is she here? Han Sen frowned. Because the Extreme King had been searching multiple planets for traces of Mad Sword, Han Sen hadn't collected the 50 King-class xenogeneic genes he was owed by Ling Shuang. There was no sense in drawing attention to their little deal. He hadn't expected her to come and visit him, though. When Han Sen entered the living room, he found Ling Shuang there drinking tea. She looked very relaxed. Princess 10, why have you taken the time to come and visit me? Han Sen asked casually, sitting down on the chair next to Ling Shuang. Because of the deal we struck. I have brought you the items we discussed. Ling Shuang raised her hand, and the 2 maids behind her presented Han Sen with a very large box. Brother 16, you may count them if you wish, but there are 50 king-class xenogeneic genes. No more and no less, Bai Ling Shuang said with a smile. Sister Ten, you should have just told me. I would have gone and picked them up. You didn't have to come all the way here to personally deliver them. Hansen laughed and opened the box. He counted 50 king-class xenogeneic genes. I am here because I have another big proposition for you, brother. Bai Ling Shuang waved her hand, and all the maids dispersed. When he saw Bai Ling Shuang's gesture, Hansen turned and indicated that Lily should depart, too. The hall emptied out, and only the two of them were left sitting in the room. I have a reliable source who has confirmed that the exams will not be continuing this year. They will use the Rot-Bone Mountain ranking. Brother 16, you might be number 1. In addition to the deified xenogeneic treasure, you will be given permission to enter Destiny's Tower once. Do you plan to sell your admission ticket? Bai Ling Shuang asked, her beautiful eyes staring directly at Han Sen. Han Sen wasn't interested in selling his ticket of admission to Destiny's Tower, which greatly disappointed Bai Ling Shuang. Luckily, she didn't push the subject any further. 2 days later, someone from the palace arrived to give Han Sen his exam rewards. The reward was a little different than Bai Ling Shuang had predicted, though. Han Sen received the pass that would grant him admission to Destiny's Tower, but he wasn't given the deified treasure Bai Ling Shuang had mentioned. After Han Sen considered the issue for a moment, he thought that he understood. Perhaps King Bai was still suspicious, so he withheld the deified treasure typically given to whoever came in first. Being given permission to enter Destiny's Tower is still a great reward. I'm excited to see if that Destiny's Tower is the same or different from mine. Han Sen had been curious about the Destiny's Tower of the Extreme King since he first learned that it existed. After he sent the officers away, Han Sen slid the pass into his pocket and went to visit Destiny's Tower. He wasn't personally in a rush, but he was afraid Fox Queen might learn that he had been given the pass. She would find him quickly, and she would ask him to steal something from the tower, no doubt. That would be way too risky. After going to Destiny's Tower, Han Sen understood why it was so difficult to gain permission to go there. The Extreme King didn't want many people to learn the secrets within Destiny's Tower, for one. But there was another reason. Opening Destiny's Tower required the strength of 4 deified elites. All 4 had to combine their strength in order to open the door enough for one person to pass through. Every time Destiny's Tower was opened, the 4 deifieds would end up exhausted. It would take them 2 to 3 months to recover, and it cost them a very rare and special material. Although Han Sen had received the permit allowing him to enter Destiny's Tower, he would have to register before he could use it. After Han Sen sorted out all the registration forms, he was told he would be allowed access in 17 days. He had to be there on time. If he was 1 second late, he would lose his permission to enter Destiny's Tower. Han Sen was depressed, but he knew the 17 days would go by quickly. It was a statement of the Extreme King government's power that they had 4 deified elites standing by to open the door. In most races, who knew how long it would take to gather up 4 deified elites. But because of the delay, Han Sen lost all hope of avoiding Fox Queen. As soon as he came home, he found the flirty Fox Queen lying in his bed. Her eyes were like moons as she smiled at Han Sr. My good brother, did you register to enter Destiny's Tower? It is done. Han Sen slumped his shoulders and moved to sit on a chair. Fox Queen stood up and walked over to Han Senator. She wrapped her arms around Han Sen from behind and let her fingers draw circles across Han Sen's chest. Han Sen felt something soft press against his back. Her beautiful face brushed against his, and her red lips came next to his ear and whispered, "Help me smuggle the fox treasure out of Destiny's Tower, and I will treat you very well. It's not as if I don't want to help. I'm just afraid that if I do, I'll never again have the chance to talk with you again," Han Sen said. Fox Queen laughed. She pulled Han Sen's cheek down onto her chest and said, "Why would I let you die? I have a way in which you can steal the item, and no one else will ever know. No suspicions will be flung your way. After that, I can help you leave the Extreme King. Then, the fox race will be greatly indebted to you. If you want, you can come back to the foxes with me. After all, we have many pretty women for you to spend your time with." "Don't. I am so unlucky. There's no way I could be fortunate enough to end up in that situation. Why don't you tell me about this fox item in Destiny's Tower? What is the plan for stealing it? Hansen said. Fox Queen looked very sad. She moved around the chair and sat on Hansen's lap. Leaning against Hansen's neck, she sighed. I was trapped inside Ghost Bone Palace for too long. After I got out, I realized that the universe of today is vastly different from the universe I used to know. The Extreme King used to be the sacred leader's slaves, but now they've become one of the highest races. While the foxes didn't fall, our treasure was claimed by the Extreme King. Because of that, my people have been unable to break through and become deified. We have had to use our beauty just to survive. After pausing, Fox Queen went on to say, I have been gathering intel since I left Ghost Bone Palace, and I've learned that King Bao was the one who took our treasure. He placed it inside Destiny's Tower. I cannot go in there, so I have had to come and ask you to fetch it for me. Fox Queen looked very pitiable, and her sad expression would have been enough to make most people want to help her. Hansen knew Fox Queen was much stronger than he was, but he still felt guilty. What is this treasure of the foxes? Why would King Bao keep it inside Destiny's Tower? Fox Queen hesitated, but ultimately said, the treasure is called 9-Spin Destiny Mirror. It is a fox-exclusive deified treasure. When a fox becomes king class, they need the 9-Spin Destiny Mirror to be reborn 9 times. Then they can become deified. After losing the 9-Spin Destiny Mirror, not a single one of the fox has been able to become deified. For a higher race, this is so sad. I hope you can understand our plight. And in regards to why King Bao put the 9-Spin Destiny Mirror into Destiny's Tower, I have no idea. Normally, aside from the fox, none can make use of the mirror. Hansen frowned. He asked Fox Queen, who was in his arms, how am I supposed to get the 9-Spin Destiny Mirror out of the tower? Fox Queen blinked and said, I can use a fox technique on you. Then you will temporarily have the powers of a fox. When you see the 9-Spin Destiny Mirror, if it is not bound, you will not even have to move. It will just fly to you. Then you can hide it on your person and carry it out unseen. It will not be difficult. Hansen nodded and said, if that is true, then I can give this a shot. But I can only promise you that I will try. I cannot promise you that I will succeed. Fox Queen immediately smiled. She lifted Hansen's chin and kissed his cheek. She said, good little brother. You're doing me a grand service even if all you do is try. The whole fox race will hold you in high regard. If you ever need anything, the foxes and I will give you all the help you require. It's fine, sister. If I can really do this, I will help you because of the bond we share. Hansen sounded as if he was in agreement, but inside he was thinking something quite different. Hansen started to pull back to say something, but he saw Fox Queen's tail begin to wave back and forth. After images of the tail became substance chains, and it suddenly looked as if there were 9 tails swinging in the air. The tails swept up and around Fox Queen and Hansen, trapping them inside it like a cage. Fox Queen's eyes flashed silver, and strange silver symbols flared to life across her snow-white skin. They looked like tattoos not on her skin but inside it. At the same time, power that gushed like spring water rushed between Fox Queen's lips and straight into Hansen's mouth. A cool air surged through Hansen's body. His cells felt as if they had been thoroughly cleansed by a mountain spring. Once that cool power blended into Hansen's cells, his body underwent some peculiar changes. A perfume that he could barely smell wafted from his body, its fragrance tickling the tip of his nose. I have given you the secret fox technique. Your body now possesses the 9-Spin Fox power. If you follow my will and use the 9-Spin Fox perfume skill, you can temporarily wield the powers of a fox. Fox Queen's lips remained locked with Hansen's, but her voice sounded in Hansen's head. Hansen nodded slightly. Following Fox Queen's will, he let the power course through him. Fox Queen sent more and more of that power into Hansen's body. Hansen got the power running and it began to build. The perfume grew stronger and stronger. It felt as if Hansen was swimming in a sea of flowers. Shortly after, the perfume in Hansen's body became lighter until it disappeared, and he could no longer smell it at all. A minute later, the perfume was coming back. The scent kept cycling between strong and light, and it did this 9 times. Fox Queen's power inside Han Sen had become very strong, and it combined with Han Sen's body. A very light silver symbol appeared on Han Sen's skin. It looked similar to the symbols on Fox Queen, but it wasn't as lustrous as those. Han Sen's symbol was quite dull by comparison. Upon seeing the silver flower symbol appear on Han Sen, Fox Queen felt incredibly happy. She had thought that Han Sen didn't have any fox blood, so she only expected him to absorb around 20% of the power she poured into the 9-spin fox perfume. But for some reason, Han Sen had been able to absorb every ounce of the 9-spin fox perfume energy she had sent to him. Because of this, the fox marking had appeared on his skin. Fox Queen was surprised, to say the least. Weird. Does his body contain some sort of fox blood or something? How is he capable of supporting a fox symbol? Fox Queen was confused. But after a second or so, Fox Queen made a decision. She had originally planned to stop the skill here, but instead, she kept it running. The silver markings on Fox Queen's skin continued to expand. The symbols slowly connected with each other, forming a 9-tailed silver fox upon her back. That symbol was so strange. It was like a living fox lying across Fox Queen's pale skin. It had small silver eyes, and they peered right at Han Sen. The more power Fox Queen gave Han Sen, the brighter his silver pattern became. The silver symbols flashed continually, and just like Fox Queen's, they started to connect. They soon started to resemble a 9-tailed fox that shone like burnished silver. Han Sen felt as if all the energy inside him was rushing crazily around his body. He felt like a wild horse without its reins. Things were slipping out of his control. Fox Queen, stop. I cannot take it anymore. Han Sen spoke to Fox Queen through his will. Fox Queen ignored him. Her arms were wrapped around Han Sen's neck, and her legs tightened around his waist. They were still kissing as silver substance chains thrust deep into Han Sen's body. Fox Queen, what are you doing? Han Sen demanded with his will. His face hardened as he began to struggle against her, but Fox Queen's power was able to keep his suppressed. Fox Queen finally responded. She smiled. She didn't move her lips, but her voice played inside Han Sen's ears all the same. I never thought this body of yours possessed such extraordinary talent. You can generate the fox markings. I have used all my 9-spin fox perfume to help you, so that your body can naturally become a 9-spin fox body. It will be great for you, and it will allow you to control the 9-spin destiny mirror far more easily. Fox Queen, do you really think I am 3 years old? Han Sen growled through his will. Fox Queen's smile widened. My good brother, why don't you just do as you are told? I will not treat you poorly. As Fox Queen's words echoed through Han Sen's head, a silver substance chain drifted into Han Sen's mouth. Han Sen's 9-spin fox power was becoming stronger and stronger. The power was almost out of Han Sen's control. It followed Fox Queen's will, running amok inside his body. The 9-tailed silver fox symbol on Han Sen's skin brightened, and it looked as if it was going to come alive. Now Han Sen was certain that Fox Queen wasn't trying to give him a technique. She was attempting to gain control of his body. Fox Queen wouldn't admit to that, of course. She ignored Han Sen's attempts to reason with her, as she continued pouring her power inside him. Just as Han Sen believed, Fox Queen was trying to refine Han Sen's body into a 9-spin fox clone. If she did that, she would be able to control Han Sen completely. There would be no need for the precariousness of cooperation. She could save herself the trouble by controlling him directly. This idea had come to her suddenly. She hadn't expected Han Sen's body to be capable of generating a fox symbol. What she said, in the beginning, wasn't all a lie. Han Sen understood Fox Queen, and he had never really trusted her anyway. It didn't matter if she was telling the truth or not, though. He had a plan of his own. If Fox Queen had just been honest and given Han Sen a new ability as she promised, he would have been disappointed. If she had done that, she wouldn't have given Han Sen enough power to fulfill his plan. Han Sen wanted to use Fox Queen's power to push his self-universe cogwheel. That way he could reach King class. This was a big risk, But compared to attempting to subjugate someone else's power in the midst of a fight, this was far easier. Power that had been summoned for combat would be far more destructive. Guiding it into his body without destroying himself wouldn't be easy. Controlling it with enough precision to move the self-universe cogwheel would be even harder. But now, Fox Queen was sending her power directly into Han Sen's body, and the power wasn't intended to harm him. That saved him so much trouble. Han Sen knew this was the best chance he would get to borrow deified power. When Han Sen felt that the necessary amount of energy had built up within him, he didn't hesitate. He engaged his Dongxian Sutra. He wanted to use that power to push his self-universe cogwheel. Fox Queen felt something suddenly shift within Han Sen's body. She realized what Han Sen was trying to do, and she chuckled deep in her throat. Han Sen didn't speak. He focused on his Dongxian Sutra, using its strength to guide the torrent of power that was surging through him. He tried to direct it toward his self-universe cogwheel. Although Han Sen was proficient with the techniques of Yin-Yang Blast and Yin-Yang Change, Fox Queen was putting so much power into him that it was difficult for him to guide the vast quantity. The nine-tailed silver fox marking covered Han Sen's body like the shadow of a demon. That weird perfume-like smell was growing stronger, and it almost felt as if it was becoming solid and tangible. It is futile. Your power as a duke has a ceiling. No other duke can match your strength, and not even first or second-tier kings could hope to equal you. But compared to me, you are far too weak. Do you honestly believe you can use my power for your own gain? You must be joking. Fox Queen's voice whispered through Han Sen's head. Fox Queen's body was hugged Han Sen's tightly, and her lips were pressed against his as she poured the 9-spin fox powers into him. She controlled the power that came gushing into him, directing it little by little to transform Han Sen into a 9-spin fox clone. Han Sen tried his hardest to guide the 9-spin fox power, but it was staggeringly different from anything he was used to. He attempted to wrestle it from Fox Queen's control and twist its purpose, but she maintained an iron grip on her energy. He was about to make use of a new trick, but his back suddenly felt hot. A scary power started to spread across his back. Han Sen jerked in surprise. He wasn't ready to use the trick he had planned, but a foreign power was being unleashed from his back. That power didn't belong to Han Sen, but he could tell that it didn't belong to Fox Queen either. Something red appeared out of Han Sen's back. Han Sen activated his Dongxian aura to get a better look. The skin of his back, which was originally covered by the fox markings, had turned scarlet. The blood-like color deepened until it revealed a crimson image. That is, ancient blood dragon lady. Han Sen was shocked. The red symbol on Han Sen's back looked like a woman with the upper body of a human and the lower body of a slithering snake. A horn sprouted from her head. It was an ugly image, and the figure looked quite like a phantom. He was certain that it was the ancient blood dragon lady, though. Is this the picture that the prisoner dude drew upon my back when I was in Holy Town? Han Sen knew where that painting had come from. Back then, he had been unable to view what had been drawn on his back. Right before it disappeared, Bauer told him it was an ugly woman. This was the first time Han Sen had gotten the chance to see it. He hadn't realized that the painting was still hidden on his back, or that it would be activated by Fox Queen in this manner. Han Sen didn't know what the painting did, but the power that came out of the drawing was just as strong as what Fox Queen was forcing inside him. It pushed away the 9-spin fox markings and asserted dominance over his whole back. Han Sen's back was in agony, though. Felt like he had been branded with hot steel. The 9-spin fox power had most certainly been pushed back. As the ancient blood dragon lady's painting grew more detailed, a shadow of the ancient blood dragon lady manifested. It stood across from the shadow of the 9-tailed fox. It covered Han Sen's back, while the fox covered Han Sen's chest. The two powers fought for supremacy inside him. The sacred blood statue. Why do you have the sacred blood statue? Fox Queen screamed. She looked terrified. She struggled to free herself from Han Sen's body. But now, something was pulling her in. She couldn't move, and her power was surging into Han Sen's body uncontrollably. What's the sacred blood statue? Han Sen frowned. The situation was spiraling wildly out of control. The blood-colored painting was still there, and his heart was beginning to ache. Fox Queen was chattering in fear. Impossible! Sacred is destroyed. The sacred leader is dead. There's no one living who could draw the sacred blood statue. How is this possible? What is the sacred blood statue? Han-sen repeated when Fox Queen continued to make no sense. Fox Queen tried to calm down a little, but she was still in shock, and she said, "It was a way for the sacred leader to control subordinates. If the image of the sacred blood statue was drawn on someone's body, that body could be consumed at any time. As long as the sacred blood statue wasn't activated, nothing would be amiss. The drawing might even be beneficial, could silently make your body stronger. But the sacred blood statue has now been activated, and so it will start to consume the power and flesh of its host until they have been eaten entirely. Why do you have the sacred blood statue? And is it a blood drawing of the ancient blood dragon lady? Why didn't you tell me any sooner? You almost got me killed." Fox Queen gnashed her teeth and summoned her own power. She wanted to use her power to pull herself out of Han-sen's body, but under the influence of the sacred blood statue, her powers appeared to have been magnetized. Fox Queen couldn't away, and so her energy continued pumping into Han-sen's body. Han-sen could clearly feel the sacred blood statue on his back. It was tearing viciously into his power and flesh like some voracious ghoul. If this kept going, his body might soon be eaten by the sacred blood statue. But the sacred blood statue's power had already blended into Han-sen's body, and its power was already inside him. If Han-sen tried to destroy the sacred blood statue, then that meant he'd be destroying his own body. If that happened, he'd die. Fuck! That motherfucker sacred leader was messed up. What kind of sicko creates a geno art like this? Han-sen swore. When Fox Queen realized that she was completely unable to pull away, she severed her connection to the power outright. She instantly started coughing up blood, and her face turned as white as a sheet. But she had at least managed to disconnect herself from Han-Senator. She stumbled away from his body. She had expended a lot of power, and she felt like she had hacked off a large portion of her own body. Severing her power had left her gravely wounded. Without the support of Fox Queen's power, Han-sen's nine-tail fox markings started to dim. He now had far less energy to combat the ancient blood dragon lady of the sacred blood statue. He was getting consumed. Game over, game over. Fox Queen looked haunted. Her attempt to gain access to Destiny's Tower had backfired spectacularly. Han-sen was getting consumed by the sacred blood statue, and God only knew when she might find another chance to enter Destiny's Tower. Fox Queen looked at Han-sen with a complicated set of emotions. Then she stomped her feet and left. The sacred blood statue had been activated, and Han-sen was on his way to his death. If she stayed around and was discovered, it would become known that she had murdered Prince 16. That would not turn out well. As she left, Fox Queen felt depressed. She thought she could reclaim the 9-spin destiny mirror, but her opportunity had disappeared because of her own greediness. In addition, she was now severely wounded. Without the help of the deified item she had planned to steal, it would take at least a year for her to recover. Han-sen could feel two powers battling inside him, but even so, his facial expression remained unchanged. He had thought of a way to deal with the power invading his body some time ago. Instead of the unimaginably horrible force that Fox Queen considered it, Han-sen had realized that it was just power like any other. It wasn't too bad. Han-sen used his mind to summon spell. She appeared in the form of a young lady. Han-sen was casting the Dongxian Sutra as hard as he could. At that moment he couldn't spare a thought for anything else. Spell was sort of like a living being, and so she could cast the story of Jean alone. And she didn't require Han-sen's body for the control. Han-sen and Spell's minds were connected. She knew what Han-sen wanted, and so she cast the story of Jean's. One of her hands pressed against Han-sen's forehead. A symbol of light appeared on Han-sen's forehead, then melted into his flesh. At that instant, Han-sen's body stopped changing. It was like the sacred blood statue and the nine-tailed fox were frozen in place. Everything just stopped. But after a single second, the sacred blood statue and the nine-tailed fox started to move again. They raged through Han Sen's body just as they had before. Spell pulled out her pistols and fired at Han's senator. Each bullet was imbued with the powers of eternity, and they peppered across Han Sen's skin. They froze each part of Han Sen's body in turn. Han Sen ran his Dongxian Sutra at max power, and he started pushing it toward king class. The whole world was like a gigantic machine comprised of cogwheels. Their teeth interlocked, and Han Sen's cogwheel was oversized. It had the rigidity of steel, and many surrounding cogwheels were too small to fit into it. Even so, it connected with many cogwheels. If he wanted to move his self-universe cogwheel, he would have to spin all the cogwheels around him as well. Han Sen pushed his Dongxian Sutra to run at an insane level. He tried to push the self-universe cogwheel using every scrap of strength he could gather, including the sacred blood statue and nine-tailed fox powers. Spell fired continuously, and most of Han Sen's body had been solidified. But that solidifying power wasn't enough to stop the sacred blood statue or nine-tailed fox markings. But Spell wasn't planning on keeping them trapped. Anyway, Spell used Eternity's solidifying powers to forge a path inside Han Sen's body. It was the path that the Dongxian Sutra would take. Aside from that path, everything else would be frozen. Two scary powers were coming, surging into that tunnel like a raging river. With the guidance of Han Sen's Dongxian Sutra, the flow of power was headed directly for the self-universe cogwheel. Boom! The horrendous collection of powers hit the self-universe cogwheel. The cogwheel vibrated gently. It didn't spin, but Han Sen spotted the small seeds of hope. Han Sen had tried his hardest before this, but it had always proven fruitless. He had never been able to move the self-universe cogwheel the slightest amount. Now, after a single hit, it had reacted, if only barely. It gave him hope. He closed his eyes and continued casting the Dongxian Sutra. He guided the two powers into the cogwheel again and again. Every hit made the cogwheel jump. With the Dongxian Sutra guiding more and more power, the cogwheel's shivering developed into a loud rattle. The cogwheels around it were also starting to move. It was like a machine that had been abandoned many years ago was now being reactivated. Dust fell away from the gears as the hum of a dormant power started to come to life. Spell's face was impassive as she kept shooting. She had to keep the tunnel in Han Sen's body intact. The flesh eternity had solidified was somewhat like a dam. The sacred blood statue and nine-tailed fox markings were like flash floods. They followed the course of the river, washing up against the dam and banks that guided it. Those restraints could not be allowed to break. If they broke, the power would spill and spread, turning into a destructive force that could ruin Han Sen. Eternity's solidifying power was Duke class, so the dam wasn't enough to trap all the water. Spell had to keep solidifying the dams repeatedly so that they wouldn't crumble under the onslaught. Boom! 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 Han Sen kept hitting the self-universe cogwheel. The cogwheel spun little by little, but it only moved a small distance with each strike. When the hit stopped, the cogwheel stopped. My self-universe cogwheel is too big. I'm afraid that making it spin might be too difficult, Han Sen thought in surprise. The two powers kept colliding with the cogwheel, but they had proved insufficient to get the cogwheel moving continuously. This was a much harder task than Han Sen had believed it would be. Fortunately, Han Sen had chosen to break through with the Dongxian Sutra. He could see the self-universe cogwheel clearly, and that enabled him to strike with precision and at an angle that would deliver the most force. If he had chosen to use a different geno-art, he would barely be able to see his connection with the universe at large. Without being able to see the cogwheel, it would have been even harder for him to level up. These two powers are too spread out. If they keep hitting like this, it will be impossible to truly start up the self-universe cogwheel. After another moment, Han Sen came up with a solution. He thought about it in his mind, and Spell understood what he meant. Her pistols shifted slightly, changing the course of the tunnel she had crafted inside Han Sen's body. The two powers had been guided on different paths through Han Sen's body, but now they were brought together into a circle. That cycle of powers was then pushed into a new pair of trenches that interlocked in a figure 8, allowing the power to cycle continuously. As the powers cycled, they passed over Han Sen's self-universe cogwheel. Cha-cha-cha. When those two powers moved together in perfect unison, the chains that pulled the cogwheel started to move. The self-universe cogwheel started to move along with it. The other cogwheels that were connected to it started to spin as well. Pure joy shot through Han's Senator. He kept guiding the two powers to turn the cogwheel. It was slow going in the beginning, but as the cogwheel started to move, it also began to accelerate. Cha-cha-cha, cha-cha-cha. When the cogwheel started to turn, Han's son felt as if his entire body was waking up from the embrace of a deep slumber. It was like a generator had been started, and an endless power began to rise. As the cogwheel spun in a blur, Han-sen could see behind the cogwheel that light was growing brighter. The faster the cogwheel spun, the brighter that light became. Boom! With the sacred blood statue and nine-tailed fox power combining to form a chain, the self-universe cogwheel was given what was needed for it to spin on its own. Inside the cogwheel, the light was burning brighter than any sun. The light looked like it could melt anything. Han-sen's body felt as weightless as a feather, and the self-universe cogwheel no longer required his power. Could now run on its own. An invisible area opened. Expanding its radius outside of Han's Senator, it created a weird, invisible bubble. Dongxian Battle Body has leveled up to King Class First Tier area. It worked! Hansen grinned like a fiend. He had finally become King Class. Although he was only on the first tier, what was most important was the fact that he had succeeded. Hansen wasn't surprised by the appearance of the door behind the cogwheels. Instead, he let himself be pulled through. This was a necessary part of the process of becoming a king. Whenever a king-class creature successfully kickstarted their self-universe cogwheel, they were given permission to enter the Geno-universe core area. No one had ever been able to determine the exact nature of the core area. Some said that it was actually a special xenogenic gene. Others claimed that it was a location within the Geno Hall. There were many other guesses, but no matter which theory was more popular at the moment, there was never any evidence to support one claim over another. For now, there was only one thing that everyone agreed on. The core area could be accessed through the self-universe cogwheel once someone ascended to King Class. When your cogwheel began spinning for the first time, you would be pulled into the universal core area. Just like Han-sen was being pulled in now. His body flew into the blinding light shining through the door, and when his vision returned, he found himself to be standing inside a palace built of some ancient metal. This palace was a strange patchwork structure. The entire place was composed of differently sized cogwheels. The walls, floors, and roof were all like this, and the wheels were fitted so tightly together that there were no visible seams. Every cogwheel was spinning at a different speed. Some moved so quickly that they blurred, whereas others were so slow that their movement was almost imperceptible. Rhythmic tick-tock sounds filled the palace, similar to the sounds that a mechanical watch might produce. Han-sen didn't have time for sightseeing, though, because his body was still hosting the powers of the sacred blood statue and the nine-tailed fox. Leveling up to King Class hadn't proved enough to destroy those energies. Han-sen suddenly decided to use the story of genes. He wanted to see if he could use the sacred blood statue and nine-tailed fox power to push the story of genes' self-universe cogwheel. That was hoping for too much, though. The sacred blood statue and the nine-tailed fox's power wasn't enough to push the self-universe cogwheel of the story of genes. As Han-sen tried to use them, their powers subsided and eventually vanished. In the end, they disappeared. Han-sen checked out his own body, just to be sure, but he didn't find any trace of them within him. Then he looked back at the palace. The cogwheels were in constant motion like the gears of a watch. But unlike a watch, the palace had no needles to tell time. Instead, there were just more teeth. The more teeth a cogwheel had, the slower it spun. The fewer teeth a cogwheel had, the faster it went. Watching the clocks was strangely mesmerizing, almost lulling. It was like being in a palace full of clocks. Han-sen's body was hanging in midair. When his feet touched a cogwheel on the floor, the cogwheel accelerated. The change in speed swept out through the connected cogwheels, and soon the entire palace was humming with greater energy. The dimension of the place was twisted disconcertingly. A few moments later, the door of the palace opened, revealing a star's cape beyond. Han Sen's body was currently safely ensconced in his Dongxian armor. He walked out of the Universal Core Palace and looked up at the myriad of stars. Upon closer observation, however, he realized that what he had first taken for stars were actually scary king creatures. When Han Sen stepped out of the Universal Core Palace, the whirring sound of the palace's cogwheels disappeared. Han Sen knew he could summon the Universal Core Palace whenever he wanted by pushing his self-universe cogwheel. But this was the first time Han Sen had entered the Universal Core area, and he didn't want to leave yet. He wanted to look around for himself and see if this place was just as the legends described it. Suddenly, a light shot past Han Sen, vanishing behind him. Then it reappeared a while later, swinging around so it could head straight for him. Han Sen was suddenly worried. Entering the Universal Core area required at least king-class power, but deified elites could access this place as well. Han Sen was just a first-tier king, so he knew that he needed to be careful. The star came to a stop in front of Han Senator now that Han Sen could get a better look at it. He realized that it was Dragon 8 of the Dragon. He was king-class as well. Dragon 8 looked at Han Sen with fiery eyes. When Han Sen joined the battles of the Geno Scroll, he fought as Dollar. There, he wore his Dongxian armor. Therefore, Han Sen rarely wore it when he wasn't using his Dollar identity. He didn't want to expose the fact that he and Dollar were the same person. After the Dongxian Sutra evolved twice, the Dongxian armor's appearance had changed radically. Now, the Dongxian armor was solid black, so dark that it lacked any semblance of light. Any light that landed on it would disappear instantly. If someone looked at Han Sen from afar, he would seem like a black shadow hanging in the air. Han Sen hadn't expected someone to recognize him as Dollar just because of the Dongxian armor. Since he was recognized, though, Han Sen made no effort to deny the claim. He looked at Dragon 8 and said, "Dragon 8, you remember me? Good." The fire of insanity in Dragon 8's eyes blazed even higher. He had lost to Dollar in one of the Geno Scroll battles. He hadn't gotten over his loss, and he had been researching better ways to fight Dollar ever since. But he had been unable to find Dollar. He didn't expect to find him there, of all places. He opened his gold area and doused Han Sen in the light. With an arrogant smirk, he said, "This time, I am going to beat you. Release your area." "Dragon 8, what are you doing?" As Han Sen answered, a few more lights arrived. They were kings of the dragon. Han Sen even identified one of them as Dragon 1. Han Sen was shocked. Dragon 1 must have been half-deified by now, and he wasn't the only powerful dragon who had come. If they all attacked Han Sen together, things would definitely go badly for him. "Big dragon, he is Dollar," Dragon 8 snarled, still staring at Han Sen. "Dollar?" asked Dragon 1 and the others in surprise. Dollar's performance in the Geno Scroll had been truly remarkable, even to them. But Dollar hadn't become an obsession for them the way he had for Dragon 8. And they hadn't been able to recognize him, initially. After a while, though, they started to believe the claim. "You really are Dollar?" Dragon 1 asked Han Sen uncertainly. "So what? Does it matter if I am or not?" Han Sen responded smoothly. "I know that I'm right. He is Dollar. The rest of you need to stay back, because he is mine." Dragon 8 bared his teeth in a rictus grin. "Dollar, open your area. Let me see if you are as strong as you were before." "That is unnecessary," Han Sen said, gathering power in his finger as he spoke. He sent a coin flying toward Dragon 8. "Don't ever underestimate me," Dragon 8 shouted, and his gold area became solid. It transformed into an old golden chest, trapping the coin inside it. Dong! The golden chest fell under the power of the coin, but it didn't draw closer to Dragon 8. "What a powerful metal area!" Han Sen complimented his opponent. Dragon 8's area allowed him to generate metal and make things solid. If Dragon 8 wanted to, he could seal Han Sen within the golden area. It was similar to Nine-Headed Bird's coffin suppression, but Dragon 8's area wasn't just for sealing foes. "Dollar, I will defeat you today." After that declaration, a punch came right for Han's senator cloaked in Dragon 8's Gold King area. The enormous power of that punch became a roaring gold dragon, ready to consume Han Sen. Let me try my Dongxian area power, Hansen thought, his heart leaping. He opened his invisible Dongxian area, and all of a sudden, the whole world around Hansen was now composed of an infinite number of spinning cogwheels. Hansen could see his opponent's draconic punch and area power. They came from Dragon 8's self-universe cogwheel, which exerted force on some universal cogwheels around it to generate more power. Within the radius of the Dongxian area, Hansen could feel Dragon 8's ability to affect the universal cogwheels. The Dongxian area could affect them too. Hansen lifted his hand and focused his mind. When Hansen pushed forward, it wasn't to affect Dragon 8. Instead, he used his Dongxian area to control the nearby cogwheels that were in motion. The universal cogwheels that had been under Dragon 8's control suddenly came to a complete stop. In that instant, something unbelievable happened. Dragon 8's Gold King area and Dragon Punch lost their power. It was an oddly embarrassing moment for Dragon 8. It was like an actor filming a special effects-based fight scene. The fight looked amazing with the special effects, but halfway through the video the special effects had vanished. Dragon 8 was left hanging awkwardly in the air. A cruel punch had been sent toward Hansen, but when the power in the attack vanished, Dragon 8's actual fist was still 100 meters away from Hansen, and so nothing happened. Dragon 8 couldn't believe his eyes, and so he threw another punch. No power was produced. No, this is impossible. Why can't I use my area and my power? Dragon 8 stared at Hansen, stupefied. Dragon 1 and the other Dragon Kings were similarly dumbfounded. They couldn't see the invisible Dongxian area. They had simply seen Hansen wave his hand, and then Dragon 8's area and power vanished. It was very scary. Hansen was pleased beyond words. The Dongxian area could control every universal cogwheel in its radius. That meant that unless the enemy was stronger than Hansen, Hansen could easily control his every cogwheel. Any power that came into contact with the Dongxian area would be dismissed. Of course, if the enemy was stronger than Hansen and kept using their power to push against the cogwheels Hansen was trying to gain control of, the Dongxian area wouldn't work as well. But even if the enemy's power was stronger than Hansen's, the Dongxian area could still be quite effective. Could make the cogwheels spin slower, at least. It could even make a cogwheel accelerate if there was cause for that. Ordinary area powers could only affect the universal cogwheels that immediately connected to the self-universe cogwheel, but the Dongxian area could affect all of the cogwheels within its radius. That was why the Dongxian area was so scary. And it didn't simply destroy the power that the enemy had attempted to wield. It had an additional function. Hansen lifted his fist and threw a punch toward Dragon 8, who was still thoroughly dazed from the disappearance of his attack. A giant metal dragon launched from Hansen's fist and thundered toward Dragon 8, mouth open. It was just like the punch Dragon 8 himself had tried to deliver. Hansen had seen how the punch affected the universal cogwheels, so in order to simulate the punch, he just had to replicate the movement of the cogwheels. The simulation wasn't exactly the same, because the energy of the punch originated from Hansen's self-universe cogwheel instead of Dragon 8's. That meant that the core power of the attack was different. Pang! A gold dragon punch. How is that possible? Dragon 8 was frozen, and so he forgot to dodge. The blow sent him flying, blood spraying from his mouth in a long stream. For Dragon 1 and the others, their surprise was turning into horror. That punch was Dragon 8's own skill merged with a dragon secret called the Dragon Punch technique. It was a unique skill, but Hansen had copied it and turned it back on his opponent in seconds. That was terrifying. No wonder you were called the universe's #1 marquise. Even at King class, you were still the strong. Dragon 1 said to Hansen as he picked up the injured Dragon 8. I am flattered. If there's nothing else to be done here, I will take my leave, Hansen said and then turned to leave. Dragon 1 raised his hand and stopped Hansen. He said, We found some core xenogeneics. 2 of them are half-deified. Are you interested? How would the resources be split? Hansen asked Dragon 1. The universal core area had many core xenogeneics. They were king class at the very least, but the xenogeneic genes they yielded were very special. Core genes could provide a powerful boost to one's king area. Many kings sought those core genes in order to level up their area. Han Sen was interested. There were 9 tiers he needed to climb, and then he would need to reset after that. Currently, Han Sen was only on the first tier. Climbing the levels one by one would be a difficult thing to do. If he could level up using core xenogeneic genes, it would be much easier. It is a very large group of core xenogeneics, Dragon 1 said. Those 2 half-deified xenogeneics are very scary. I can deal with 1, but I cannot take down 2. If you can keep 1 busy, I will give you 50% of the reward. Boss, isn't 50% a bit too much? A king dragon quickly said. Dragon 1 waved his hand. It isn't too much. No one else among us can kite the other half-deified core xenogeneic. We have no chance of killing the group without that being done, though. Either we make this deal or none of us get anything. He would deserve 50%. Dragon 1 turned back to Han Sr. What do you think? It sounds good, as long as I'm only kiting that 1 half-deified xenogeneic. Let's go get it done. Then, Hansen answered, accepting their terms. This was his first time inside the Universal Core area, so he wasn't really familiar with the place. Hanging out with the dragons wasn't a bad start. It's a deal. Dragon 1 quickly agreed and signed a contract with Hansen. Together, they all flew into the sky. As they traveled, Dragon 8 asked, Dollar, what tier have you reached? Dragon 1 and the others all perked up their ears to listen. They had been curious about this since they saw him fight. With Hansen's performance, they were guessing that he had to be at least 5th tier. Some suspected he was 9th tier. Otherwise, how could he have destroyed Dragon 8 as he had? Tier 1. Hansen didn't feel the need to hide his rank. After all, they would have to fight together. If he used his king area for a long time, it might become apparent that he only had a single tier. Lying about it now would serve no purpose. Upon hearing Hansen's answer, Dragon 8 jerked in the air as if he had hit a patch of turbulence. His face had gone slack. You're a 1st-tier king? Dragon 1 and the others looked at Hansen, trying to keep their expressions neutral. After that, they didn't want to talk anymore. This was the first time Hansen had seen a core xenogeneic. They looked like a group of insects, all of them with wings. The bodies were humanoid. They had 4 limbs, but their heads were unusually small. They were 1.5 meters tall, and their whole bodies were shelled in an aqua blue material. Their shells were so smooth and glossy that Hansen could see his reflection in them. A pair of blue transparent wings sprouted from each bug's back. When the bugs flew, their wings moved so fast that they turned into a blur. They didn't appear to be too different from average xenogeneics. Their most outstanding feature was the fact that they were all king class. As far as Hansen could tell, their high rank and the fact that everyone called them core xenogeneics was the only thing that made them unique. Hansen made a quick calculation. There were 100 core xenogeneics ahead, and they were all king class. That amount was a rare sight. Dragon 1 pointed out 2 xenogeneics within the horde of bugs and said, Those 2 are the half-deifieds of this bug enclave. You and I can take 1 each. Dragon 8 and the others can deal with the rest. I will kill 1 half-deified xenogeneic, then help you take care of the other. Dragon 1 didn't expect Hansen to have the chops to kill a half-deified creature. After all, he was only a 1st-tier king. Okay. Hansen nodded, then turned the 2 bugs Dragon 1 had pointed out. The bodies of those 2 half-deifieds looked quite similar to those of the other bugs, but their armor was purple-red. Their bodies were also laden with spikes. They were certainly a more intimidating sight. Following their plan, Hansen and the others moved straight in to attack the group of insects. The space bugs soon noticed their approach, and the entire group released a collective scream. Then, the bugs hurried forward to meet with the invaders. Near the hearts of the space bugs, something that looked like small lanterns flared to life, giving off a green light. They were like small, cold, nuclear reactors. When Hansen looked deeply into those lanterns, he could see a spot of light spinning around a core crystal. It was an oddly beautiful sight. Those must be their xenogeneic cores, Hansen thought. He was about to start drooling. They were king-class xenogeneics. BZZT. As the cores of the space bugs lit up, they started to cast blue and green areas. Because there were many space bugs and they were all of the same species, the areas layered on top of each other without conflicting with each other. And because the king areas were stacked and concentrated, their collective power became quite terrifying. As more and more king areas were added to the stack, the colors turned from blue and green to black. There was no way to know what tier all these space bugs were. Han Sen had to watch the colors of the collective king area instead. The darker a section of the king area was, the stronger it would be. There was no need to analyze the two space bugs with purple and red king areas, though. They were the half-deified foes, and their areas had reached the 9th tier and then been reset to 1st tier. "Stick to the plan," Dragon 1 shouted. He rushed into the space bugs, activating his own area. Dragon 1's area was black, and it covered the entire sky. The space bugs were still some distance away, but they were covered by his area anyway. Han Sen could see a dragon, forged of black air, rising from Dragon 1's area. It was headed for the space bugs. What a powerful king area! With an AoE that strong, he could totally solo all the king-class space bugs. Why does he even need us? The dragon made from black air was still rising from the king area. It had king-class strength, and it was at no disadvantage against the space bugs. Plus, even if the black air dragon's body was torn to shreds, it would just immediately recompose itself. The thing was practically immortal. But Han Sen soon realized that he had underestimated the capabilities of the space bugs. Their blue areas continued to stack up, and when the black air dragon came into range, the bug's king areas began to absorb the black air. The longer the dragon was there, the weaker it became. Against that massive, collective king area, the black air dragon's body would be no stronger than a balloon. It would be sucked dry, and the bug's king area would only get stronger. "An elemental consumption area?" Han Sen asked with a frown. "Yes, it is a consuming area. Any creature that enters will have their powers and life force sucked right out of them. Don't go into the areas that are stacked up, and you should especially avoid the ones that have turned black. Their consuming power can turn a king into a dried-up husk," Dragon 8 said to Han Sen. Han Sen nodded, then headed for one of the half-deified xenogeneics. Dragon 8 and the others were working to lure the bug crowd elsewhere. They hadn't actually engaged the horde just yet. Compounded king areas like that were dangerous. If too many areas were stacked up, then their power could rival a half-deified. Fortunately, a horde like that lacked the mobility and agility of a solo creature. Dodging the stacked-up areas of the bugs wasn't all that difficult. Han Sen flew toward one of the half-deified bugs alone. He threw a coin at it from some distance away. The coin flew forward and entered the bug's purple and red king area. The coin shrank noticeably as it traveled through the king area. Clearly, the area was draining the coin's power. A very strong consuming power. Indeed, Han Sen thought in awe. To close-quarter combat fighters, a creature such as this would be a living nightmare. Even getting close to the beast would cause their life force and power to drain away. The fighter would become weaker, and the bug would become stronger. Pat. The small coin finally attached itself to the bug's shell. Coin's suppressing and restrictive powers started to work. The bug's body shivered and started to sink. But it only shook a little. The half-deified space bug froze. Its eyes were like the eyes of a fly. As it looked at Han Senator, they looked angry. And the creature screamed at Han Senator then. It flapped its wings and flew toward Han Sen like lightning. So fast. That thing is definitely half-deified. Han Sen noticed that his own speed, in comparison, was so slow. And the suppression powers of the coins didn't seem to work on the bug. In fact, the coin was still getting smaller. Clearly, the bug's area was still consuming the coin's power. Not long after, the coin's power had run dry. Han Sen looked thoughtfully at the bug. But he didn't flee. He used an area but not the Dongshin area. Instead, he made use of the beast's soul he had received from the conch. Move mountain area. The blue area spread around Han Sen's body, combining with the purple and red areas. It didn't show any reaction to the contact, and the two different colored areas overlapped. Han Sen prepared to strike the half-deified bug. Pang! Han Sen's fist and the half-deified bug's claw collided. The blade-like claws of the beast scratched Han Sen's armor, drawing a few light marks across its surface. The armor, however, wasn't broken. Han Sen's fist didn't have enough power to knock away the bug's claws. The bug squealed weirdly. Its body flashed with a purple and red light, leaving afterimages as it moved. A flurry of purple and red claw lights came toward Han Sen. Dong! 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 All of those claws, which could tear through space with ease, came down on Han's Senator. The strikes produced a number of light marks across his Dongshin armor, but the light scratches vanished quickly. Dragon 1 and the others kept an eye on Han's Senator. If he couldn't kite the half-deified bug, they would have to abandon the fight and escape. But when they turned to watch, they found Han Sen fighting the half-deified creature head-to-head. Although he was suppressed, it was remarkable that the half-deified bug was unable to penetrate his armor. Is that guy really a first-tier king? Dragon 8 looked troubled. Even with his indestructible gold dragon body, he couldn't block the power of a half-deified strike. Han Sen, on the other hand, seemed to be handling the battle rather easily. Han Sen was unworried, but it wasn't because of the strength of his Dongshin armor. It was true that the Dongshin armor was very resilient. For a first-tier king, it would have ranked as a top-class defensive armor. But strength like that still wasn't enough to withstand the pummeling of a half-deified creature. Move Mountain Area's power was the real reason the bug couldn't hurt Han Sen. Move Mountain Area was actually quite special. It didn't increase Han Sen's power or weaken his enemies. Instead, it simply transferred power. First, Move Mountain Area required a carrier, and that carrier could not be a body. While the conch had used its own shell as a carrier, Han Sen had chosen to use his Dongshin armor. Under the effects of Move Mountain Area, any power that attacked the carrier would instead be absorbed by the carrier. It was like a hydroelectric plant on a river. The power of a river could crush many things, but the Move Mountain Area could separate some of that power and use it for other things. Unless the enemy's power was strong enough to break the Move Mountain Area and the designated carrier outright, then additional attacks wouldn't do any good. In fact, they would actually increase the carrier's defensive capabilities. But Move Mountain Area had two primary downsides. The first con was that the power absorbed by the carrier couldn't be transformed into offensive power and turned back on foes. The second con was something really bad. The more power the carrier absorbed, the more pressure it would endure. Although it wouldn't crush Han Sen's body, it would make him move very slowly. After using Move Mountain Area, Han Sen could shrug off powerful blows. But if he wanted to run or attack, he would be too slow to do so. Fortunately, in this situation, Han Sen had no plans to attack the half-deified bug. All he had to do was hold it in place until Dragon 1 killed his own bug and came over to help. So, for this purpose, Han Sen was happy to select Move Mountain Area. Move Mountain Area had its benefits. Although the bug's consuming area continued trying to drain power from Han Sen, it merely drained the stored power of the carrier. The enemy was recollecting its own power, and thus it didn't have any effect on Han Sen. The half-deified bug attacked Han Sen furiously. Han Sen tried to dodge at first, but he soon gave up the attempt. The bug's attacks were focused on the Dongshin armor, and the destructive powers the beast wielded had weakened. In the end, it didn't really affect Han Sen. But Han Sen was very encumbered by that power. He moved so slowly that it was impossible for him to strike back at the half-deified bug. Dragon 8 and the others were all frozen. They saw Han Sen floating in the air as if he wasn't the least bit worried. He ignored the half-deified bug's attacks like they were no more than a tickle. He was completely unmoving. The bug's creepy consuming area didn't seem to work on him either. His power wasn't growing any weaker. They could tell that Han Sen's blue light area was doing something, but they were just as bewildered by it as Han Sen had been when he first saw it. It seemed like magic, an ability that defied rational explanation. Upon seeing this, Dragon 1 was greatly relieved. He had been worried that Han Sen wouldn't be able to keep a half-deified bug busy. Now, clearly, there was no need for concern. Dragon 1 focused all his power on attacking the other half-deified bug. As he drifted, Han Sen noticed that Dragon 8 was doing badly. Han Sen sent a few lazy attacks toward the ordinary core bugs surrounding Dragon 8, drawing their attention. In seconds, Han Sen was taking attacks from one half-deified bug and a few dozen of the king-class bugs. Even so, he was still in a totally fine condition. Dragon 8 and the others stared at him with wide eyes. Holy shit! What kind of defense is that? It's sick! A Dragon King couldn't help but exclaim. Han Sen was bored out of his mind. He had grown stronger, but his movement speed was so low. He moved like a snail. Running was out of the question. I'm going to give this beast soul to Wang Yuhang. He's the perfect person to become a punching bag. Move mountain area will suit him very well. He can take the brunt of the enemy's aggression while I attack. It really is perfect, Han Sen thought, quite pleased with the sudden idea. Because Han Sen had drawn the attention of so many of the bugs, Dragon 8 and the others were all free. Dragon 1 and a half-deified bug were still engaged in combat. Han Sen was bored, so he turned himself to watch the half-deified dragon fight. Han Sen had always admired the combat skills of the dragon. Dragon 1's enemy was half-deified as well. But the bug was getting destroyed. It would die soon. Also, while Dragon 1 was fighting the bugs in close-quarter combat, the consuming area didn't seem to affect him. Catcha! As Han Sen was deep in thought, he saw Dragon 1 punch through the side of the half-deified bug's head and straight into its brain. Despite losing its brain, however, it didn't stop fighting. With a few more strikes, Dragon 1 ripped the bug's body into pieces. It stopped moving. After Dragon 1 killed a half-deified bug, he flew over to Han Senator. He was going to kill the other half-deified bug that Han Sen had kept occupied. Dragon 1 engaged the bug. Relieving some of the pressure on Han Senator, he put away his move mountain area so that he could move freely again. The ordinary bugs were no threat to Han Senator. He used his Dongshan movement to travel through the swarm of bugs. The king-class bugs couldn't do a thing to him, and Han Sen soon found a chance to take out two. He didn't earn a beast soul, though. Han Sen made sure that he stayed within range of the half-deified bug as he traveled. After a while, Dragon 1 delivered a strike that heavily damaged the half-deified bug. Han Sen gathered up a coin on his finger. As he used saving money, the number on the coin started to increase. Just as the bug was about to die, Han Sen fired a coin with the number 12 on its surface. Pang! The badly injured bug exploded under the force of Han Sen's saving money. Mutant Xenogeneic King hunted. Core Demon Bug. Xenogeneic Gene found. Obtained King-class Mutant Beast Soul Core Demon Bug. Once the half-deified Core Demon Bugs were slain, the rest of the bugs descended into chaos. Dragon 1 and Han Sen got busy killing them. Some of them managed to escape, but most were killed. The group counted their spoils and found that they had 2 mutant core genes and 86 ordinary core genes. Dragon 1 kept his promise. He gave 1 mutant core gene and 43 normal core genes to Han Sen. Dragon 1 smiled at Han Sr. Would you be interested in continuing our cooperative efforts to hunt down core xenogeneics? You can have half of everything. Yeah, $. This went well. Let's do more of this together, Dragon 8 quickly said. His eyes were shining. From what they could see, Han Sen was a giant meat shield. With Han Sen at the front, they could kill scary core xenogeneics or destroy whole groups that they previously wouldn't have dared to provoke. Why not? Han Sen said with a nod. Han Sen knew what Dragon 1 had planned, but these dragons seemed very reliable. Cooperating with them wouldn't be a bad thing for Han Sen. Using Move Mountain area wouldn't do him much good if he was by himself. Having awesome defense was pointless if someone wasn't there to kill the xenogeneics. Cooperating was a bonus for both parties. There was no need to reject their offer. Dragon 1 and Han Sen signed another contract. They were very happy with the results, so they were keen to bring Han Sen with them as they traveled. Now that they were cooperating with Han Sen, they had no interest in killing ordinary xenogeneics. They could deal with normal core xenogeneics by themselves, so there was no need to hunt them now and split them with Han Senator instead. They went straight for the xenogeneics they hadn't been able to take down before. Dragon 1 explained that to Han Sen, but Han Sen was fine with it. Many kings wished to kill core xenogeneics. Hansen was lucky to have already found an opportunity to do so. Hansen kept flying, playing with a core gene as he went. The core genes were smaller than a fist. They were transparent, like a shiny blue gem. Dragon 8 noticed Hansen playing with the core gene, so he flew over to Han Sr. They're nothing special to look at, and there's no way to directly absorb them. You can use them to make a genofluid, though. If you bathe in it and practice your geno arts, you might end up improving your area. I was wondering if I could eat it, Hansen said with a grin. Ha! You want to eat a core gene? This thing isn't meat. How would you eat it? Dragon 8 laughed. Hansen put the core gene into his mouth and swallowed it. Dragon 8's smile froze in place. His mouth gaped, and he shouted, "Oh no! You really ate it." Hansen licked his lips and said, "It didn't taste good. That was awful. Right? You are human, yes? Are you humans a part of the consuming ant family?" Dragon 8 glanced at Hansen with distaste, as if he was looking at a gross monster. "No, we definitely aren't." Hansen laughed, but he didn't explain further. After waiting half a day, he managed to digest the core gene, and a familiar announcement played in his head. King-class gene. Dragon 1 and the others looked at Hansen strangely. Hansen kept randomly eating core genes, and they were growing concerned. Since Dollar could apparently eat core genes, they were worried that if he got hungry enough, they might end up as his food. Luckily, none of their fears came to pass. It made them feel very relieved. Mutant King Class Core Demon Bug Beast Soul. Gun type. The type of the beast soul surprised Han Senator. It was a weapon beast soul, and it was a gun type one. It didn't seem to match with the creature he had fought. When Hansen summoned the beast soul, however, he realized that this gun was different from the guns he had been envisioning. It was a laser handgun made of red and purple metal. It was 1 foot long, and it looked very futuristic. It was heavy, and there were many symbols drawn across its body. It was both uncanny and beautiful. When Hansen put his power into the gun, it turned his power into a purple and red laser. Hansen didn't have the chance to see what that laser did, though. Dragon 1 was guiding them to a core area on a planet called Dark Zone. The planet had many core xenogeneics, but the xenogeneics there were very frightening. It was easy to get yourself killed if you weren't careful, and even many half-deified elites had fallen on the surface of that planet. Ordinary kings usually didn't visit such dangerous places. But with Hansen, their big meat shield, Dragon 1 opted to risk it. The group of them were approaching planet Dark Zone, but before they entered the atmosphere, a group of creatures came flying out from the planet to meet them. Hansen at first thought they were xenogeneics, but when he looked closer, he saw that it was a group of the destroyed. Hansen remembered 2 of them. One was Bar and the other was Dia Robber. They were already king-class elites. Upon seeing Bar, Hansen felt his temples begin to throb. Bar was a madman with an invincible body. He was so strong that fighting him would be a massive nightmare. Luckily, Bar and Dia Robber didn't recognize Hansen in his Dongshin armor. They simply approached and stopped Hansen's crew from going further. "Excuse me. Planet Dark Zone has been claimed by us, the destroyed. Please turn back now," Dia Robber said, flying up to Dragon 1. "Since when is Planet Dark Zone the property of the destroyed?" Dragon 1 asked, his voice hard. He wasn't afraid of Dia Robber. Dia Robber smiled and said, "Everything will be back to normal soon. You guys can go in, but you will have to wait until we are done here." "What if we want to go in right now?" Dragon 1 stared at Dia Robber. "Cut the crap." In his annoyance, Bar quickly drew the bone knife slung across his back. His eyes burned with a murderous look, and he was obviously ready to fight Dragon 1. Dia Robber raised his hands to stop Bar, and then he calmly said, "Dragon 1, we destroyed have never offended the dragon. The core area has many places to destroy core xenogeneics. You guys don't have to cause us trouble over this planet Dark Zone. Do you?" Dragon 1 frowned and started to respond, but all of a sudden, there was a booming sound. A giant mushroom cloud rose on the surface of planet Dark Zone, and a shockwave swept through the atmosphere. Dia Robber's face changed. The destroyed seemed to completely forget the dragons as they turned and flew to planet Dark Zone at high speed. Dragon 1 and the others looked at each other with confusion. "Big brother, should we go down and take a look?" Dragon 8 asked, moving over to Dragon 1. His eyes lingered on the planet beneath them. As its name suggested, there seemed to be very little light on planet Dark Zone. Magnetic storms whirled over the planet, and the clouds rattled like mad as if there were many explosions underneath. Even so, it was impossible to see what actually lay on the surface. Dragon 1 didn't answer, but his eyes were also locked on planet Dark Zone. Just like Dragon 8, he had no idea what was down there. After the explosion, they couldn't see anything taking place on the planet anymore. Once the aftermath of the explosion settled out, planet Dark Zone returned to being quiet again. Bar and the others had re-entered the planet's atmosphere, and there was no more movement to be seen. Other than the roiling clouds, the planet had gone still. "Big brother, could this be a trap? Dia Robber and the others aren't trying to trick us, are they?" Dragon 8 said. "I don't think so. Dia Robber has no grudge with us. He wouldn't attempt to set up a blockade just to annoy us." Dragon 1 paused, and then he coldly said, "Even if it was a trap, there is no need for us to be afraid of them. Let's go and take a look, first and foremost." The others thought that made sense. Only kings and half-deifieds could come to the universal core area. Even if the destroyed were setting a trap, there was no need to be afraid. Hansen was also curious about what was happening on the planet, so he had no problem with the plan. He followed them down onto planet Dark Zone in a careful approach. While Dragon 1 and the others were confident that they could defend themselves from the destroyed, they were also being careful. They opened their king areas before they reached the clouds. Once they traveled past the magnetic storms, they saw a giant, circular hole in the surface of the black planet. It looked like it had been made by a giant meteor strike. But Hansen and the others had been outside of the planet only moments before, and they would have seen any meteor that came close enough to hit the planet. That explosion must have been caused by something already on the planet. They were too far away to make out much about the hole, though. Dragon 1 hesitated for a bit, but eventually decided to fly down towards the enormous crater. They flew closer to the surface of planet Dark Zone, and Hansen and the others were soon able to see just how scary that hole was. When they approached it, the hole seemed to have no bottom. Aside from the giant pit, they couldn't see anything else on the surface of planet Dark Zone. There were no core xenogeneics about, either. Bar and the others had disappeared. "What is this?" Dragon 8 asked, pointing toward the center of the big hole. No one answered him, though. Hansen and Dragon 1 had already seen it, but they didn't know what it was, either. In the center of the hole there was something like a goose egg. It was glowing a dark green color, but it was as big as a basketball court. Hansen and the others soon got close enough to see Dia Robber and his people standing next to the stone goose egg. They were all frozen, staring unblinkingly at the egg. Hansen had no idea what they were doing. "You guys need a hand?" Dragon 1 asked as he drifted toward them. He didn't want to cause a misunderstanding. Hansen followed Dragon 1 over to the stone goose egg. He looked at the thing carefully, but he didn't see anything special about it. It was just a normal goose egg, albeit larger and made of stone. Dia Robber didn't reply to Dragon 1. The destroyed still stared at the goose egg stone, and they didn't try to stop Dragon 1 from coming closer. Hansen and Dragon 1 glanced at each other. They were both suspicious. Dia Robber and Bar were not top-tier king-class fighters, and that was because they were very slow. But with their talents, they would eventually rank highly among the kings or even become deified. Something very dangerous must have happened to render all of those destroyed motionless. Assuming they weren't pretending, of course. Hansen couldn't imagine what might have happened, but whatever it was, it had even managed to trap Bar. With his grumpy personality and murderous mind, he was the sort of person who would try to fight fate itself. Yet Bar, a man who wasn't afraid of anything, had been compelled to remain in one spot like that. He seemed almost comatose. It was difficult to imagine what he might have seen. But Hansen and Dragon 1, as they looked at the stone goose egg, saw nothing. "Dia Robber, what is going on?" Dragon 1 asked as he walked closer. Dia Robber gritted his teeth, but he remained silent. Another destroyed king, now looking as if he had woken up from a dream, started to scream, "It's over! It's all over!" "What is over?" Dragon 8 asked. The king didn't answer. He just kept on screaming at the top of his lungs, his eyes wide and afraid. Then, he ran to the goose egg stone like a madman. "Stop!" Dia Robber shouted. But the man didn't stop. Dia Robber flew forward and grabbed the destroyed king who was running toward the goose stone egg. He slammed the man into the ground. "I said stop! Didn't you hear me?" Dia Robber's face looked grim. That destroyed king screamed, "Goth and the others are still down there. We have to save them. We have to save them." Dia Robber's expression darkened, and he quietly said, "Observe the situation first. Without my order, no one is permitted to get close." "Dia Robber, what is going on?" Dragon 1 knew that something was wrong, but he wasn't sure what. Dia Robber turned around and looked at Dragon 1. "Considering what's happened, I'm not going to lie. 60 destroyed kings came to Planet Dark Zone to hunt xenogeneics. We planned on cleaning this place up, but while we were talking with you, for some reason, this thing crushed our camp. All the destroyed kings are gone." Han Sen and Dragon 1 felt a chill at his words. 6 destroyed kings remained, including Dia Robber and Bar, which meant that more than 50 king-class destroyed had just disappeared. That was a very frightening thought. Even if a giant meteor struck the planet, it couldn't wipe out 50 kings that easily. Plus, there are no meteors around to suggest that is what happened. Where did this thing come from? Han Sen stared at the giant goose egg stone. He was frozen like Dia Robber. Maybe they went somewhere else? Dragon 1 looked around. Planet Dark Zone was big. A few dozen kings could certainly hide on its surface. They could just dip into a cave, and nobody would be able to find them. No, they were waiting for us at camp. If they escaped this, they would definitely have revealed themselves by now. Dia Robber shook his head. Dragon 1 wanted to say something, but before he could, there was a loud cracking noise. A crevice had suddenly appeared on the giant goose egg. Han Sen and the others fell back. They immediately expanded their king areas as they stared at the goose egg stone. "Catcha! Catcha!" More cracks opened across the surface of the goose egg stone. The cracks were very well aligned, so they obviously weren't like ordinary cracks one might find in a well-weathered stone. Instead, the perfectly spaced cracks opened straight up and down. Boom! Countless dark green claws emerged from the top and bottom of the stone. "Holy shit! That is a big bug!" Dragon 8 screamed with wide eyes. The stone might have looked rather like an egg, but the thing inside it was definitely not a baby goose. It was actually a xenogeneic bug, one that looked like a centipede. Its body was curled around itself, so all its claws were hidden. It had simply made itself look like a goose egg. Now, the disturbing creature was stretching out its body, making itself look very scary in the process. It revealed its teeth as it stared down on the destroyed and dragon around it. Blood and gore were smeared across the bug's belly. It was probably the remains of the missing destroyed kings. Everyone still alive knew that somehow, this xenogeneic had eaten more than 50 of the destroyed kings in a single second. The realization was chilling. No one issued a command. Everyone, including Han Sen and Dragon 1, immediately turned and flew away. They were going to leave Planet Dark Zone. But just as they were about to fly up into the clouds, the whole sky of the planet turned dark green. It was like a giant green crystal had formed to cloak the entire planet. Even the small amounts of light that made it through the clouds were dyed that same greenish shade. Pang! Both the destroyed group and the dragon group fell from the sky like meteors. They hit the planet so hard that their bodies punched deep holes into the surface. Air restriction area. With this kind of radius, it must be a deified xenogeneic. Dragon 8 pronounced as he climbed out of his hole. His face looked grave. That isn't an air restriction area. Han Sen looked glum too. He looked at the ground around them. The area looked as if it had managed to cover the entire planet. None of them could fly away now, Even more frightening was the fact that this wasn't just an air restriction. It had another power, too. Before Han Sen could analyze it further, though, the giant insect leaped forward. Its mountainous body moved with uncanny speed, and dark green substance chains seethed in the air around it. The chains wrapped around its entire body, their outer edges as sharp as razors. Han Sen used his Dongxian aura as he turned to run. He didn't dare use his move mountain area. It would be totally useless against a monster like this. A xenogeniac like this had enough raw power to crush his move mountain area without breaking a sweat. His Dongxian armor wouldn't be able to withstand strength of that magnitude. He would die in moments. Boom! The weird bug attacked. Two of the kings were too close to the creature to run, so they had no choice but to attack. They tried to use their own powers to fight back against the insect, but the weird bug was able to swallow them whole. The weird bug then dove into the ground, vanishing under the surface and leaving a large hole behind. The ground shook beneath Han Sen like a violent earthquake. He wanted to run, but after a few frantic steps, he came to a black hole in the ground. A king running next to Han Sen was swallowed by the insect as it launched itself up from that hole in the ground. The weird bug hung in the air for a moment, then turned and dove back under the earth. "Fuck you!" Dragon 8 screamed when he saw the insect eat one of the dragons. It made him so angry that he used his giant gold dragon. He sent a punch toward the pit in the ground. Boom! The hole collapsed on itself, and the weird bug didn't come out again. It didn't scream either. Careful! Dragon 1 sprinted toward Dragon 8 and knocked the man backward, then dodged away himself. There was another boom as dirt and dust fountained up where Dragon 8 had been standing only a moment before. There was now another large hole, and the strange bug had reemerged. Half of its body was above ground, and it looked like some strange tower as it swung its claws. No one moved to attack the creature. Running was the only thought on their minds. They all knew that fighting the beast would be a useless move. There was nothing they could do against such a scary deified xenogeniac. Han Sen was running, and he was running very fast. He was very good at fleeing impossible fights, and he was confident that he could break the weird bug's king area and leave Planet Dark Zone. Of course, he needed the bug to stop chasing him first. Even if he could break the air restriction area, he wouldn't make it very far if the bug was still pursuing him. So Han Sen put conscious effort into keeping a low profile. As soon as he had the chance to, he would use his super god spirit to leave Planet Dark Zone. And in regards to the others, Han Sen could only pity them. At a time like this, it was every man for himself. Han Sen was not their daddy. There was no need to make a sacrifice on their behalf. Han Sen's face suddenly grew pale. The hair on the back of his neck stood up, and his heart leaped into his throat. Without hesitation, Han Sen used all his strength to leap forward. The bug erupted up through the ground he had just been standing on. Han Sen's body had almost touched its mouth, and the dark green substance chains around the creature were like blades. One of them brushed Han Sen's leg, which was clad in the Dongxian armor. The chain sliced cleanly through his Dongxian armor, leaving a deep gash in Han Sen's leg. Han Sen ignored the pain burning in his leg and continued to run. If he stopped now, he would die. The weird bug was back underground, though. It seemed to swim under the ground like some sort of strange fish. Every time it came out again, it left a 10-meter hole in its wake. Perhaps it was because Han Sen's leg was leaving a trail of blood behind. But Han Sen noticed that the weird bug seemed to be focusing all its attention on chasing him specifically. I cannot be this unlucky, Han Sen thought, feeling sick. He hoped he was wrong. But when that bug burst out of the ground right next to him again, he knew that his hunch had been correct. The insect was after him, and him alone. Fuck you. Han Sen was slower than the weird bug, so he wouldn't be able to dodge the bug again. He flew into the sky, his body releasing a white light. He was in super god spirit mode now, and he avoided the weird bug's gnashing teeth as he flew higher and higher. The bug didn't seem to have any ranged attacks aside from its king area, so Han Sen focused on flying as far away as he could. But just as he thought he was about to leave the area, he heard a buzzing sound. Transparent wings had sprouted from the weird bug's back. It flew toward Han Sen at incredible speed, and within a single second, it was right below Han Sen. All of its dark green substance chains were knotted together, spinning over each other like some enormous blender. The weird bug's open mouth was coming right for Han Senator. It was like a big whale, ready to munch on a little fish. Dollar will die. Dragon 1 could see that Han Sen was about to be swallowed by the weird insect. Instead of being sad for Han Sen, he was sad about what Han Sen's death would mean for all of them. Even Han Sen, who could somehow nullify the air restriction, couldn't escape this monster. If Han Sen couldn't escape, then it likely meant death for them all. Dragon 8, who was following Dragon 1, also saw what was about to happen. He looked just as glum. Boom! In the sky, the insect's enormous mouth was closing around Han Senator. Its sharp teeth were about to clamp down on Han Sen's body. Dragon 1 and the others couldn't bring themselves to look at the horrible sight. They turned their heads and continued running as hard as they could. They hoped they could find a place on Planet Dark Zone that wasn't smothered by the air restriction area. That was the only way they might be able to escape this hellhole. Han Sen's body didn't break because of the weird insect's attack, though. He was still in super god spirit mode, so the creature's incredible power was unable to touch him. While the weird insect's teeth pierced through his body, they didn't actually bring him any harm. Han Sen's body was incorporeal now, rather like a ghost's. He moved effortlessly through the weird insect's teeth and flesh, and he was on the verge of escaping the creature's body when he realized that he didn't want to leave just yet. He turned around, heading deeper into the maw of the weird insect. The hard bug shell and flesh couldn't restrict Han Sen's movement. He moved quickly through the insect's entire body. But Han Sen found that the inside of the creature was like jade. Even its organs and vessels had taken the texture of xenogeneic genes. There was no weakness to be found anywhere, so it would be hard for Han Sen to hurt the creature from the inside. But Han Sen had found the beast's xenogeneic core located in its brain. It was a green core that shone like the stars. Time passed. Han Sen's super god spirit mode could last much longer now that he had reached king class. He couldn't use it forever, but he could certainly last around half an hour. Staying close to the green deified core of the beast, Han Sen gathered up power in his hand to perform Super Spank. Once he built up sufficient power, he moved toward the green core. BZZT. The substance chains went crazy under the impact of Han Sen's hand. They were like rubber bands that couldn't be broken. Roar! The weird insect felt a sharp pain in its head, and so it roared. Its body hit the ground, then drilled deep inside. It decided to go for Dragon 1. The insect snapped up a destroyed king, plunging through the man's king area like it wasn't even there. Blood splattered everywhere. It was like it had eaten a sheep, not a scary king. Dragon 1 headed for the other side of the planet. He tried using every power at his disposal to fight back, but against that deified insect, all of his powers seemed to be useless. The scariest thing about the creature was its king area. If they met an ordinary deified xenogeneic, Dragon 1 and the others could still make an easy escape. But this weird insect's area power not only restricted air travel, it stopped any powers being used in the atmosphere. Even using skills or items to teleport was impossible. They were trapped. Run! Run for your life! Dragon 1 and the others used all their various powers to try to escape, but the creature picked them off one by one. In the end, only Dragon 1, Dragon 8, Bar, and Robber were left alive. They were injured, but they were still running. Somehow, they all started to work together. They knew that if they didn't, they had no chance of surviving. The bodies of Dragon 8 and Bar were special. They were almost immortal. That incredible power allowed them to escape some attacks and continue breathing. Dragon 1 and Robber were top-tier kings. They were invincible when it came to fighting others of the king class, but attempting to deal with the scary deified was enough to leave them injured and bleeding. Boom! The weird insect clamped its jaw around Bar's leg, and Robber took that moment to gather up 3 different types of power. He created a triangle composed of 3 different energies. Light blossomed inside that triangle, breaking space and shaking the air around it. The light shot forward, smacking right into the weird insect's mouth. But the weird insect just swallowed the light, which disappeared harmlessly down its throat. Dia Robber looked pale and hopeless. That was the strongest move he could conjure, but it hadn't affected the weird insect in the least. That insect wasn't an ordinary deified monster. Its area power and the strength of its body both indicated that whatever it was, this creature was far better than an average deified xenogeneic. Although they hadn't exhausted all of their strength yet, Dragon 1 and the others knew that if they could not escape the weird insect's area, then they were sure to die. This is bad. Why did we randomly encounter a xenogeneic with such a scary area? Dragon 8 groused loudly as he ran. Dragon 1 remained silent, though. He knew that complaining would help no one. He needed to last as long as he could, grasping every additional second that he could, in the hope that a miracle might save them. Maybe a new idea would occur to one of them, something that could help. Dia Robber was of a similar mindset. In that place, no one could save them. Even if the deified elites of his race knew they were in danger, deifieds were not permitted access to the universal core area. Only king-class beings were allowed to enter this place. You could not be one level higher nor one level lower. If I am to die, I do not want to die fleeing. Bar snarled with a furious look on his face. He turned around and sprinted towards the weird insect. His body blazed with a sword light. Dia Robber started to stop him. But then he realized that with the situation they were currently in, no matter how hard they ran, they could not run far enough. Stopping Bar was pointless. Bar slashed the weird insect's head, but the bone knife never made contact with the weird insect's shell. The substance chains on its body caught the knife and crushed it. Bar's hand touched the substance chains. His arm vanished in a cloud of fleshy scraps. The weird insect opened its mouth to chase down the injured Bar. Bar couldn't run any further, though, and he didn't want to. He summoned his area power and used his left hand to punch the weird insect's face. Bar's powerful area was as weak as an eggshell before the brute force of the weird insect's teeth. Bar's king area shattered, and his body was bitten in half. The bitten section of his body disappeared down the creature's gullet. Although Bar could respawn and gain strength each time, the process required his cells to be close by. Now that half of his body was swallowed and digested, he could no longer respawn. The weird insect swung around, going for what was left of Bar's body. Bar was still conscious, but the situation was hopeless. Roar! As the weird bug came down to eat the other half of his body, Bar realized he was going to die. But then the bug suddenly squealed. Its body became straight and rigid, like it had been electrified. Bar and the others froze in place. They weren't sure what was happening. Blurg! The weird insect opened its mouth, then spewed out dark green blood like a fountain. The blood sprayed all over Bar. Blood continued to fountain out of the insect's mouth, spilling all over the place. It looked as if something was fighting its way out. Dollar! Dragon 1 and Dragon 8 asked together, squinting at the figure that emerged. They could barely believe their eyes. They wanted to scream, but their question came out as a whisper. He had been eaten by a deified creature, and yet he hadn't been killed. It was a miracle. Hansen finished pulling himself free and climbed to his feet. He didn't have any blood on him. He didn't even look injured. Dragon 1 stared at him in disbelief. The weird insect shrieked and thrashed a little. It looked to be in a great deal of pain. Instead of pursuing Hansen, it just drilled back into the earth and disappeared. The green area power that had covered the sky suddenly disappeared. Dragon 8 stared at the hole it left behind in bewilderment. Dollar, what did you do? Dragon 8 asked slowly, his voice a little shaken. Nothing. I just thought I'd hurt it a little. Hansen paused for a moment, then said, Let's go. Once it heals, I doubt we'll be able to escape again. Putting action to words, Hansen left the ground and headed out of Planet Dark Zone's atmosphere. He had wanted to kill the weird insect, but the creature was way too strong. It had taken all of Hansen's strength to keep using super spank on the weird insect's core. Despite exhausting all of his energy and approaching the time limit of his super god spirit body, he was only able to leave a single crack across the core. He hadn't been able to actually break it. Luckily, although the weird insect was strong, it wasn't smart. The crack in the creature's core was small and not terribly threatening, but the bug had chosen to run away even so. If it had continued going after Han Sen, his super god spirit would have given out eventually. He could have died. Dragon 1, Dragon 8, Jia Robber, and the newly reassembled bar didn't hesitate. They followed Han Sen away from Planet Dark Zone. The 5 of them didn't speak, and they flew as fast as they could until they were well beyond Planet Dark Zone. The weird insect didn't follow, which all of them were incredibly grateful for. It looks like we're all injured, and I need to go take a rest. Let's split up here, Han Sen said, preparing to use his self-universe cogwheel to leave the universal core area. He had an idea about how to deal with the weird insect, but he was too weak to do anything about it now. He would have to wait until he was stronger. Dragon 1 said, "Dollar, if you still want to work together, we should set up a time and place to meet. It will be hard to fit you into my schedule, but we can discuss this when I find the time." Han Sen didn't want to set up a meeting time because he was currently in the Extreme King. He wouldn't always be able to come here on a schedule. "Should we have a way of contacting each other?" Dragon 8 said. In the Geno universe, the stronger ones always earned respect. Everyone wanted friends who were stronger than them. Especially friends like Han Senator. He was a first-tier king capable of fighting against a deified xenogeniac. Plus, he had proven his ability to hurt many scary people. It almost seemed like he was deified already. If someone could make friends with him, they would. After all, it would be better to have him as an ally than an enemy. Dragon 1 and Dragon 8 wanted to maintain a good relationship with him. Even if they couldn't be friends, they wanted Han Sen to think positively about them. Finding yourself at odds with someone like him was never a good plan. "So you are Dollar. You are even stronger than the stories say. When would you like to fight me?" Bar asked, looking at Han Sen. Jia Robber laughed and said, "Bar, stop messing around. Today, Dollar was the sole reason that we survived. If you don't mind, Dollar, please leave us a contact number. We would like to pay the debt we now owe you." "It's okay. I was just trying to save myself. You don't need to contact me again. We'll meet again whenever luck decides," Han Sen said, then used his self-universe cogwheel. After a while, a giant metal cogwheel door appeared, and Han Sen walked through it and left. Now that his self-universe cogwheel had been activated, it would continue running on its own. Using it didn't require any additional energy. Opening the door to the Universal Core Hall did have some requirements, though. Once Han Sen began the process of summoning the door using his self-universe cogwheel, he couldn't move it. If he moved away from the door, he would destroy the connection. At that point, he'd have to start the process all over. In addition, summoning the door took a while. It would be impossible to summon during combat, so the door couldn't be used as an escape route if Han Sen got into trouble. Plus, when he returned to the core area, he would end up exactly where he had left the previous time. He wouldn't just randomly teleport to some other location in the core area. "Brother Dragon 1, who is this Dollar? Can you tell me?" Jia Robber looked at Dragon 1. Dragon 1 shook his head. "We met him by chance and we worked together twice. We don't know much about him. No more than you guys do. I have never heard of a race called human before. How could they have produced an elite like that? It is confusing." Jia Robber asked, his expression mystified. "I am afraid that because of Dollar, humans might become famous across the universe. We don't know if there are any other strong humans. If he's the only one with such strength, like Kong Fei was, he would still be alone. He cannot change the world, in that case," Dragon 1 answered. The 4 of them lost themselves in deep thought. None of them said anything, and eventually, they all used their self-universe cogwheels to leave the Universal Core Hall. After Jia Robber returned to the Destroyed, he went looking for other Destroyed Kings. He asked the ones he could find to stay in the vicinity of Planet Dark Zone. They were to wait inside the core area, and if Dollar reappeared, they would contact Jia Robber at once. Coincidentally, when Dragon 1 returned to the dragon, he did exactly the same thing. Clearly, they were waiting for Han Sen to return to the core area. 2. Han Sen came out of the Universal Core Hall back in Underwater Town. Bauer was lying on his bed, and she rubbed her eyes when she heard movement. Seeing that it was Han Sen, she leaped into his arms. "Dad? Where were you? Why didn't you take me?" Bauer lifted her lips. "I reached King class a few days ago. I got pulled into the core area." Han Sen looked at Bauer and asked, "Can you and the little bird enter the core area?" "Core area? What is that?" Bauer asked in confusion. If Bauer did not know, then she probably couldn't join him. And the little red bird was deified, so it couldn't go in with him either. Otherwise, Han Sen could use the little red bird to kill the weird insect. Han Sen had used his super god spirit mode for too long, and his body was exhausted. He felt very powerless and sore. Han Sen didn't plan on returning to the core area anytime soon. He rested for a few days and ate some of the core xenogenic genes each day. His number of king genes kept increasing. His body had almost recovered when the day came for him to enter Destiny's Tower. He didn't want to be late, and so he arrived at the site an hour early. The Extreme King were quite effective. They had 4 elites on standby to open the door of Destiny's Tower for Han Sen and let him in. Han Sen had long been curious about Destiny's Tower, and that was because the stone Destiny's Tower was just like the metal Destiny's Tower inside his Sea of Soul. Aside from the towers being made of different materials, one having been made of stone and other having been made of metal, there was no difference. For deified elites used their powers to force open the gate to Destiny's Tower. Only one person could go in while the gate was being held up. Once he received the signal, Han Sen immediately ran into the tower. Dang! Han Sen had just entered the tower when the door slammed shut behind him. Because Han Sen knew the process, though, he wasn't afraid. The 4 deified elites had to use formation powers just to get the door open, and it could only be kept open for a single second. It simply wasn't feasible to keep it open any longer than that. Han Sen was given 1 month to spend in Destiny's Tower. When that month was up, the door would open again, and Han Sen would be allowed to leave. Han Sen looked around the tower. He had heard there was supposed to be an amazing geno art located inside the tower, and any creature that learned it would be able to increase the speed of their evolution. But everyone who left the tower seemed to practice different geno arts. That made Han Sen curious about whether the rumor was true. Han Sen was on the first floor of Destiny's Tower. The layout was exactly like his own Destiny's Tower, but there were some paintings hanging on the walls of this tower. The pictures were supposedly the geno arts of legend, but when Han Sen looked closer, he realized that the pictures were not geno arts at all. They were drawings of people. The pictures were of a man. Han Sen couldn't tell if he was human, crystallizer, extreme king, or one of the sky. They all looked so similar that it was hard to tell the precise race of the man in the painting. But this man wasn't drawn like an average person. He was drawn like a god atop an altar. Every wall held a picture depicting the same man in a different position, but no matter how he was posed, he seemed to be looking out of the picture with disdain. It was somehow uncomfortable to meet the painted man's gaze. Although Han Sen knew it was just a drawing, not a living man, the painted man gave him a chilled feeling. It was like the eyes of the man could see right through his soul or something. Han Sen frowned. The longer he looked at the painting, the more he wanted to avoid it. That wasn't normal. Is there something wrong with this drawing? Or is it like a jade spirit in the white jade jing? Is it actually alive? Han Sen looked at the man in the painting, but try as he might, he couldn't discern its true nature. He looked across the whole first floor, but he found nothing except for pictures of that one man. Han Sen silently moved on to the second floor. Upon reaching the second floor, Han Sen frowned. This floor had paintings of the man on every wall as well. He was just posed in different positions than he had been on the first floor. This entire tower isn't just full of this one man's paintings, is it? Han Sen's heart jumped, and so he proceeded to the third floor. Of course, Han Sen was unlucky. His guess had been correct. The third floor held the same paintings. Each floor in the tower had 8 walls. Each wall had a painting of its own. Han Sen walked all the way from the first floor to the sixth floor, and he saw 48 of the man's paintings in total. It was the same person in every painting. He was just in a different position in each one. He would be sitting in one, while in another he could be standing or lying down. All the pictures had the man in a different position. But no matter what his position was, the man's eyes were always the same. Han Sen hated those eyes. The man wasn't ugly. In fact, Han Sen thought he was quite handsome. The man had a smile that should have been lovable, but instead, Han Sen loathed it. He couldn't put his finger on why. Han Sen was a little surprised by that realization, because he didn't like judging people by their appearance. It didn't matter if a person looked nice or horrible. He would not form a real opinion on them until he learned more about who they really were. But now, looking at these paintings, Han Sen already hated this man. That was not normal at all. Trying to suppress his hatred, Han Sen climbed to the highest floor. This was the 7th floor. If the Stone Destiny's Tower was related to his Metal Destiny's Tower, the 7th floor should have a space by Sima. That was where Han Sen imprisoned people in his own tower. As soon as Han Sen stepped onto the 7th floor of Destiny's Tower, he stopped dead in his tracks. There were no more of those paintings on the 7th floor. There was just a stone platform in the middle of the room. Someone was sitting atop the stone platform, and Han Sen realized instantly that it was the same man showcased in the 48 paintings across the lower floors. He sat atop the stone platform, his legs crossed like a Buddha. His hands were down, and his eyes were shut. It was like he was sleeping. Han Sen couldn't detect a life force coming from the man, though. The man was like a statue. With Han Sen's eyesight, though, he could tell the man actually was alive. He could see the man's pores and the pink of his skin. Han Sen could see most of his vessels, too. Aside from the fact that he wasn't breathing, he really did look like someone who was alive. Han Sen used the Dongxian aura to inspect the man. It was odd that the man looked so alive while giving off utterly no indication of life force. Even after scanning the man, Han Sen couldn't tell if he was living or dead. That was extremely weird. While Han Sen was examining the man, some sort of odd wave began to pass through the air around the man's body. The air moved in a circle, like a nearly invisible whirlpool. Han Sen took a step back. He soon realized that the swirl was just a life force, not anything harmful. What astonished Han Sen the most, though, was that the black crystal armor in his Sea of Soul reacted to the whirlpool. The armor began to tremble. A mysterious power flowed out of the armor and sank into Han Sen's body. Han Sen felt himself become really heavy. It was like the cells inside his body had been frozen in place by that mysterious power. The Dongxian Sutra and Han Sen's other primary geno-arts had been locked down by the strange power as well. Only the original Water King body and a few other powers Han Sen had absorbed were still active inside his body. What is this? Han Sen asked in sudden trepidation. Then the man slowly opened his eyes. It looked like he was smiling at Han Sen, but he wasn't. Han Sen's heart flared with that feeling of hatred again. But this time, it was 1,000 times stronger than it had been when he saw those pictures. Han Sen managed to suppress the feelings and keep them from showing on his face. Han Sen finally figured out where the feelings were coming from, though. The passionate hatred inside him was flowing out of the black crystal armor. It wasn't his own emotion. The man stared at Han Sen the same way he'd gazed out of the paintings. He smiled and coldly asked, "Do you believe that this world has a god?" Han Sen's heart jumped. He didn't mind hearing about deifieds, but he really did mind hearing the word God. This sensitivity came from his time in the sanctuaries. Since he first entered the sanctuaries, he had come to despise the word God. Even hearing it would put him in a bad mood for a long time, especially when it came to the events with the 7th team. They had really affected Han Sen. This guy cannot be the god that claims to grant wishes, can he? Han Sen stared at the man who sat atop the stone platform, and he really thought that this man had to be the one he had heard so much about. Plus, the black crystal armor's reaction made Han Sen much more alarmed. I've never heard of any of the Extreme King dying in this Destiny's Tower. People claim to learn a lot from their time in the tower. No matter what is said about this place, there is never a hint of something fatal residing inside. Otherwise, with so many people having already entered this place, at least one of them should have died. Han Sen thought to himself, no wonder each of the Extreme King learns something different inside the tower, though. There is no Geno art here. There is just this living God. Han Sen froze and he didn't answer. The man asked again, young man, do you believe that God exists in this world? Yes, Han Sen answered with certainty. But inside he thought, of course I believe. Han's big brother is Dollar God. The man nodded, and he went on to say, if I told you I was God, would you believe me? I would, Han Sen said, feigning cooperation. He wanted that man to keep talking. After all the time Han Sen had spent tracking down bits and pieces of this man's exploits, he badly wanted to know what the man's true goal was, or where he might have come from. The man didn't seem impressed or concerned by Han Sen's answer, though. His expression hadn't changed, and he still smiled. It is a fated meeting that you have come here to speak with me. I can fulfill one wish for you. You can say whatever you want, as it should be something deep in your heart. You only have one chance. No matter what you say, it will be fulfilled. But you cannot change what you wish for. This guy is just like King Kun. Han Sen chuckled darkly in his heart. He looked at the man. I can make any wish? Han Sen asked, looking at the man. Any wish that you desire. God can do anything, the man said calmly. Han Sen frowned, and he didn't speak. Making a wish seemed like a simple process, but there were many traps. Each member of the 7th team from the Alliance had made a wish, but before the end, each one of them had regretted their wish. Something disastrous that they never expected had befallen them. For instance, Han Sen could wish for a lot of money. God would set up an accident and drop a lot of money right into his lap. Things would seem great, until it eventually came out that the money had belonged to a psychotic killer. While Han Sen would indeed be the recipient of great fortune for a time, he would eventually be killed by that psychotic killer. God was supposed to be an abstract concept. Once people made their wishes to God, they were supposed to move on with their lives, not linger in the moment. If people really thought that God was a person who granted wishes like this man, it would be very dangerous. If someone believed in God, then they believed that God was a real force in the world. Every action he took would have ramifications in the world. He wouldn't just be able to make something out of nothing. So, whatever wish a person made should be something that already existed inside the universe someplace. These items would, of course, have a pre-established connection to the universe. Any rare item that someone wished for would be deeply associated with the workings of the world. Han Sen used to think that, if God really existed and he could really fulfill wishes, then he might be a special sort of life form that had causal powers. A person had to wish for something they wanted, but the consequences of the item might befall the wisher. So, the rarer the item was, the greater the consequences could be. The price that had to be paid could be huge. If a person wished for $10,000, and that $10,000 were with a mother who wanted to heal her ailing son, and that $10,000 were then given to the wisher, the son would die from lack of treatment. That death and that mother's hatred would end up on the wisher. If the wisher was greedy and wished for $1 million, the wish might hurt 100 lives. The wisher would be hated by 100 families. Having 100 different families seeking revenge against you would be a high price to pay. Those were just Han Sen's predictions and guesses, though. They might not have actually been true, but according to what happened to the 7th team, the guesses were in the realm of possibilities. It didn't matter if someone wished for immortality or a return to their youth. Every wish had its price. That price also took away the governance of a person's own life and death. Perhaps it was because there were too many consequences, but sometimes, not even death brought freedom from the consequences of a wish. They would have to continue their miserable existence to pay back the debt. If this theory is correct, then everyone who entered this Destiny's Tower should have paid a price. But I haven't heard of any misfortunes among the people who have come here. Why? Han Sen frowned. The guy that was claiming to be God noticed Han Sen's continued silence. He smiled and said, You can think about what you wish to want to make. There are 48 God pictures. They all have my will in them. You can go and take a look. Perhaps they will help you decide. That will be the first gift I give you. When you have thought of the wish you seek to make, come to me and I will make it come true." Hansen didn't leave. He looked at the man and asked, "If I make a wish, do I have to pay something back in maid?" The man continued smiling and said, "You will." Hansen was surprised that the man answered. He had thought the self-proclaimed god wouldn't admit this, even if asked. Hansen immediately followed up his question. "What do I need to give you?" The man looked at Hansen and didn't answer the question. "You are not the first person to ask me this question, and you surely won't be the last. I can answer you, but if I answer, you must make a wish. Do you agree?" Hansen thought for a brief moment, and then said seriously, "I agree." The man smiled and said, "The wish you make will be fulfilled, and that is because it is what you deserve." "It is what I deserve? If I want 100 wives, that means the wives will already have been my wives. What sense does that make?" Hansen was frozen. What the man said was something Hansen couldn't accept, but when he thought about it some more, his breath caught. He now knew why the man would say this. What the man had said was reversed. If you tried to understand it in reverse, then the sentence made sense. But the causal relationship reversed it. Just as Hansen predicted, if God was a creature that had causal powers, then he could reverse causal relationships. For example, take a person who wished for $1 million. Normally, the person would have to work for 10 years to earn that much money. But God's powers reversed the causal relationship. God could give that 1 million to the person immediately, and then the person would have to work to pay it back. If someone wished for far more than they could ever pay back, then the wisher would destroy the causal relationship, which would create a serious imbalance within that causal power. It was difficult to imagine what might happen. If this line of thought is true, making a wish is like prepaying wages. If my wish is something I can pay back, then I might not get hurt. Or at least I might not get hurt very much. Just like Han Jinji. He made a wish, but the wish he made didn't backfire on him. Hansen thought. The man smiled. "You are smart. You understand the meaning behind wishes. I believe you will be able to make the correct wish." Hansen thought to himself. Many of the Extreme King have entered Destiny's Tower, and their lives don't seem to be falling apart afterwards. They must have deciphered the meaning behind the man's words. But is it really true that no one was greedy enough to make a wish they were unable to make good on? Hansen didn't know if this guy was the same self-proclaimed god that the 7th team had encountered. Whether he was or not, though, Hansen believed there to be something amiss with this offer. He just hadn't figured out what was wrong yet. When Hansen didn't speak, the man went on to say, "Young man, make a wish you are able to handle. It will be good for you, and it will not harm you." The way he said this made Hansen frown. There was something familiar about this whole interaction, actually. Hang on, I forgot to consider God's perspective in this wishing process. God wouldn't just randomly help people. Why is this guy willing to help others by fulfilling their wishes? Maybe the wishing process isn't like a prepaid wage, but more like an interest-charging loan? This guy might be some sort of celestial loan shark. The thought gave Hansen a sudden chill. Without a doubt, this god must be benefiting somehow from the wishes that were made. No way he would just sit here and grant wishes out of kindness. There had to be something this god needed that the wishes were providing. Most likely, that benefit would come from the interest rate he charged for each wish. The bigger the wish that was made, the more interest the wisher would owe. And that meant God would benefit even more. As he considered the idea, Hansen became increasingly convinced that he was right. Hansen might not have figured out the process perfectly, but he was confident he had gotten the core of the relationship correct. God wasn't some benevolent fulfiller of dreams. He was more like a vampire. But God wouldn't be interested in money, obviously. Hansen hadn't quite figured out what form this god would want his interest in when he collected it. Hansen's face turned sour as he thought about all this. If his guesses were even remotely accurate, then regardless of what he wished for, he was still going to lose something. After all, loan sharks kept the interest going even after payment. I still don't know what wish to make. Let me go and have a look at those godly pictures before I make one, Han Sen said as he looked at the man. You really should think about it, yes. You only get one chance. The man smiled encouragingly. Han Sen left the 7th floor of Destiny's Tower. As he walked, he kept on thinking. From what I have been able to see thus far, God's power must have many restrictions. He cannot directly harm the wishmaker, and he cannot harm creatures of this universe. And it seems as if he cannot use lies and tricks. Otherwise, why would he have told me all that he did? The rules do not permit the use of force or falsehoods. This whole thing sounds very legal and lawyer-like. Although they can't change the rules, they're perfectly happy to use word games and manipulation to get what they want. That is how they trick people, Han Sen thought to himself. Ultimately, he thought it was a good thing that he had come here. He had agreed to make a wish in order to figure out what the wishing process and this god's powers were actually like. Now, he had a much better idea of what was happening. His theories couldn't be 100% accurate, but he was better off now than his previous state of complete cluelessness. To defeat an enemy, you had to understand them. Ignorance was the most frightening thing on a battlefield. Now that Han Sen had agreed to make a wish, he might end up paying a price. But he still thought that this was all worth it. At least he would be able to understand God more. What Han Sen needed to do now was avoid getting tangled in the interest he would owe God upon making a wish. According to the theory he was crafting, the smaller the wish Han Sen made, the smaller the price he would have to pay. That would mean there would be less interest. But Han Sen had no idea what scale he should use to measure wishes. How would he know if the wish he made was big or small? For instance, Han Sen might want $1. That was a small amount. And according to the theory, the wish should accrue very little interest because $1 would be easy to pay back. But God wasn't playing with money here. He was playing with causal powers. If Han Sen wanted that $1, and that $1 came from a scary elite son, that scary elite son might die. And the responsibility for that would land firmly upon Han's senator at that point. Han Sen would have to face the scary elite's payback. When wishes were fulfilled by causal power, even seemingly small wishes could turn out to be very dangerous. And whatever the price turned out to be, Han Sen would have to pay it. And the final decision would be in hands of that untrustworthy god. Han Sen would have a difficult time trying to navigate around those rules. It is hard fighting God. The 7th team had so many good people, and yet they all ended up the way they did. It looks as if Gu Qingcheng, who didn't make a wish, made the best decision by far. Han Sen thought to himself, I wonder what wish Han Jinji made. How did he avoid the trap set up by God? Han Sen didn't understand, or at least he didn't for the moment. But he needed a way to mitigate his risk and make a wish that would cost him the least. There was another thing that Han Sen found extra suspicious. It was the fact that so many of the Extreme King entered the tower, and yet they all ended up okay. Perhaps this god really was a nice loan shark who only ripped people off a little. Han Sen didn't think that was possible, though. All vampires drank blood, after all. What is keeping these Extreme King from having their lives destroyed by these wishes? Han Sen kept walking as he thought, staring at the paintings on the walls along the way. Han Sen thought of many different things he could wish for. He thought of wishing for God to be dead or for Han Sen himself to become God. Both of those seemed like wishes that God would be unable to fulfill, and thus would be forced to renege on his bargain. But when Han Sen thought about it some more, he realized that those wishes wouldn't work. If Han Sen wished for God to die, he needed a way to make sure that God really was dead. Ordinarily, death meant losing all signs of life. But different types of life also had different types of life signs. When Han Sen first entered the 7th floor and saw the man, he thought the man was dead. If that was the death Han Sen was referring to, then God would fulfill his wish without difficulty. He could make himself lose all signs of life without being negatively impacted. If Han Sen was going to make that sort of wish, he should wish that God had never existed. If God never existed, then he wouldn't be around to fulfill Han Sen's wishes. If he fulfilled Han Sen's wishes, then he wouldn't be around to call in the debt. If he was still around to exact payment, then he could not have fulfilled the wish. It was a simple theory, and the wish should have been impossible to fulfill. The wish made certain assumptions, though. If Han Sen really wished for God to never exist, then the assumption would be that the man really was God. If the man told Han Sen he was not God, it would be as if he was erasing God's existence. And then he could make Han Sen pay the price. There were many other similar methods that God could use to avoid getting the bad end of a bargain. God was very good when it came to toying with rules. Because of that, Han Sen didn't think that any of these ideas would work. Han Sen's gaze came down on the paintings of God hanging on the walls, and suddenly, Han Sen saw them very differently than he had before. The position of the paintings hadn't changed, but looking at them now gave Han Sen a very different sensation. Han Sen felt a water mind coming from one picture. The water mind was like a sea. It washed back and forth over Han Sen, making him feel as if he was drowning in the image. His sensitivity to water powers increased. Han Sen was shocked. He looked at all of the pictures one by one, and he found that each of them had a different meaning. Some of them were very soft and gentle, whereas others were very hard and destructive. Some of them were small and others were endless. Others were like galaxies hanging in the sky. The 48 pictures somehow captured all the different aspects of water powers. Han Sen looked at the 48 paintings, and his knowledge of water powers increased by several levels. It looks like God's power really is quite impressive. It can read my body composition and place a water mind in the paintings for me. When the Extreme King elites came here, they must have each seen a mind that matched their own powers. That is why they became so much stronger. Frowning, Han Sen muttered to himself, "This god is like King Kun. They both have very strong powers, but for some reason, there are restrictions that keep them from utilizing all of their strength. This is the only chance I have against them, as the ordinary creature that I am. Otherwise, this god could surely destroy the universe itself. But fighting a god by God's rules? The chances of winning are still pretty low." Han Sen then suddenly thought of Asura. Asura left behind the Asura Sutra, or the Falsified Sky Sutra, which had causal powers. And Asura had actually consumed a god. Was that god the same type as King Kun? But Han Sen had eventually learned that the god Asura consumed was something like a Buddha. Although the Buddha were strong, they didn't reach god status. Maybe that was just a coincidence, Han Sen thought to himself. Han Sen kept looking at the 48 paintings, all the while thinking about what he might wish for. Gaining more water power was great for Han Sen. Ancient water gods' ancient god origin had caused the original Water King body to develop, so the king area's utility had definitely increased. Learning more through these paintings would also be helpful. But because of his black crystal armor, Han Sen's body was locked down. That god could probably only feel the original Water King body, which was why the paintings only held a water mind. If Han Sen had access to all his geno-arts, he could have learned a great deal more from the paintings. But the black crystal armor wasn't giving Han Sen the opportunity to do that, and Han Sen couldn't understand why. It was similar to how the black crystal armor had hidden from the Geno Hall. A month was a long time, though. Han Sen was able to think about all this slowly, as he had plenty of time to learn the water minds that were available. With his own water mind knowledge deepening, Han Sen's water element shocking sky punch became stronger. As he understood more and more, Han Sen continued to modify the technique. Han Sen hadn't yet made a wish. This was the last day he would be allowed to remain inside the tower, and he was still learning the water minds in the paintings. The painting in front of Han Sen started to talk. "You made a deal with me. You must make a wish. If you don't, you cannot be allowed to leave Destiny's Tower. And you know this." Han Sen laughed and said, "I am going to make the wish now." God was threatening Han's senator if Han Sen didn't keep his promise. He wouldn't be allowed out even if the Extreme King opened Destiny's Tower. But Han Sen thought this threat was very interesting. It seemed that, for some reason, God didn't want to offend the Extreme King. Otherwise, he would have just let Han Sen reach the time limit without reminding him. That proved that God was planning to let Han Sen go instead of forcing him to stay. "Then come to me and tell me your wish," the man said in a cool voice. His face remained impassive. Han Sen returned to the 7th floor of Destiny's Tower and walked in front of the man. "You do not have much time. Tell me your wish," the man said. "Can you fulfill any wish I want?" Han Sen asked, looking at the man. "Yes, anything you want," the man surely said. "Can I look for someone?" Han Sen asked. "Of course." The man was answering without hesitation. He must have heard many strange wishes in his time. Looking for someone might have been a very common wish. "Good. Then, can you please tell me where my great-granddad is?" Han Sen didn't make a tricky wish or try to trap God. His wish was simple. When the man heard it, he thought the wish was very simple as well. He wouldn't have to bend the rules to fulfill this request. "What is your great-grandfather's name?" the man asked. "Aren't you God? You must know," Han Sen said with a chuckle. "Fine," the man said casually. He looked at Han Sen, but the reflection in his eyes kept changing. Han Sen made this wish because he wanted to know which great-granddad Han Jinji actually was. If Han Jinji had been an ordinary man, then he would have already died and left the world. In that case, God wouldn't be able to find out where he was. At most, God would track him back to a gravesite. If Han Sen's great-granddad was actually the legendary figure he'd been told about, then Han Jinji had already escaped the powers of a god once. He must have been really powerful himself. This man who called himself God should have had a hard time finding someone like that. Somewhere in the universe, on a planet, in a certain street, a fortune teller was sitting on the road. He was eating noodles, making loud slurping noises as he sucked them down. Suddenly, the fortune teller's face changed. He accidentally dropped the noodles onto the ground as he shouted, "Who is tricking me?" The fortune teller's fingers twitched for a second. When he spoke again, his voice sounded furious. "That traitorous bastard tricked me." While he was talking, the fortune teller quickly pulled something out of his bag. He bit his middle finger and let a drop of blood fall onto the item. He mumbled, "What a shame. Getting this treasure took so much work. When I go back, I'm going to teach that little bastard a lesson." A fox was walking down the road, and she saw the fortune teller holding an article of underwear decorated with flowers. He looked as if he was in pain. She stared at him, but the fortune teller didn't even seem to notice. His face remained twisted in discomfort. In Destiny's Tower, the man looked at Han's senator. The images reflected in his eyes kept changing, but all of them gleamed brightly. Han Sen had made a wish. When the wish was complete, the man could use his power on Han's senator. Tracing Han Sen's bloodline would be very easy, as it was just a basic power. It didn't even require any special tricks. As the spell ran, the man considered different ways he could maximize his earnings from someone making such a wish. While he was in thought, the image in the man's eyes kept changing. The gleam of power in those eyes was constant, but the images within them began to whirl faster and faster. "Arg!" the man suddenly screamed. He covered his godly-looking eyes. Han Sen frowned and looked at the man. He didn't know what had happened. While he was wondering, he suddenly heard a pang. That man's eyes exploded, leaving behind 2 black holes. From the empty air of the room around them, a godlike voice laughed darkly. "How dare you spy on me? This time, I'm only taking away your eyes. Next time, I will destroy your body." "No! Impossible! How could you be his heir?" "That is impossible!" screamed the man whose eyes had been incinerated. "Whose heir?" Han Sen asked the man. Now he could see the wounds clearly. The holes in the man's eyes weren't flesh. They were rimmed with a jade-like substance. His eyes were completely destroyed, and there wasn't a single drop of blood. The eyeless man looked creepy. The empty pits stared at Han Sen as the man gnashed his teeth. "It doesn't matter if you are his heir or not. You made a wish, and so you must pay the price. Plus, there is no way you are his heir." "You haven't told me where he is," Han Sen said. "He is where he should be," the man said sternly. "This is wrong. You have broken the rules." Han Sen frowned. "The rules are simple. I have done what you asked, and so you must pay up." The man looked quite angry. "What if I don't pay up?" Han Sen asked, glaring at the man. "That isn't up to you." The man laughed in a grating voice. A light began to shine around his body, like the aura of some ancient sky god. Han Sen's face suddenly changed. He noticed his lifespan had been drastically reduced. Normal creatures in the Geno universe couldn't detect their own lifespan, but Han Sen had come from the sanctuaries. He could see his own lifespan. Han Sen's maximum lifespan was reducing year by year. It was transforming into a barely visible light and drifting toward the man. If this place wasn't Destiny's Tower, you would be giving me more than just years from your lifespan for destroying my eyes. The man seethed. That was unlucky. I made a wish and received nothing. And on top of that, my lifespan is being stolen. These so-called gods are quite fickle. Han Sen was furious, and he had to act. He couldn't allow himself to lose any more years. He had already lost a dozen years, and the man was still sapping away even more. Han Sen didn't know how much lifespan the man planned on taking in payment for this wish. But now Han Sen understood why the Extreme King didn't complain about the consequences of their wishes. A part of their lifespan was probably taken away. But unlike Han Sen, they had no way of knowing what was happening. Even if they did notice that something was different, they wouldn't know how much of their lifespan had been stolen. As his lifespan drained away, Han Sen felt something powerful activate inside his Sea of Soul. That black crystal armor hanging in his Sea of Soul suddenly moved. Without Han Sen's summoning, the black crystal armor appeared and floated in front of Han Senator. That black set of armor looked as if it could absorb all light. It made those who looked at it feel as if they were in the deepest recesses of hell. Han Sen froze as he looked upon the black crystal armor. The moment the armor floated in front of him, his lifespan had stopped decreasing. His connection with the man had been severed as decisively as if it had been snipped with a pair of scissors. Han Sen stopped losing years. What is going on? I've only taken a dozen years, but it should have been 153 years. Why is this happening? The man didn't seem to notice the presence of the black crystal armor. He looked very confused. He turned his eyeless sockets back to Han Sen. The empty pits that were once eyes stared at Han Senator. He obviously wasn't adjusting well to his new handicap. The black crystal armor, floating in front of Han Sen, lifted its gauntlet arm. In that moment, it looked more like a real person than an empty set of armor. It raised its hand and made a fist. The black crystal armor walked up to the man, but he didn't seem to notice it. When the black crystal armor stepped in front of the man, the clenched fist suddenly launched in a savage punch. Boom! The man's body exploded. He was like a rock being reduced to powder in an instant. Beneath the power of that fist, he was nothing more than dust on the wind. The man who had called himself God was blown up in a single punch. An iridescent power that Han Sen could barely see rose from the exploded body. Then it drifted into Han Sen. Lifespan +1. Lifespan +1. Han Sen's lifespan began to shoot upward. In seconds, he had earned an additional 100 years. He was gaining lifespan much faster than he had lost it, and the process was still accelerating. 200 years, 300 years, 500 years. Han Sen watched his own lifespan increase, and as he did, his heart began to pound. He felt as if it was going to jump out of his chest. Once every drop of that strange power had drifted into Han Sen's body, his lifespan reached 1787. In less than a minute, his lifespan had increased by half a millennium. I wonder how many years he has taken from the Extreme King? This cannot be all, surely. Han Sen asked the black crystal armor, directing a greedy stare at where the man's body had been. The black crystal armor ignored him. It turned around and returned to his Sea of Soul. Just like before, it hung in a corner of the Sea of Soul without moving an inch. The moment the guy that called himself God was destroyed, far away, in a mysterious palace, a man frowned and said, "Empty God, even if my God doll offended you, you could have just taken his eyes. Instead, you actually killed him. Do you think I am afraid of you?" In the streets, the fortune teller looked at the broken article of underwear in his hand, then let it go. It was reduced to dust. He sighed and said, "What a shame. It was hard to get my hands on that item." He picked up his bowl of noodles that had fallen to the ground and wiped the bowl clean with a cloth. Then he put the bowl away. Picking up his sign, which read Destiny, he walked down the street and disappeared amidst the crowds. Han Sen watched the man turn to dust. And as he did, he realized that his time was up. He quickly ran down through the tower. As he ran, he thought to himself, if the Extreme King finds out the statue is destroyed, they won't come after me, will they? I won't admit I was the one to destroy it, but even if I said I did, they wouldn't believe I was able to, would they? When Han Sen reached the 6th floor, he saw that the paintings were still hanging on the walls. But the meaning and influence behind them had disappeared. They were just ordinary paintings now. It was like this all the way down. All of the paintings had lost their god minds. They were nothing special anymore. Weird. Fox Queen said the 9-spin destiny mirror was inside this tower. How come I haven't seen it? With that thought, Han Sen checked the time and realized that he still had 1 hour left. So he decided to look around the tower. He had walked up and down the tower many times over the past month. Aside from the paintings, the man had been the only other thing there. There were no mirrors. Was Fox Queen lying to me? That doesn't make any sense. Lying to me about the mirror wouldn't benefit her in any way. Han Sen frowned and thought to himself, did someone manage to trick Fox Queen herself? Maybe give her bogus intel? If that is the case, then that might mean Fox Queen's identity has been exposed. But Fox Queen is smart. Tricking someone like her would be difficult. Han Sen was both intrigued and a little worried, so he looked into every corner of Destiny's tower with complete thoroughness. There was no 9-spin destiny mirror. There was nothing inside the tower at all. Han Sen could see each floor clearly with just a look. If there was a mirror, he would have seen it. Searching should have been unnecessary. There isn't anywhere to hide things in this tower. Aside from the statue man that looked like a human but wasn't actually a human, that is. Han Sen suddenly thought of the man who had been sitting atop that pedestal. He returned to the 7th floor. If something was hidden anywhere in this tower, it had to be inside that pedestal. Han Sen hadn't returned to the 7th floor in order to help Fox Queen, though. If there really was a treasure like the 9-spin destiny mirror, he would take it for himself. After all, the 9-spin destiny mirror would be a powerful item. The foxes thought that regaining the item would let them take back a prominent place in the universe. Back on the 7th floor, Han Sen looked at the platform the man had been sitting upon. It was just an ordinary stone pedestal. There was nothing special about it. It was made of the same stone that composed the rest of Destiny's tower. Han Sen reached out his hands and pressed against the pedestal. The platform had taken no damage at all. Clearly wasn't something that would break easily. It's a shame that I used all my 9-spin fox power. Otherwise, I could try to use that power to summon the mirror. Han Sen went silent for a moment, then extended one of his fingers over the stone. He allowed a droplet of blood to fall down onto the pedestal. That blood was infused with the power of the Bloodpulse Sutra. Han Sen wanted to see if the platform was spiritual in some capacity. When the blood splashed onto the stone, the platform began to shake. The blood then blended into the pedestal, and it shook even harder. Suddenly, the platform floated up into the air. It hovered, its stone enamel cracking and flaking off from the violent tremoring. Soon, the real face of the pedestal began to be revealed. A while later, the stone surface shattered completely, revealing the stone mirror inside. When Han Sen let another droplet of blood bleed onto the stone mirror, silver light glowed from the mirror. Within the reflective surface, Han Sen saw the shadow of a silver 9-tailed fox. Those 9 tails swayed softly, as the small fox eyes regarded Han Sen. Buzz! The stone mirror started to fly. Spinning around Han Senator, the stone mirror was the size of a mortar and pestle, but it shrank until it was around the size of Han Sen's hand. It landed in his palm, and then the light completely disappeared. The shadow of the 9-tailed fox in the mirror was gone. Han Sen lifted the mirror, and he realized that it no longer reflected anything. It was just a piece of grayish-white stone. Even if he tried to polish it with a soft fabric, the mirror refused to show a reflection. But on the back of the stone mirror, Han Sen found an engraving of the nine-tailed fox. It was just like the shadow Han Sen had seen when the mirror was glowing. The droplet of blood had vanished. It seemed to have disappeared when the stone mirror activated. Han Sen played with the stone mirror for a while, but he was unable to find out how to use it. He couldn't activate the stone mirror's power. I can try to use my blood to gain control of it. Maybe it will come to recognize me like the jade drum did. Han Sen put away the stone mirror and waited until the departure time was upon him. When that time rolled around, Destiny's Tower opened. Quickly, he rushed out of there. The Extreme King didn't seem to know anything about what had transpired inside Destiny's Tower, which made him feel very relieved. He said his goodbyes and returned to Planet Waterzone's underwater town. If you were that powerful, you should have just done it sooner. If something like that happens again, you don't need to wait around before cutting the bad guy down. Kill a few more gods, and we'll live a lot longer, Han Sen said to the black crystal armor in his Sea of Soul once he had returned to his room. But the black crystal armor didn't move. It behaved as it always did, like a dead object. When the black crystal armor didn't react, Han Sen left it alone. He rested at home for a few more days, waiting to see if the Extreme King noticed any changes in Destiny's Tower. Luckily, the Extreme King was none the wise. They didn't seem to have a clue that the man statue inside Destiny's Tower had been destroyed. It made Han Sen feel much safer. Han Sen, Super God Spirit Body, Geno Battle Body, Mutant Blood, Duke, Spell, Duke, Dongxian, King, Jade Skin, Duke, Level King. King Genes 22. Deified Progress 12%. Lifespan 1787. He isn't dead? Upon learning that Han Sen was alive and had visited Destiny's Tower, Fox Queen was amazed. Fox Queen wanted to go to Planet Waterzone immediately to see if Han Sen had managed to get the 9-spin Destiny Mirror from Destiny's Tower. But Bai Songlong had something he needed her to do, so she didn't have time to go to Planet Waterzone yet. In order to protect her cover identity, she had to suppress her impatience for the time being. But Fox Queen couldn't stop thinking about how Han Sen had activated the sacred blood statue, yet somehow managed to survive. She couldn't figure out how he had pulled that off. Long ago, Sacred Leader used the sacred blood statue to control subordinates. Even his deified soldiers were subject to it. And the sacred blood statue on Han Sen's back had been drawn in ancient blood dragon lady's blood. That sort of sacred blood statue was reserved for use against deifieds. Han Sen was just a duke. He wasn't even a king yet, so how could he survive? Fox Queen was very confused. But it would be a while before she could travel to Planet Waterzone and find answers to her questions. After Han Sen returned to Underwater Town, he began researching the 9-spin Destiny Mirror. He couldn't discover anything unique about it. He put power into it, but he couldn't seem to activate the item. His only option was to drip his blood onto the stone mirror in the hope that it would come to acknowledge him as its master further down the line. Every time Han Sen placed his blood upon the stone mirror, it would light up with the shadow of the 9-tailed fox. When the shadow disappeared, the blood would go with it. Han Sen was trying to use the same method he had with the jade drum, but it didn't seem to be working. Did King Bao put the fox's 9-spin Destiny Mirror in Destiny's Tower and place it beneath that statue? If so, why would he do that? Han Sen couldn't come up with any answers to that question. The stone mirror wasn't making any progress, and for the moment, there didn't seem to be anything Han Sen could do about that. The water fairy in the jade gourd was helping Han Sen grow stronger, though. She embodied the feelings of the proud bone sword mind for him, and as a result, Han Sen felt as if his own sword mind was about to have a breakthrough. Han Sen didn't copy Mad Sword's sword mind, though. He used his own sword mind to fight with Mad Sword's. At first the fights were entirely one-sided, but after a while, Han Sen started to develop some resistance. Mad Sword's sword mind wasn't suitable for Han Sen, so he didn't plan on using it directly. Instead, he used it as a grinding stone, sharpening his own sword mind against it. It doesn't matter how strong Mad Sword's sword mind is. It isn't my own. It would only belong to me if I could fully understand it. Although improvements like this were much slower than if he were to simply copy Madsword's Swordmind, Han Sen wasn't in any particular rush. He focused on each aspect of his Swordmind, improving it a piece at a time. Although Han Sen had many King-class core genes, and he had 100 King-class xenogeneic genes, he would need many more in the coming days. So, Han Sen still planned on going back to the core area to hunt for more core genes. It was always good to have more in the shed, after all. If Han Sen's guess was correct, 100 King-class xenogeneic genes might raise his King area by 1 tier. Han Sen pushed his self-cogwheel to enter the core area again. He returned to the location where he had left, which wasn't too far from Planet Dark Zone. Han Sen wouldn't dare visit Planet Dark Zone again until he had enough strength. Provoking that weird insect would basically mean committing suicide. His super god body didn't make him invincible, and the time limit was always a headache. Once I become deified, will I be able to use an infinite amount of super god spirit body? Han Sen wondered as he flew. What a coincidence. Are you interested in cooperating again? Han Sen hadn't been flying for long when a group of people approached him. It was Dragon 1, Dragon 8, and some other dragons. But Dragon 1 and Dragon 8 were the only dragons who had survived their last venture. The dragons accompanying them now were new. Han Sen didn't answer. From another direction, a second group of people was swiftly approaching. The leader of that bunch was Dia Robber. As he flew closer, he said, "If you guys are cooperating, might it be okay if we join?" Han Sen was shocked. He had only just entered the core area, and these two had already found him. This couldn't be a coincidence. "People, I am flattered, but I was hoping to venture out alone this time. Maybe another time," Han Sen said, rejecting their offers politely. He didn't know what they were after, and he didn't want to fight with them. Han Sen turned to leave, but Dia Robber immediately said, "If you don't wish to work with us, that's fine. But I have a few mutant King-class xenogeneics to go after. Are you interested in taking a look?" Han Sen stopped. It took time to find mutant xenogeneics, so being able to travel straight to them would be a great help for Han Sen's leveling. If they were killing mutants, Han Sen could gain the xenogeneics' talents without needing to practice them. Not bad, not bad. I have a lead on a few mutant xenogeneics as well. If you are interested, you know the rules and shares, Dragon 1 then said. Han Sen was very tempted by both offers. If things really were as they said, killing a few mutant xenogeneics would be very beneficial for Han Senator Plus. He would be getting 50% of the spoils from the entire fight, not just what he personally killed. And there would be no need to spend time seeking the xenogeneics out. Opportunities like this were hard to come by. After a brief period of silent thought, Han Sen still turned down both offers. If he chose a side now, he would only end up offending the other. Han Sen wasn't worried about offending others, but in this case it was unnecessary. Since Han Sen hadn't agreed, they still wouldn't be able to kill those mutant xenogeneics by themselves. They would need Han Sen's help in the future. Anyway, perhaps he could receive more benefits like this later on. Dragon 1 and Dia Robber seemed to expect Han Sen to turn them down, so they didn't appear to be disappointed. They still spoke to Han Sen with glee and respect, hoping they could cooperate again in the near future. "Why are you so nice to him? Do you think the destroyed need a king like him?" Bar asked once Han Sen had left. Dia Robber was one of the few people that could make Bar listen. If Dia Robber wasn't there, he would have fought Han Senator. It wasn't that Bar didn't like Han Sen. He just enjoyed fighting powerful people. Dia Robber nodded with sincerity, and he said, "Yes, we really need someone like him." Seeing Bar fall silent, Dia Robber sighed and said, "We need him because he is stronger than us. Sure, the deified members of our race are stronger than he is, but that matters little because they can't enter the core area. If they cannot come, then they cannot come. What's the big deal?" Bar grunted in annoyance. Dia Robber smiled and said, "There is no big deal, but if we want to kill deified core xenogeneics in the core area, then we need him. Do you think our destroyed kings could escape a deified xenogeneic the way Dollar did? If they didn't have an area power to restrict strength, an ordinary deified xenogeneic couldn't kill me," Bar said. "You are the best king we have, but hunting deified xenogeneics with just you and I would be an impossible task. We might succeed, but we would sacrifice a lot. With Dollar's help, that can change. The success rate would be higher, and we wouldn't sacrifice as much. What is the harm in that? Diarabber asked, shaking his head. Almost word for word, Dragon 1 said the same thing to the Dragon Kings. Han Sen didn't know what they were planning, and neither did he want to know. He flew through space for around an hour before he found a lone core xenogeneic flying through the darkness. That xenogeneic looked very unusual. It hung against the empty background of space like a burning smithy's furnace. Its body looked to be made of steel, and its cogwheel-composed body was wrapped with countless chains. A fiery red core glowed on its top. Han Sen flew right up to the big furnace, but before he became within range, the furnace's opening shot a geyser of fire at him. It looked like a volcano erupting. The enormous wave of flame spread as it came forward, and in 1 second, a few dozen miles were covered in that raging blaze. Han Sen felt as if his body was going to melt. Without hesitation, he summoned the purple and red laser gun and sent his power into it. He fired it at the big furnace. The laser gun unleashed a beam of red and purple light. The purple and red light shot right through the fire area and struck the big furnace without even slowing down. Pang! The furnace's body was 10 meters wide. Han Sen's beam of light punched through the furnace, then spread out from the puncture wound to consume the entire creature. The core demon bug gun has a consuming power. Not bad. Not bad at all. The only frustrating thing is that the consuming power works slowly, and the radius isn't as large as the original creature's consuming area. Han Sen quite liked his new gun. The big furnace heaved out fire as it turned to run, but it was full of holes after Han Sen riddled it with a few more shots. In the end, the creature exploded. The fire within the furnace went off like a firework as the creature detonated. Core Xenogeneic King hunted. Smithy furnace. Core Xenogeneic gene found. Han Sen flew around and grabbed the red claw that had fallen out of the creature. He placed the claw in his pocket and flew forward to find other things to slay. After flying for another half an hour or so, Han Sen found another one of those furnaces. He rushed over and blew the furnace up, receiving another core Xenogeneic gene for his trouble. This part of the core area seemed like a space dedicated to the furnaces. After 10 hours of soaring, Han Sen had managed to kill a total of 6 furnaces. Although none of them gave him a beast soul, the mere ability to harvest Xenogeneic genes was pleasing to Han Sen. At this rate, I will become very rich. Han Sen was very happy with the progress he had made thus far, and so he continued to fly forward. After another short while of travel, he found a place populated by many asteroids. He saw another flying furnace, too. As Han Sen looked closer, he noticed that this furnace was different from all the other furnaces he had thus far encountered. The other furnaces were around a dozen meters tall, and they were made of a featureless black steel. This furnace was only 3 or 4 meters tall, however. It was made of copper, and the core of the furnace and the fires inside were bronze. The weirdest thing about this one, though, was that there was a sword sticking out of it. That sword was almost wholly swallowed by the flames. It was very red, and something about it was particularly eye-catching. Is this another subspecies of the flying furnaces? There is a sword inside. This looks higher class than those black furnaces, but the power I sense from it doesn't seem to be much stronger. The other furnaces were kings of the 1st or 2nd tier. But this guy has an area that is at the 3rd or 4th tier at the most. Han Sen had come to kill Xenogeneics, so he didn't put any more thought into it. He pulled out his gun and fired more of his red and purple beams at the furnace. That furnace was sitting atop a giant asteroid. It was breathing, inhaling some sort of power from the universe. Every breath made the fire burn bright and hot. Han Sen's red and purple beam of light landed on the copper furnace, blowing a big chunk blown out of the creature. The copper furnace tumbled away from its position, bouncing off other asteroids as it went. The copper flame of the furnace also struck the asteroids, leaving behind trails of scorching fire. Han Sen was shocked. The core demon bug gun was a mutant king beast soul, but the shot was unable to cut all the way through the copper furnace. The beam of light had only dented the creature's surface, and the consuming powers weren't able to latch on. The copper furnace righted itself before long, and it looked very angry. It spat out a long geyser of fire, venting its rage like some flaming demon. Hansen didn't feel sorry for the creature, though. He just fired his gun at it again. On the inside, he was thinking, I need to strike as quickly as I can. The body of this copper furnace is nothing weak, but if I shoot it a few more times, I should be able to break it. The purple and red beam flew toward the furnace again, but the furnace released a red light that intercepted the beam. It looked like the burning red light had come from the sword inside the furnace. Pang! Two powers hit each other, and the collision produced a beautiful shower of sparks. Then, to Hansen's surprise, sparks began to spill from the sword inside the furnace. The sword didn't break, though. The beam from the core demon bug gun was dispersed by the impact, and it spread harmlessly into the reaches of space. The sword inside the furnace made sizzling noises. The fire inside the copper furnace popped and crackled like it was talking to the sword. A copper-colored flame area covered the entire galaxy, wrapping over both Hansen and the furnace. But Hansen couldn't feel the heat. It was like the copper flame area was some sort of mirage. The copper flame area intensified, and the sword grew hotter and hotter. It turned to translucent gold, and strange symbols appeared across its length. Hansen felt fear awaken inside him. He quickly raised and fired his gun a few more times. But the sword flew and danced, hitting every single projectile with its sword lights. The copper fire area was still present, and the sword continued to absorb it. The body of the golden sword became a green crystal, and it burned with a copper fire. It looked both pretty and disturbing. Hansen frowned. The sword seemed so powerful enough to frighten him. This is a strong xenogeneic. It is just 3rd or 4th tier, but its area power is boosting the sword inside the furnace to unbelievable levels. The sword's power is at least half deified by this point. This is amazing. Hansen was shocked, but he didn't want to back off now. He summoned Move Mountain Area, curious to see just how strong this special furnace xenogeneic really was. The crystal sword was burning with a copper fire. The sword groaned as it broke the sky. It was teleporting toward Hansen's heart. Hansen aimed a punch at the flying sword. His armor was imbued with Move Mountain Area, so his defense would be very strong. Hansen didn't have to be scared of the power wielded by the sword. Pang! The tip of the sword thudded into Hansen's fist. The sword carved a deep gash in the armored fist, and blood began to drip out. A very powerful sword. Hansen lowered his head and stared at his fist. Despite being imbued with Move Mountain Area, the armor covering his fist had been sliced clean through. His fingers were bleeding. He was just thankful that the bones were undamaged. The sword from the furnace came to strike a second time, but this strike was going to be harder than the last one. The sword moved so fast that Hansen could barely follow it with his eyes. Catcha! Hansen grabbed the blade of the sword from the furnace, which drew more streams of blood from his hands. He kept gripping the blade, though. The sword from the furnace shook as if it was trying to move forward, but Hansen held on tight and kept the blade still. The copper furnace's fire blazed higher. The fire area covered everything again. The sword from the furnace absorbed that fire, and the sword grew even more transparent. Its power increased, and it thrust toward Hansen's heart again. The blade sliced deeper into Hansen's hands. Blood spilled around the sharp edges of the sword, but even still, Hansen refused to let go. He resettled his grip on the sword, tightening his hands as he tried to force back the sword from the furnace. The tip of the sword from the furnace almost touched Hansen's chest. The green crystal blade looked like a venomous snake as it shook and writhed in Hansen's hands. It was trying to strike at his heart, but its movements had been restricted. The copper furnace was rising, drawing in energy from the galaxy all around it as it went. The fire burned higher and hotter. The bronze fire area encompassed everything again. The sword from the furnace absorbed a fire area, and it received a godly boost of power. It unleashed a level of strength that was hard to imagine. It slid forward through Han Sen's hands, unstoppable. Catcha! The sword began slicing through the armor on Han Sen's chest. He kept trying to push the fierce blade back, but he couldn't. Blood was now pouring from Han Sen's hands, and it was only a matter of time before it started cutting into his finger bones. The blade had sunk 5 centimeters into Han Sen's chest at this point, and it was about to touch his heart. The copper furnace was dancing happily. The fire within it was doing a jig, and the flames took on the shape of a smiling emoji that stared right at Han Sen. "You are really strong, but this has got to stop," Han Sen said to the copper furnace, his hands still holding the blade. The sword from the furnace was very strong, but after those first few attacks, the scary power had moved into the Dongshin armor. It wouldn't be as easy for the sword from the furnace to pierce through the Dongshin armor now. Catcha! Han Sen summoned his strength and pushed against the sword from the furnace. His grip on the blade should have been tenuous at best, but no matter how much the sword tried to struggle, it couldn't break free from Han Sen's clasp. The copper furnace's fire blazed furiously again and released another fire area. The fire area wasn't dangerous by itself, but it buffed the sword from the furnace an alarming amount. Every time the fire area appeared, it made the sword from the furnace much stronger. And that buffing capability appeared to be limitless. Because the sword from the furnace grew stronger every time, that meant that the area effect was stackable. This stackable area was the first Han Sen had seen. Han Sen's eyes hardened as he grabbed the sword from the furnace. He pulled the sword out of his chest as the fire area suddenly disappeared. Aside from the small fire that still flickered within the copper furnace, there were no other sparks. Han Sen had been running his Dongshin area at max power. It forced the copper furnace's universal self-cogwheel to stop, extinguishing the fire area. The copper furnace was shivering. The cogwheels inside the furnace were spinning very quickly, trying to draw enough energy from the space around it to fuel the fire area again. But no matter how fast they spun, the creature couldn't ignore its area power. It was like trying to strike a wet match. Unless the opponent was stronger than Han Sen, the Dongshin area would force them to use their universal self-cogwheel. If they didn't, they would have no power inside the Dongshin area. The copper furnace itself wasn't too strong. It was just a second or third-tier King Xenogeneic. But its fire area, when used in concert with the sword from the furnace, had incredible power. After a few buffs, the sword from the furnace was at least as good as a half-deified being. This was the first time Han Sen had seen this type of Xenogeneic. The copper furnace wanted to spit out some more fire, but no matter how hard it tried, it couldn't even generate a plume of smoke. "It's my turn now." Holding the sword from the furnace in one hand, Han Sen lifted his core demon bug gun in the other. He fired at the copper furnace like a madman. Because of the move mountain area, Han Sen's movement speed was slow. There was no way that he could have attacked the copper furnace by hand at this point, but the core demon bug gun's firing speed was unchanged. Pang! 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 The purple and red beam crashed into the copper furnace, and the creature was sent flying. The furnace collected dents all over its surface as it bounced through the asteroid field. Why is this guy so hard? Han Sen was stunned. He had used his core demon bug gun to shoot at it for ages. He covered the copper furnace with dents and dings, but he was unable to break it, and the consuming power couldn't latch onto his enemy. The copper furnace looked to be in bad shape, but it had only taken minor injuries. It hadn't sustained any serious harm. A third or fourth tier King Xenogeneic has such a weird area, and its body is so hard. This is very strange. Han Sen frowned, but Han Sen had come too far to let things go now. He kept using his core demon bug gun to shoot at the copper furnace, resolving to shoot the thing as much as he needed to in order to break it. Han Sen's precise shots continued nailing the furnace. The creature was still flying, but rather than trying to get away from Han Sen, it was coming closer. The furnace jerked forward like it was riding a roller coaster in space. The sword from the furnace kept struggling within Han Sen's hand, but it couldn't shake him loose. Pang! Finally, after Han Sen had been shooting for what seemed like forever, one side of the copper furnace took a little too much damage. The purple and red light blew a fist-sized hole in the surface. The hole wasn't large, but Han Sen felt instantly relieved. The size wasn't a problem. If he could pierce it, then he could destroy it. Han Sen planned to keep on firing, but the copper furnace began to make wheezing, crying sounds. The Dongxian area was still locking down all the cogwheels in the nearby space, and no matter how hard it tried, it couldn't create any more fire areas. Suddenly, Han Sen heard a deafening metallic shriek. This sound wasn't coming from the copper furnace, though. Han Sen raised his head. He turned and saw a giant copper furnace coming toward him. It was as big as a planet, and thousands of swords circled it like a raging river. Every sword looked like the sword from the furnace in Han Sen's hand. They burned with a weird green fire that looked somehow crystalline. As far as Han Sen could see, the galaxy was covered in a stream of swords, and the world became a sea of flashing blades. The huge furnace's appearance caught Han Sen completely off guard. He quickly shoved as much power as possible into his Dongxian area. It was impossible for him to completely stop the swords from the furnace and the fire area. This giant copper furnace was a genuine half-deified beast. It was probably only one small step away from being deified. It was almost stronger than Dragon 1. But, thankfully, it didn't have substance chains, so it couldn't be a real deified. The Dongxian area couldn't completely seal power, but it still affected the universal cogwheels. It made the universal cogwheels spin slower, which led to a reduction in power. Plus, with the Move Mountain area, Han Sen wasn't really afraid of that stream of swords, though they did look very scary. Dong! Han Sen waved the sword from the furnace that was in his hand and knocked away a bunch of the raining swords that were coming dangerously close. But ultimately, the sword rain was too much to defend against, and each one of those swords wielded a frightening power. Each attack came with the strength of a half-deified creature. A blade hit Han Sen, cutting open the Dongxian armor. Fortunately, Move Mountain area was able to absorb a lot of power from the attacks it had sustained. It was able to shrug off the attack of a half-deified being. The sword rain could leave deep scratches in the Dongxian armor, but it couldn't pierce all the way through. Blade after blade slammed into the armor. It was like a flash flood. Each one left a scrape across the armor's surface. The strikes got dangerously close to Han Sen's flesh, and he almost yelled out in alarm. The waterfall of swords kept pounding Han Sen's body. Under such violent attacks, this king seemed just as threatening as a deified xenogeneic. While the deified bug Han Sen had fought was incredibly powerful, it didn't have any ranged attacks, so the kings with Han Sen still had a chance to run away. But beneath this sword rain that blanketed the sky, there was nowhere to run. No matter how strong a person's defenses were, getting continuously struck by that sword waterfall would eventually lead to him getting perforated. It was the same principle Han Sen had been counting on when he attacked the copper furnace. But this stream of attacks wasn't made up of water. It was composed of swords wielding half-deified power. If it was anyone else with any different type of area power, they would have died within the first messy barrage of that stream of swords. Even their bones would have been crushed. Luckily, Han Sen had his Move Mountain area for protection. As all those sword streams came down on the Dongxian armor, they provided an incredible buff to the armor's defensive properties. As long as the first few attacks didn't break the Move Mountain area, using the Dongxian armor as the carrier made him invincible. The small copper furnace flew over to the big copper furnace. The mouth of the furnace kept spitting out fire as it made a pitiful whining noise. It seemed to be telling the big copper furnace of its woes. After the big copper furnace heard what it was told, it became enraged. It released a wave of green fire that looked like it could incinerate a planet. The fire area came down and covered the swords from the furnaces. The swords received the fire area's buff, and their powers rose to a terrifying level. Dragon 1 was flying through space. After Robber left, he went around, following in the direction Han Sen had gone. He kept on the move, but he didn't see Han Sen. Han Sen had been traveling fast, clearly intending to kill as many xenogeneics as possible. Dragon 1 and Robber had talked for a while before going their separate ways. It made sense that Dragon 1 had yet to catch up with Hansen. Moving forward more leads to the core furnace zone. The strongest core furnace is halfway to being deified. It doesn't have its own substance chain yet, but it is stronger than most half-deified beings. And there are scary swords inside that furnace. Many kings and half-deifieds have confronted it, but none of them have been able to kill it. I wonder why Dollar is headed there. Is he going to fight the core furnace alone? Dragon 1 looked forward and frowned. He was still traveling forward, but he suddenly glanced over his shoulder. He saw a shadow coming toward him. Dragon 1 watched it suspiciously, and when he saw the person clearly, he raised an eyebrow in surprise. Jia Robber! What a coincidence! We meet again so soon. Jia Robber smiled and flew towards Dragon 1, stopping right before him. Dragon 1 and Jia Robber looked at each other. They were both smart, so they both knew what the other wanted. Jia Robber, if you quit now, we will leave Exquisite Mountain. It will belong to you and the other destroyed. Dragon 1 offered quietly. Jia Robber laughed. Dragon 1, give me Dollar. We do not want Exquisite Mountain. The dragon can keep it. It looks like we will have to employ our own tricks, Dragon 1 said with a feral grin. No matter what, Dollar will belong to the destroyed, Jia Robber responded coldly. Even if that is what you want, he might not go with you, Dragon 1 countered. Jia Robber started to say something, but then he noticed some green flames far in the distance. The light reflected off of clouds of dust that had risen from the turmoil, and countless swords could be seen flying against the dusty backdrop. Dollar went to the core furnaces? Jia Robber's face changed. Dragon 1 frowned. It seems that way. Jia Robber's face changed, but in the end, he laughed and looked at Dragon 1. He said, he really dares to go in there? Does he want to kill the core furnace? Not bad. Now we can gauge how strong he is. You will want to know as well, right? Dragon 1 had a wry smile. He and Jia Robber were thinking the same thing. They both wanted to use Dollar's powers to fight the core area's deified xenogeneics. The core area's deified xenogeneics were a very large prize, because no deified could enter this place. Claiming that prize was a very difficult process. Many different elites of varying races had attempted to bring down core deifieds, but they all had failed. Even the extreme king had to rally many half-deified people to pull off such a hunt. The dragon and the destroyed had achieved some modicum of success in the past, but they had to rally many half-deifieds in their attempts. That also meant they lost a lot of people in the battles, and when the benefits were split among those who remained, there was never much for each person. Nothing to compensate for the danger and losses incurred. Therefore, over the past few years, there hadn't been many chances to hunt deified xenogeneics. The strength of deified xenogeneics varied widely, and the weaker variety were generally targeted by hunters. Once those deified xenogeneics were killed, only the strong deified xenogeneics remained, and over time those monsters became even stronger. Killing them was now a much harder endeavor than it had once been. Like the weird bug they recently encountered, it was a powerful deified xenogeneic. Even if they gathered many half-deified elites, there'd be a very low chance of actually taking out that horrifying creature. People like Hansen, who could survive a conflict with a deified xenogeneic, were really helpful when it came to taking down deified xenogeneics. Jia Robber and Dragon 1 both knew the value of recruiting Dollar to their respective causes. Even a party of Extreme King would be willing to hire Hansen to fight for them. Kings wanted to hunt down deified creatures, and the Extreme King could sometimes do that, but only if they found a weak deified. The stronger deified beings were too powerful for even the Extreme King to handle. Jia Robber and Dragon 1 exchanged a glance, then flew towards the fire area at almost the same time. This looks very bad. The core furnace just triggered its third fire area. The swords from the furnace are strong enough to kill a half-deified elite now. When Jia Robber got a better view of the battlefield, he couldn't help but frown. The core furnace had remained alive while deified xenogeneics were killed around it because its power and fire area were too scary. It wasn't like no one had tried to take it down before. A group of half-deifieds had worked together to attack the creature before, but their attempt failed beneath that sword rain. A few of the half-deified elites were even killed before they could escape. The large sword rain and the stacking fire area was a nightmare for the kings that challenged this beast. It wasn't something that could be overcome simply by assembling more people to go up against it. Dragon 1 nodded. The fire area has stacked 3 times. Not even our last generation Dragon 13, who has the strongest defense, would have been able to block this. And he was half deified. As they talked, they carefully kept themselves well outside of the fire area. They didn't dare enter. There were 3 fire area buffs and rivers of swords in front of them. If they went inside, they wouldn't be coming out alive. Plus, that core furnace was brewing its 4th fire area. But when they peered down through the haze of swords, their faces changed. Han Sen was wrapped in a blue glow, and rivers of swords were washing over his body from every angle. It was so scary that the 2 half-deifieds felt a little numb at the sight. Those scary sword streams slammed into Han Sen's body, but they couldn't break through the defense of his armor. Han Sen hung in the air as countless green crystal swords from the furnace came soaring down to strike him, then bounced off like they were made of cheap wood. Against Han Sen's armor, those scary swords that could kill half-deified beings were nothing more than raindrops. Boom! As they watched, the core furnace's cogwheels and chains moved, opening the furnace so it could absorb universal energies. Then the entrance port of the furnace spat out a volcano of green fire. The new fire area spread, then settled over the swords from the furnace. The swords from the furnace absorbed the fire area and crystallized further. Many of the swords now looked like green jewelry. They were glowing with light and fire, and each one of them looked like some mythic weapon of legend. The 4th fire area. Dia Robber's lips pressed into a thin line. Dragon 1 looked glum, for fire areas were now buffing the swords from the furnace. Each sword now wielded the power of a top half-deified being. Every one of them was equal to Dragon 1's power. There were many swords, and they swirled through space like some angry, crystalline hurricane. If that core furnace could go out into the Geno universe, it could wipe out many of the higher races. Its storm of swords was like an army of half-deified xenogeneics. Of course, the core furnace had its downsides as well. Every time it absorbed power from the universe, it shouldered the burden of casting another fire area. Each fire area it cast was a strain on its strength, so it couldn't continue stacking its area power forever. For fire area buffs were almost all the core furnace could endure. If the fire area continued to stack, the furnace itself might buckle and melt under the strain. If the furnace was unlucky enough to encounter a powerful deified xenogeneic, the deified wouldn't let the fire area stack up that many times. The deified would just smash through the storm of swords and break the furnace in one hit. But right now, the furnace had managed to build up 4 layers of the fire area. The power it now wielded was truly frightening. It wasn't something a normal deified xenogeneic could deal with. A flash flood of swords approached Han Sen, blanketing the space around him. Dragon 1 and Dia Robber's eyebrows rose. The pressure of the situation was getting to them, and they clenched their fists. Can Dollar survive this? Dragon 1 and Dia Robber stared at Han Sen, hovering alone in his blue area. Boom! The waterfall of swords came crashing down on Han Senator. They buried Han Sen under a seething mountain of green jade. The raging stream of swords kept coming down, and it felt like so much mass was converging that a black hole was about to form, right there in space. Sweat tricked down the foreheads of Dragon 1 and Dia Robber. If this kind of attack came at one of them, their bodies would be torn to shreds. It wasn't a matter of enduring it through force of will. It was an incredible power that had been designed for the sole purpose of killing enemies. It was impossible to endure unless the defender had more raw power than the attack. No amount of reinforcements or additional troops could overcome something like this. Water was very weak in small quantities, but when enough water gathered in one place, it could become a tsunami. Even tall buildings could be toppled by such forces of nature. The swords of the core furnace held that same awe-inspiring power. The impacts of the sword stream were so loud that Dragon 1 and Dia Robber could barely hear each other. Their eyes stared at the blue light in the middle of the sword stream. The blue light area had yet to be swallowed, and that meant Dollar was not yet dead. Surviving under such circumstances was nothing short of a miracle. Boom! The falling sword stream began to slow down, and Dragon 1 and Dia Robber could finally see Han Sen through the small gaps between the swords. Han Sen stood calmly in place. He was fearless, like some sort of god. He let those swords from the furnace collide with his armor, and he made no effort to block them. None of the swords could break through his defenses. Dragon 1 and Dia Robber were both shocked and happy. What kind of area and armor power does Dollar have? He remained uninjured beneath the weight of those attacks. They could barely believe the strength of Han Sen's defenses, but it gave them hope. With such a powerful defense, stalling a deified Xenogeneic might be possible. Move Mountain area was practically invincible, but Han Sen felt as if he was going to reach the end of his tether soon. There was no problem with the way Move Mountain area functioned, but there was a limit to the amount of power that the Dongsquin armor could support. So much power was being funneled into the armor that it was starting to produce cracking sounds, like breaking glass. The Dongxian armor was only on its first tier. Although it was the best when compared to others of the same level, that level was simply too low for this situation. The fact that it had endured this long was amazing. If Dongxian armor can level up to its 9th tier and be reset, then the combination of Move Mountain area and the Dongxian area will make fighting a deified Xenogeneic face-to-face quite feasible, Han Sen thought to himself. Boom! As Han Sen was thinking, the core furnace was opening to absorb as much universal energy as it could. The furnace's fire flared up brightly. The furnace itself seemed to be changing under the heat. The copper had become semi-transparent, and it glowed with the wavering light of its flames. It looked both very weird and very beautiful. Fire spewed out of it as the 5th fire area poured forth. The greenish fireball became solid like water as it wrapped over the swords from the furnace. Many swords absorbed that 5th fire area power. The swords looked like perfect glass now. They moved like they had been possessed by sword spirits, and dangerous shadows traveled behind them. 5 fire areas? This is very nearly a substance chain power. The core furnace is cheating. Dragon 1 and Dia Robber were both in shock. Their bodies were trembling with intimidation from the sight of all those swords. They weren't scared for their own lives, of course, but the sight of all that power caused a gut reaction that neither of them had expected. Even from this distance, they could feel the dangerous heat of the coming attack. Luckily, Dragon 1 and Dia Robber were top kings. These wisps of sword air would have already forced ordinary kings down onto their knees. Maybe after this fight, the core furnace will become deified. Dragon 1 murmured. His eyes locked on the furnace. Can Dollar withstand it? Dia Robber looked into space. The stream of swords was pointing at Han Senator. The cold sweat running off of the destroyed had soaked his clothing. Han Sen could see that the swords from the furnace were all aiming at him, but he wasn't afraid. He complimented them quietly, saying, "Such a powerful Xenogeneic, what a shame." As he spoke to himself, Han Sen stretched out a hand. His thumb and middle finger came together, and a coin appeared between them. Han Sen couldn't move. Move Mountain area's buffing had made the Dongxian armor too heavy. In addition, the Dongxian armor had reached max capacity. If it absorbed any more power, it was sure to blow up. So now Han Sen had to fight face to face. He had no choice. He has to fight? Upon seeing Han Sen's plan, Dragon 1 and Dia Robber looked unsettled. A first-tier king was going to fight the almost deified furnace. The likelihood of death was very high. They could see Han Sen's situation and hear his armor creaking. There were some small marks starting to appear across it. Clearly, it couldn't endure the suppression of that scary power for much longer. They thought Han Sen was fighting now because he had no other choice. A first-tier king should have had no chance at all against that enormous storm of swords. Han Sen didn't agree, though. The swords from the furnace were scary. Even Move Mountain area and his Dongxian armor couldn't bear them. But the incredible power that had built up within his armor was something that Han Sen could now use. Come on! Let the world know the power of collecting taxes. Han Sen growled under his breath. He held the coin tightly between his fingers. Buzz! The coin moaned, and the numbers upon its surface jumped up quickly. 1, 2, 3. The numbers upon the coin blurred as they raced upward. The wave of swords gathered, preparing to head for Han Sen and his coin. Han Sen's coin had two skills: saving money and collecting taxes. Saving money could stack up his own power to attack. Collecting taxes came from Han Sen's coin Geno core. Rather than using Han Sen's own power, that skill depended on external powers. Within a certain radius, all creatures with power would sacrifice their own energy to fuel the skill. The stronger the creatures were, the more taxes were collected. Each and every sword from the furnace was wretchedly strong. They were half-deified, almost fully deified. There were many of them, too. Every sword surrendered a small amount of power, and Han Sen collected their taxes. An unnerving amount of power gathered on Han Sen's single coin. That coin's power increased to such a level that Han Sen almost couldn't control it. When the furnace groaned, countless swords received their fire buff. That put them on the move. The stream of swords looked like a tsunami descending on Han Senator. Their power blanketed everything as if they were about to rip space itself apart. Dragon 1 and Dia Robber started to fall back. The stream of swords was too frightening. After that hit, the furnace was sure to become deified. Once that happened, they would have no hope of escaping. Ding! Han Sen finally fired his coin at the smithy furnace. It flew toward the furnace in a streak of gold light. That coin's power was beyond Han Sen's control, and he had no choice but to fire it. If he hadn't, it would have exploded and taken him with it. As the coin flew, the numbers continued to increase, gathering power from the area all around it. The coin's light, compared to the numerous sword lights, was tiny. Its tiny gleam was nothing outstanding. But when the swords from the furnace came into contact with the coin, they broke. They were as weak as soap bubbles, and the gold light continued toward the copper furnace. Dragon 1 and Dia Robber were falling back. They saw Han Sen fire his coin, but due to the heavy sword stream, they couldn't keep track of the small gold light. The scary stream of swords approached Han Sen's body, and the coin came into contact with the copper furnace. Then, it produced a crunchy metal noise. It wasn't loud, but it was oddly clear amidst the thunderous noise of the raucous swords. Dragon 1 and Dia Robber turned back to look, their eyes finding the giant furnace. They saw the coin planted on the furnace. Then, in the next second, the coin was actually inside the furnace. And then the construct was shrinking. The furnace had become semi-transparent under the heat of its own flames. The coin hit the side of the furnace with so much force that it started to cave in on itself. A small hole formed in the surface, and the coin disappeared into that hole. Felt like time was standing still. Dragon 1 and Dia Robber didn't see the coin come out on the other side, so they assumed that the coin was still stuck to the furnace where it had originally landed. They doubted the coin would have enough power to penetrate the furnace. But then they froze in disbelief. The whole furnace was imploding. As if a black hole had formed at the center of the furnace, the whole thing collapsed in on itself. The huge furnace twisted into a small chunk of metal. And this minimizing process continued without stopping. It was like a soda can being crushed under someone's foot. The power inside the furnace continued to collapse its structure. The giant furnace grew smaller and smaller and smaller. Eventually, the furnace was no more than a point of light. Then it detonated like a supernova. The shockwave of the explosion rocked that section of space. Debris and destruction spread everywhere, far beyond what the eye could see. Dragon 1 and Dia Robber were sent flying away by that scary power. When Dragon 1 and Dia Robber gathered themselves enough to look around, they saw that the giant copper furnace had been reduced to nothing but cosmic dust. All of the swords from the furnace had cracked because their hosting entity had been annihilated. They created a chain of explosions, one after another. It was like watching a giant universe firework event. Han Sen still stood there unaffected. Dragon 1 and Dia Robber looked at each other. This hadn't just been a display of high defense. Dollar had completely annihilated a creature that was almost deified. That was a very powerful attack, to say the least. Even a top-class half-deified couldn't endure the stream of swords like he had just done. Scary. Dragon 1 and Dia Robber thought of the same thing at the same time. Mutant Xenogeneic King hunted. Core Smithy Furnace. Beast Soul gained. Hansen was shocked. There had been no announcement of a xenogeneic gene being found. Now Hansen understood the scariest part of the coin's power. It had even destroyed the xenogeneic gene inside the creature. That attack was the furnace's own power turned against it. The swords from the furnace were too powerful for it to withstand. Every power from the individual swords had been gathered together. Each one had probably reached deified level, and that was how Hansen was able to defeat the furnace. Just as Hansen was about to take a look at the beast soul the furnace had given him, he noticed something flashing far away. He looked closer, and he saw the small copper furnace running away. Hansen stopped using his move mountain area and flew after it. The furnace wasn't a fast creature. It didn't fly quickly, and so Hansen was able to catch up to it in no time. He pulled out his core demon bug gun to kill it. The small furnace stopped in its tracks, puffing its chimney to make the fire spin, spew, and spread. It gave off a string of crying noises. Hansen thought it was prepping itself to fight. He held the core demon bug gun with a fixed aim, but he soon noticed the furnace wasn't unleashing its green fire at Hansenator instead. The fire twisted in the air to form a few words. My king, spare me. Hansen was shocked. He lowered the gun, taking his finger off the trigger. The small furnace, noticing that Hansen hadn't attacked, spit out a few more green flames. It formed the shape of more words. I am willing to become your slave. Holy shit, this guy is very smart, Hansen thought in shock. The xenogeneics he had seen so far in the core area weren't intelligent. Even the deified insect wasn't smart like an ordinary high-level creature. But the small furnace's intelligence was the same as the high-level creature's. What can you do for me? Hansen asked, looking at the furnace. Hansen didn't think he could take a core xenogeneic into the Geno universe. Even if he accepted its services, it would have to remain in the core area. The furnace understood Hansen, so it spat out more green fire to shape words. I can give directions to my king, for I am familiar with this place. Pa! Hansen laughed. He thought the small furnace was very talented. Wouldn't you hate me for killing your brethren? Hansen asked, raising an eyebrow at the small furnace. That big furnace looked like some sort of parental figure to the small furnace. It would be risky to have a servant who hated him. The small furnace spat out more fire and said, We are of the same kind, but there is no connecting bloodline. If that is the case, then I will permit you to live. Go ahead and lead the way then. If you try anything funny, I'll kill you. Hansen thought the small furnace was funny. He kind of liked the thing, so he couldn't bring himself to kill it. He would keep it around for now, and see whether or not it really wanted to give him good directions. If it really did want to serve him, then having a companion that knew about the core would be useful. In the future, he could avoid accidentally stepping into the territory of strong xenogeneics. Having another mishap would be bad. Do not worry, my king. I will lead the way. I will live for the king, and I will die for the king. I will spend my life in the service of the king. The small furnace spelled out. Now I know you're full of shit. Lead me to where I can find xenogeneics. Something I can kill that isn't so dangerous. Hansen instructed firmly. This way, my king. The small furnace led the way out into space. After the two disappeared, Jia Robber and Dragon 1 revealed themselves. They hadn't come out and greeted Hansen before because he had been too scary. They had to think of a way they could motivate Hansen to cooperate with them. He was so powerful. Unless they provided a lot of incentive, Dollar wouldn't care for their offers. And the two of them were fighting each other anyway. Before they could offer him a larger portion of the reward, though they would have to consult with their own people. Brother Dragon 1, I have a suggestion. I am wondering if you are interested in hearing it. Dia Robber looked at Dragon 1. Cooperation? Dragon 1 asked, looking at Dia Robber. You had the same thought, brother? Dia Robber was surprised. Dragon 1 smiled. It looks like we are a match for each other. We should go somewhere nice and discuss the details. My thoughts exactly. After you, good sir. Dia Robber smiled. The furnace guided Hansen forward. He was still suspicious about its help, but the small furnace didn't play any tricks. They went to a place with a small number of king xenogeneics. They were creatures that Hansen could kill easily. He managed to earn 20 xenogeneic core genes in just a few days. He grew confident that he would find more xenogeneics with the furnace than if he was to remain solo. Miss Mirror sat in front of her computer. She looked at the information on the screen, locked in deep thought. All the documents pertained to Han Senator. It was everything that had been recorded of him since the fight when Kong Fei had snuffed out and relit a lantern. It informed her of everything he did, all the way up until he disguised himself as Bai Yi. The records of it were all there. Such a scary guy. These records make his life look like he's playing with cheat codes. He has done way too many unbelievable things. It is difficult to imagine that a leftover crystallizer, starting from scratch, achieved all that he has today. The investigation was very thorough. Miss Mirror had to admit that if she had been in the same situation as Han San, she wouldn't have been able to achieve half of what Han San had managed to. It is a shame that he isn't really Bai Yi. Otherwise, with his performance amongst the Extreme King, he might have become a legendary figure for us. Miss Mirror sighed. She turned off the computer and rubbed her temples. She had been tired for a while. The person who had her mirror spirit eye ring was disguising himself as a prince. It made things rather difficult for her. She couldn't tell King Bai about it, but neither could she lie to him. And King Bai wasn't an easy man to fool. Lying to him might lead her down a path she could never return from. Radio Wave should be investigating Han Senator. If they start uncovering his secrets too quickly, things might go badly for me. And if I had Han Sen over, I'm afraid the mirror spirit I won't be able to withstand the same dosage of damage again. Miss Mirror was beginning to develop a headache. Miss Mirror closed her eyes to think, but she couldn't figure out a solution that was perfect for her. A subordinate knocked at her door. Miss Mirror, the location of the 7568 God Battle Ruin has been confirmed. Give me the information. Miss Mirror sat up straight, looking like a lady again. The subordinate pushed open the door and set the documents down in front of her. Miss Mirror examined them for a while and frowned. She said, "Another race has been found? At Ruin 7568. Yes, my lady. Our people found a big excavation site and some construction zones started up not too long ago," the subordinate explained. Okay, that's all for now. Miss Mirror set the documents back down on the table. She closed her eyes and thought. A while later, she opened her eyes. She glanced over the pages again, then finally smiled. She said out loud, "Ruin 7568. If that is the one, perhaps I can convince my brother. I can take Han Sen there. This is an opportunity." For the first time in a while, things were going smoothly. Han Sen had the small furnace to show him the way, and he had collected many core xenogeneic genes. Now he was holding 4. He ate 2 and tossed the others to the furnace. It wasn't because Han Sen was a waster. It was just because he couldn't digest them. Even with Consume's help, he could only eat 2 a day. If he wanted to gain 100 king-class genes, it would take more than a month. Because the small furnace behaved well, Han Sen gave it a few core xenogeneic genes whenever he could. The small furnace was always delighted to receive them. Swords from the furnace required core xenogeneic genes for production. But core genes from different xenogeneics could create different swords inside the furnace. No wonder that big furnace was so strong. All the swords it produced came from king xenogeneic genes. I can't even guess how many king-class core xenogeneics it managed to kill in its time. Too bad the xenogeneic genes are melted down inside the furnace. If a furnace is destroyed, the swords are also destroyed. Otherwise, I'd have received enough xenogeneic genes to last me many lives over, Han Sen thought with regret. The small furnace followed Han Sen and collected a few treats on the way. When Han Sen left the core area, it didn't run off. It waited for Han Sen to come back. A few days later, the small furnace was forging a few sword blanks. Han Sen thought this relaxed schedule would last for some time, but when Miss Mirror showed up, She destroyed his delusions of just enjoying life for a while. "Pack your stuff, you have a mission to go on," Miss Mirror said before taking a sip of tea. "What mission?" Han Sen asked with trepidation. Miss Mirror had asked him to pack, so that meant he was leaving King's Kingdom. "This is your father's handwriting. Is there a problem?" Miss Mirror asked, setting a note down on the table as she spoke. "Yes. Can I bring my subordinates with me?" Han Sen asked. "I suppose you can, but are you sure about taking them someplace dangerous?" Miss Mirror looked like she was smiling, but she wasn't. Han Sen knew Miss Mirror was referring to Bauer. She was warning Han Sen not to attempt an escape. He wouldn't have a chance to. "If I can, I would like to bring Bauer," Han Sen said, pretending not to know what she meant. "Sure, but I have already told you. This place is dangerous. If something happens, don't blame your auntie for not warning you," Miss Mirror said. "I will be responsible for this decision," Han Sen said tonelessly. "Good. Go and prepare. We will be leaving tonight." With that, Miss Mirror turned and promptly left Underwater Town. Han Sen called for Bauer. He left the Blood Kirin behind in Underwater Town to look after Lan Haixin, just in case she decided to stir up trouble. Han Sen wasn't planning an escape. The Extreme King were too powerful. Unless he had a reliable backup plan, he wouldn't flee. He couldn't go back to Planet Eclipse, either. He didn't want to drag Isha into his problematic affairs. Han Sen wanted to bring Bauer because he didn't feel safe leaving her alone. Plus, he was used to having Bauer around. Whenever he was alone, it always felt like he was missing something. He asked the Blood Kirin to watch Lan Haixin. Lily begged Han Sen to take her with him, but he refused. Miss Mirror had said that the place was dangerous, and Han Sen didn't think she told him that just to scare him. He was bringing Bauer along because she could protect herself. Lily was just a duke. She would be unable to protect herself, and bringing her would be like handing her a death sentence. He brought Bauer to the rally point, knowing that they wouldn't be going alone. Many members of Spring Rain had already gathered. There were many kings and half-deifieds, and Han Sen even saw 2 fully deified warriors amongst them. What are they doing here? Han Sen wondered. This was enough combat power to annihilate a higher race. When the ship started to move, Miss Mirror didn't come looking for him. Han Sen had free time, so he practiced and consumed King-class genes. Han Sen started trying to push Jadeskin's self-universe cogwheel. He wanted to get Jadeskin up to King class. That progress would be much easier than leveling up the Dongxian Sutra. It would only be a matter of time. The ship flew through many space teleportation points. When the ship arrived at their ultimate destination, Han Sen was shocked. He knew the place. "Isn't this the xenogeneic space that Ning Yu mentioned?" Han Sen wondered. The xenogeneic space was a very rocky landscape. The ships landed amidst an enormous field of stones, and the passengers of the ships made camp nearby. On Miss Mirror's orders, the Spring Rain members began digging into the stone field, unearthing even more rocks. Miss Mirror didn't instruct Han Sen to do anything, other than telling him to stay in camp. While he didn't have to do any digging, his ability to wander around as he wished was limited. Han Sen asked Miss Mirror what sort of place they had come to and what their mission was there, but she didn't answer him. She just told him that he would be safe as long as he stayed close, and he would be called for when the time came for him to work. "This is the xenogeneic space Ning Yu described. Ning Yu's little green sword came from one of the rocks that was found here. It looks like Miss Mirror's task here is the same as it was for the Hell. They want to excavate something out of all this stone." Han Sen thought to himself. He really wanted to join the others in the stone field so he could examine the rocks. But Miss Mirror was very firm that he shouldn't leave camp, so joining the others was out of the question. Instead, Han Sen spent his time studying his geno-arts and absorbing king-class xenogeneic genes. On their second day in the xenogeneic space, something occurred in the stone fields. A few Spring Rain members had to be carried back to camp. When Han Sen heard the commotion and came over to see, he found that the unfortunate individuals were turning into stone. Not long after, their entire bodies were fully petrified. They were just a bunch of statues. Miss Mirror and the 2 deified elites tried to stop the petrification process, but they could do nothing. None of their attempts even seemed to slow the transformation. After this, the work in the stone fields was brought to a halt. Although they were no longer digging, Miss Mirror showed no sign of wanting to leave. More ships arrived a few days later, bringing many different creatures to the camp. They were from a variety of different races, and all of them were marquises or dukes. They must have been brought there to become workers in the stone field. Ningyu. As Han Sen watched the workers line up to register, he saw a pretty woman with pink armor. He recognized her as Ningyu, and he felt his eyes widen. Han Sen was shocked. Not because Ningyu was now a woman. Han Sen knew that little factoid already. It wasn't strange that Ningyu was actually there either. Ningyu would have been looking for a chance to come back, so he could find out what happened to his body. The Extreme King had recruited workers, so it was reasonable that Ningyu had joined their ranks. Han Sen was simply surprised by what he wore. He had a little pink dress on, and he also had some pink earrings, rings, necklaces, and red flowers in his hair. He was like a pink lady, and he was genuinely pretty. If Han Sen hadn't seen Ningyu before, he definitely wouldn't have been able to recognize him. Oh no! What is wrong with Ningyu? Even if his body turned into the body of a woman, it doesn't mean he has to dress up as one. Han Sen thought to himself. The longer he watched Ningyu, the more convinced he became that something was deeply wrong. How to talk to Ningyu alone? Han Sen wanted to ask him what had happened, but he wasn't permitted to talk to the workers. Even if he could, everyone would be watching. There was nowhere they could discuss matters privately. Han Sen thought about it overnight, and the next day he barged into Miss Mirror's office. Miss Mirror, you brought me here, and yet you aren't letting me do anything. You won't let me out, and you won't even let me go on the internet. What is this? Han Sen demanded. My lady, we couldn't stop the prince. He just barged in, the guard said tensely, trying to explain his sudden intrusion. You guys can leave, Miss Mirror said in a cool voice. Her pretty eyes didn't even glance their way. Instead, she kept her focus fixed on the documents she was reading. After the guards closed the door, Han Sen said, Even if you don't want to let me out, at least allow me to do something. If I'm stuck at home all day again, I am going to go crazy. And Bauer is just a kid. She can't remain cooped up all day either. You are the one who asked to bring her here. She is entirely your responsibility. Miss Mirror closed the file and looked at Han Sr. You will be given your task when the time comes. But for now, your job is just to wait patiently in camp. Fine. I can do that, but can you at least make nicer food? Plus, I want Bauer to have a maid to look after her. That isn't too much to ask, is it? Han Sen said. We are here to work. We aren't here on vacation. After a brief pause, Miss Mirror said, I will find you a maid. Now go home. That's better. Find a pretty one, though. It annoys me if the maid is ugly, Han Sen said. Are you looking for a maid? Or are you looking for a woman? Miss Mirror asked sternly. I am Prince 16. Is there something wrong with having a woman to please me? Han Sen smiled. Prince 16. Miss Mirror shot Han Sen a flat look. Han Sen coughed. I wasn't going to do anything. I just want someone to look after my kid. But you won't let me go out, and I must make myself look like more of a prince. Any other concerns you would like to share? Miss Mirror asked, fixing Han Sen with another unnerving stare. No, Han Sen answered. If there is nothing more you require, then go home. I have work to attend to, Miss Mirror said in clear dismissal. Then I'll go now. Please be considerate when picking a maid for me, Han Sen said. Miss Mirror stared at him until he left the office. I wonder if Miss Mirror will just pick a worker? If she picks a worker, I think Ningyu will have a high chance of being selected, Han Sen thought as he walked. It was all he could do after all. If Miss Mirror didn't pick a worker, then Han Sen would have to find another way to get some alone time with his target. The next day, after Han Sen opened the door to take Bauer to the canteen to eat, he saw a pretty Extreme King woman standing directly before him. My prince, Miss Mirror asked me to serve you. The woman bowed to Han Sen, but her face was expressionless. Not bad. What's your name? Han Sen smiled at the woman. He had been prepared for this possibility, so he wasn't disappointed. If Miss Mirror had picked any random person, Han Sen would have grown suspicious. Falling leaf, the woman answered. Falling leaf, huh? Not bad. Not bad. Miss Mirror didn't disappoint me. Come, let's go find something to eat. Han Sen squinted slightly, lifting a smiling Bower up to sit on his shoulder. Then the trio made their way to the canteen. While they ate, Han Sen turned to Bower's new maid. Falling leaf, your mission is to take care of Bower, satisfy all her desires. You cannot make her cry. Do you understand? Sure, Falling leaf answered, her voice smooth and emotionless. Han Sen had realized almost instantly that Falling leaf wasn't an ordinary woman. She was very good at hiding her energy so that the average person would be unable to discern her level, but Han Sen had his Dongxian area. There was no way that Falling leaf could hide her king-class power from him. Although Han Sen couldn't tell how many tiers she had unlocked, she had definitely surpassed the first couple of tiers. Miss Mirror is very generous. Falling leaf must be a ranking member in Spring Rain, Han Sen thought, as he tried to come up with a way to make her leave. If Han Sen made her leave himself, that would draw unwanted attention. It would also give Miss Mirror a clue to figuring out what he really wanted. So Han Sen couldn't take action himself. Instead of making her stay with them uncomfortable, and he would need to treat her nicely. However, when it comes to making people miserable, Bower is a true artist, Han Sen thought, looking at his smiling daughter. 2-inch sister Falling leaf, can you play a game with me? Bower was holding a doll in front of Falling leaf. Her big eyes made it look as if she was desperately begging. Of course I can, Falling leaf replied, a smile softening her cold face. Falling leaf was quite famous in Spring Rain. She was known as the icy femme fatale. Her calm, calculating mind made her an amazing assassin. When she worked, nothing could shake her up or throw her off her game. Her greatest fight took place on a deified-owned planet. She killed a half-deified elite, the son of a deified being, and they all backed off her. But facing a sweet little girl, even Falling leaf's mood seemed a bit lighter. She seemed happier than when she faced Han Sen, at least. Falling leaf didn't know Han Sen was a fake prince. But even believing that Han Sen was a real royal, she wasn't interested in him. She would hate the thought of dating a prince. If not for Miss Mirror's order, she wouldn't have accepted the mission that brought her here. She most certainly wouldn't have agreed to serve Han Sen. Han Sen watched Bower play with Falling leaf and felt some relief. He returned to his room to continue practicing. After many attempts to turn Jadeskin's self-universe cogwheel, he was finally beginning to understand how it worked. He only needed to hit a breaking point for it to reach king class. Jadeskin was different from the Dongxian Sutra. Han Sen could actually see the Dongxian Sutra's self-cogwheel and all the other universal cogwheels around it. But when he used Jadeskin, the universal cogwheels all appeared blurry. They weren't as clear as they were with the Dongxian Sutra. So, Han Sen tried many different methods in the hope of turning the self-universe cogwheel. He had long since lost track of how many attempts he had made. The self-cogwheel refused to budge, however. He only needed enough power to connect with the self-cogwheel. Anyone could push universal cogwheels, and the number of cogwheels they could push all boiled down to how much strength they had. But ordinary kings couldn't actually see the universal cogwheels like Han Sen could. They could get a vague sense of what they needed to do, but they couldn't tell it was actually a cogwheel they were pushing. And although Han Sen had initially thought that the number of cogwheels someone had to push was directly related to their strength, that wasn't exactly true. There were some people who didn't push many universal cogwheels, but even so, they became very powerful. Many such people existed. The difficulty of reaching king class depended on the strength of the initial cogwheel. If the self-cogwheel was strong enough and you cast sufficient power, you could spin your self-cogwheel very quickly. In so doing, you could equal the power of people who spun many cogwheels just by spinning your single cogwheel at high velocity. Many kings with one area power could unleash more power than kings with many area powers. That was the theory. Jadeskin was a Geno art that was very simple in the way its power was used. The self-cogwheel didn't have to push many neighboring universal cogwheels, but that didn't mean the self-cogwheel was weak in itself. When Han Sen was ready to become king class, he started off with Dongxian area. With Dongxian area's help, pushing other self-cogwheels was easier. The ability allowed Han Sen to see the Jadeskin cogwheel. Jadeskin's self-cogwheel wasn't much smaller than the Dongxian Sutra's self-cogwheel. After all, they were the self-cogwheels that were based on Han Sen's body, so there wouldn't be many differences between them. But the two cogwheels did look rather different. The Dongxian Sutra's cogwheel was black, while Jadeskin's was some sort of translucent jade, connected to 7 universal cogwheels. That number was fairly ordinary for an average king. Compared to the Dongxian Sutra, that was a tiny number of connected cogs. But having a small number of connected cogs didn't mean that Jadeskin's power couldn't spread. The self-cogwheel would still spin very quickly. Under the Dongxian area, Han Sen slowly cast his Jadeskin, then began shoving against his self-cogwheel to spin it. The progress was now much easier than it had been when he was pushing the Dongxian Sutra's self-cogwheel. After all, Han Sen was king class now, so he had much more power that he could throw behind his efforts. Catcha! Catcha! The translucent jade cogwheel slowly started to shift. As the self-cogwheel spun, a weird flower symbol appeared on its surface. The flower symbol spread like a growing crystal, slowly sliding over the self-cogwheel. As the cogwheel spun, the symbol swelled more and more. A short time later, it had completely covered the cogwheel. Jadeskin's self-cogwheel became an ice moon. Jadeskin's self-cogwheel pushed the other 7 universal cogwheels that connected to it. As it did, the symbol glided over those universal cogwheels too. Then it spread further. The icy, jade-looking area power spread through Han Sen, becoming a strange sealing area. But after spreading for a while, the power returned. Heading back for Han Senator, his body absorbed all of the power. When the ice moon-like cogwheel spun, Han Sen's entire body crystallized, and he glowed like a crystal. He was like a god wrapped up in holy light. Boom! The cogwheel continued to spin as the universal core hall door opened. Han Sen's body was sucked into it. He entered the universal core hall. Han Sen didn't hesitate. He landed atop the cogwheels of the hall, and when the cogwheels moved, the hall's door opened. Han Sen exited the hall, finding himself in a new place inside the core area. This wasn't where he had been previously. Ordinarily, leaving the core area would set a spawn point for his return. He would be able to come back to the exact place he had previously left. But now that Han Sen was entering with his Jadeskin cogwheel, it had taken him to a different location than where he would spawn with his Dongxian Sutra cogwheel. Does that mean I can go to different core areas with each skill? I just need to change the self-cogwheel to determine which place I access. Han Sen realized joyfully. Han Sen took a moment to look around, trying to place where he was within the core area. He wasn't in the mood to hunt core xenogeneics at the moment. After he had confirmed his location, he just returned to camp. Han Sen walked out of his private room, then suddenly jerked to a stop. Falling Leaf and Bauer were staring each other down. Falling Leaf's face, meanwhile, was covered in paper. She was holding 2 cards, and she looked very serious. Bauer, on the other hand, was holding 1 card. She looked gravely at Falling Leaf's 2 cards. Which one should I choose? Bauer wondered, carefully considering the decision. She pointed her finger, wavering between the 2 cards in the other woman's hand. It looked as if she had to pick one out of the 2. When Han Sen saw them, he knew Bauer and Falling Leaf were playing Old Man. Old Man was very simple to play. One of the jokers was removed from a normal deck of playing cards, and then the deck was dealt to the players. Each player then removed all the pairs they could from their hand. Once their hands only contained the cards that couldn't be paired, they took turns choosing cards from one another's hands. If a player chose a card that they could pair with one of their own cards, the player could discard the pair. The winner was whoever got rid of the joker, which could not be paired, and discarded all of their cards. This was a game that Han Sen had played a lot with Bauer in the past. Because Han Sen was very good at this sort of prediction game, Bauer initially never won. But after they played for a while, he stopped winning so often. Before long, Han Sen felt as if he would never win another game. It took a lot of focus for him to play with Bauer, especially when he was doing his best to avoid losing. Eventually, he just stopped playing with Bauer entirely. which meant Bauer could never exact revenge on Han Sen for all the times he had beaten her. Bauer had been angry about that for quite some time. But Han Sen was very adamant about not playing with her. He never gave her the chance to exact revenge on him. It was a game that was highly based on luck, judgment, observation, and mind tricks. The Han family prided themselves on their skill with the game, but Han Sen was no longer sure if he had what it took to beat Bauer these days. Seeing Falling Leaf with a face full of paper, he could tell she had lost badly. Bauer's face was very clean, and there was not a single piece of paper on her. As Bauer's hand moved slowly back and forth between the two cards, Falling Leaf's face displayed no emotion, but her heart leaped in her chest with every movement of Bauer's hand. She really did feel awful. In the beginning, she had only agreed to play the game with Bauer to make the child happy. A game like this was too easy for a killer like her. She was excellent at reading people, and her prediction abilities were phenomenal, of course. But in all the time since they had begun playing, she hadn't won once. Falling Leaf was rapidly growing rather desperate, and she would have done anything to win at least once. Falling Leaf's eyes stared at the two cards in her hands. Whenever Bauer touched the Joker card, she felt good. When she pointed at the Seven of Hearts, she felt very worried. "Maybe I'll pick this one?" Bauer said. Her little hand reached for the Joker card. Falling Leaf's pulse quickened as Bauer's fingers brushed the Joker card. "Take it! Take it!" Falling Leaf was shouting madly in her heart, but she didn't allow her emotions to show on her face. Suddenly Bauer stopped. She turned and grabbed the Seven of Hearts, and she smiled. "I think I am going to take this one." A muscle in Falling Leaf's cheek twitched. Her fingers tightened on the two cards as Bauer tried to pull the Seven of Hearts loose. Falling Leaf wouldn't let it go. Seeing that the woman was refusing to let the card go, Bauer didn't know what to do. She let go of the Seven of Hearts and picked the Joker card. "In that case, I will take this one." Falling Leaf was thrilled, and she released her claw-like grip on the cards. Bauer grabbed the Joker card and quickly said, "It is my turn." Bauer placed two cards in the deck and then brought out two cards of her own. Facing Falling Leaf, she said, "Okay, it is your turn to pick." Falling Leaf gritted her teeth and stared at the two cards. She focused intently, as if she could read something from the back of the cards. As the top killer in Spring Rain, Falling Leaf's powers of observation and judgment were the best. She could easily pick up on even the smallest difference. She had just taken the Joker card, so it was possible that some instinct deep within her would guide her to victory. But God only knew what material was used to create those cards. They were thin as paper, but she couldn't sense any trace that might identify the cards. She couldn't tell what was on the cards. Falling Leaf's eyes looked ready to pop out of her skull. She couldn't tell which one was the Joker card. "Are you going to pick one or not?" Bauer said with a yawn. "What's the rush?" Falling Leaf reached out her hand to pick the card that was on the left. She looked at Bauer, hoping to see some sort of clue in her eyes. "If that's the one you want, then just take it," Bauer said, her face bored. Falling Leaf, hearing Bauer say this, decided not to pick it. They had only been together for 2 hours, but in Falling Leaf's eyes, Bauer was no longer a small child. "Trying to fool me, huh? It's not that easy." Falling Leaf raised her hand to take the card on the right. When she turned it around, though, she looked like she had been struck by lightning. It was a Joker card. "Why do you not just believe people? You adults are all so complicated. I don't understand you." Bauer looked sorrowful as she shook her head. Falling Leaf's face twitched. She gnashed her teeth and said nothing. She placed the card down behind her and drew 2 more cards. She put them in front of Bauer and coldly said, "Your turn. I picked this one." Bauer reached out her hand and picked up the Seven of Hearts from Falling Leaf's hands. "Haha, I win again." Bauer threw down her pair of sevens. She grabbed a piece of paper and stuck it on Falling Leaf's face. "We're playing again." Falling Leaf started to shuffle the deck. "I'm not playing. You are too weak for me." Bauer looked very bored. "Just one last time," Falling Leaf said slowly, enunciating the words. Her eyes looked ready to burst into flames. Hansen almost laughed. Playing that game with Bauer was like a death wish. Bauer rolled her eyes, looking like she really had no interest in playing. She said, "We can play, but sticking paper on each other's faces is boring. Let us raise the stakes." "Sure. What would you like to bet?" Falling Leaf really wanted to win. She was Spring Rain's top killer. She couldn't allow herself to lose to a kid. She had to win. "The loser has to go to the door and shout, 'I am stupid,'" Bauer said after a moment of thought. "That?" Falling Leaf hesitated. She wasn't entirely sure she could defeat Bauer, and many Spring Rain elites were nearby. It would be embarrassing if she was heard. "Never mind, then. This is lame, anyway." Bauer stood up and got ready to go. "Fine. We will do as you say." Falling Leaf almost shouted as she touched Bauer's arm. She was desperate to defeat her. Hansen couldn't watch. The game had ended before it even began. Not even a deified being could beat Bauer at this game. This was what the Hansen family was best at. While Miss Mirror was speaking with 2 of the 4 Spring Rain Kings, whose names were Red Cloud and Night Wind, a sound erupted from Hansen's place, interrupting their discussion. "I am stupid," someone screamed. The 3 of them swapped strange glances. The voice undeniably belonged to Falling Leaf, but they couldn't believe Falling Leaf would ever yell those words. Aside from Miss Mirror and the 4 kings of Spring Rain, Falling Leaf was known as one of Spring Rain's best. She was a very cruel woman, but she worked hard. She was proud, violent, and always ready for a fight. How could those words pass through the mouth of someone like that? Was that who it sounded like? Night Wind turned to Red Cloud and Miss Mirror with a confused expression. "We'll end things here for now. You 2 can go home." Miss Mirror frowned. She stood up and went to Hansen's place. She wanted to see what Hansen was up to. A woman like Falling Leaf wasn't someone who could be forced to say anything of the sort. She would rather die than make that sort of admission. If Hansen had used some trick to fool Falling Leaf, Miss Mirror wouldn't ignore such a transgression. She had sent Falling Leaf to look after Hansen, but she wouldn't stand for the woman being bullied. "Why are you here?" Hansen asked with a pleasant smile when he answered the door and saw Miss Mirror. "What did you do to Falling Leaf?" Miss Mirror frowned. "What did I do to her? I haven't spoken much with her. She's been playing with Bauer all this time. Go and take a look, if you want to." Hansen moved aside and gestured for her to enter. Miss Mirror didn't believe Hansen at her. She walked through the entry and went into the living room. There she found Falling Leaf playing card games with Bauer. "Miss Mirror." Falling Leaf shot to her feet and bowed. "Are you okay?" Falling Leaf's forbidding face was covered in little stickers. The sight almost made Miss Mirror want to crack up in laughter. "I'm okay." Falling Leaf's face blushed deeply, but she didn't remove the pieces of paper stuck to her face. She was a killer, and killers always kept their word. She might have lost the game, but she wasn't going to disgrace the rules. "I'm glad to see you are okay." Miss Mirror looked at Hansen and said in a hard voice, "Follow me." Hansen shrugged and followed Miss Mirror into the garden. "You know Falling Leaf is one of my people. You should be careful how you choose to treat her." Miss Mirror settled herself into one of the garden chairs and looked at Hansen as she spoke. Hansen laughed. "I haven't done a single thing to her, and I wouldn't want to do anything to offend her either. She is merely playing with Bauer. You can ask her if you don't believe me. It is good that you haven't mistreated her. I'm just warning you, though. Don't do anything that will make her or me unhappy," Miss Mirror said in a firm voice. "Understood." Hansen shrugged again. "Give me your hand." Miss Mirror was looking at the ring Hansen wore, and her request came with the glimmer of hesitation. Although Hansen wasn't a bad fighter, he was too low level. Miss Mirror didn't think Hansen, with his current power, could be of much assistance to her. But since she was there, she knew it would be a good idea to get to know him a little better. The mind and the heart were inseparably linked, so the best way to learn someone's personality was through their mind. It was a very accurate way of reading people. "What are you doing?" Hansen asked as he extended his right hand in front of Miss Mirror. "Are you playing dumb?" Miss Mirror stared at Hansen. "Of course not. You should have just told me more clearly." Hansen laughed and pulled back his right hand. He extended his left hand instead, the mirror spirit eye ring glinting on one of his fingers. Miss Mirror observed the mirror spirit eye ring, and a lump rose in her throat. Seeing the ring made her mind hearken back to the man who had once worn it. That man had been smart and gentle. Even now, thinking of that man made her heart leap. Miss Mirror never regretted marrying that man. Choosing him had been the most precious experience in her entire life. But God hadn't allowed her to be by his side forever. Thinking of that man would have made any woman's heart jump. And then seeing the current master of the ring, Miss Mirror could only sigh. Although Hansen was good, compared to that man, she thought he couldn't begin to compare. Miss Mirror reached out her hand and put her mirror spirit eye ring next to Hansen's ring. Miss Mirror's face didn't possess supermodel-like beauty. She wasn't as hot as someone like Gu Qingqing, certainly. She was more like a well-dressed and mature lady. But Miss Mirror's hands were too pretty to criticize. Every finger was long and slender. Her skin was white like jade, and her nails glittered like crystals. Her hands were lovely and elegant. Hansen had seen many pretty women in his time, but this was the first time he had ever seen such beautiful hands. Miss Mirror's hand came closer to Hansen, and the mirror spirit eye ring reacted. The emerald ring began to glow. When those two eye-like gems touched each other, Hansen and Miss Mirror both shivered. They felt a strange power generate in the mirror spirit eye rings, and then the power went into both of their bodies. The energy traveled up their arms and straight into their brains. Hansen's body vibrated. He looked around, finding himself in a place where it was raining. The springtime rain was falling as if God himself was crying. But when those tears fell, they watered everything around him. The trees, the flowers, the grass, the chestnuts. The rain soaked into all of them, and the sadness held within the rain provided a source of infinite life force and hope. Hansen had studied the 48 water minds of Destiny's Tower, and the spring rain mind was one of them. Miss Mirror's mind was spring rain, but it wasn't focused on the rain itself. Hansen felt the way her emotions shifted and swayed within her mind. Suddenly, he really admired this woman. This mind was professional and enduring. It was like the strongest a deified being could achieve. No wonder her organization is called Spring Rain. This mind can only be felt. It isn't something that could be explained. Achieving this sort of mind is very difficult. Miss Mirror is a very complicated and even contradictory woman. I cannot judge her as I normally would another. As Hansen observed and sensed the spring rain mind, he learned much from it. Miss Mirror's body shivered, too. She felt a mind inside her consciousness. But that mind wasn't too strong or surprising. It didn't impress her much. Miss Mirror didn't take Hansen's mind seriously, as she had only touched their rings together so she could learn more about him. But when the presence of his mind began to expand, Miss Mirror was stunned. What Miss Mirror saw, in terms of Hansen's mind, was something akin to a flower ready to open. The mere bud might not have been very impressive, but as she tried to understand, she peeled away the petals. But try as she might, she couldn't peel them all away. She couldn't get to the center of the flower, and that disturbed her. Miss Mirror hadn't thought Hansen's mind was strong, and the unexpected depth of his consciousness struck her with confusion. It was as if she had received a mystery gift, and she had no idea who had delivered it or what it contained. After opening that special parcel, she only found another mystery box inside. She opened it layer by layer, but there never seemed to be an end. It didn't matter if the gift deep inside the layers of the package was good or bad. Opening a gift like this would make people angry. Luckily, Miss Mirror was a very patient person, so she didn't look annoyed. She peeled open Hansen's mind, layer by layer. But after doing this for a while, she still hadn't found what lay at its center. Not even God had enough patience to keep searching endlessly like that. After Miss Mirror peeled away all those layers, her inability to find the center was too much. She didn't like feeling this way. I want to see what resides in your mind. Miss Mirror thought in determination. Gathering herself, she leaned the full weight of her deified mind atop Hansen's mind to try to crack it open. Spring rain destroyed flowers. Han Sen's will was like the center of a flower that was being forced open. One by one, the petals fell. But when the place covered by the petals was finally revealed, she found that it was empty. It's only a shell, with nothing on the inside. Miss Mirror felt rather disappointed. Minds represented someone's personality and the way they felt things. Han Sen's mind was very strong on the outside, but its interior was hollow. Therefore, he couldn't be considered someone strong. Miss Mirror wanted to pull her mind back since she was done investigating. But suddenly, she couldn't. She had opened Han Sen's mind using brute force. A normal mind would have been shattered by such an act. There shouldn't have been left a trace of that mind left. But Miss Mirror could still detect Han Sen's mind with her own will. That was unexpected. The mind moved. Miss Mirror's eyes lowered, and she looked at all of the petals across the floor. Every petal was like a crystal. They were scattered across the floor, but they weren't damaged. The will that Miss Mirror had detected invaded one of the petals. And as it did, Miss Mirror's eyes widened. She had only wanted to peel away the petals to see what was on the inside. She hadn't bothered to look at the petals themselves. The mind entered the petal, and suddenly, that consciousness was like a rolling, storm-shaken sea. It was as wide as a sky and as deep as an ocean. The mind was so rich that Miss Mirror staggered under the detailed sensation of it. Miss Mirror bent and picked up another petal. The will was like a mountain crashing down. It was like a pillar that held up the sky, never moving. If she was a novel, this man would be a grand saga. A man could define himself as a broken, sick, elderly man on his deathbed, or as the warrior who threw himself into the thick of battle when he was young. People only focused on results. Wins and losses determined all, and rarely did people pay attention to what led up to those places. People often failed to see the desperation and difficult times men have to face frequently. Endurance and bravery abound in the hearts of men. Everyone fails sometimes, but real men get up and keep going despite their losses. No matter what environment they are in or what happens to their bodies, the only thing that can't be changed is the wants and desires of their hearts. They want victory, with the determination to win is greater than anything. Han Sen's will didn't have a core because real men have no end. Ambitions grew continually, stretching out beyond the reaches of space and time. Forward, forward, and forward again until their time of death. Han Sen wasn't looking to climb the highest mountains. He wanted to go further and higher. His ambitions had no end. Infinity went on forevermore. Miss Mirror didn't see the core of Han Sen's mind, but every petal was what Han Sen had experienced. There was anger, happiness, sadness, endurance, sensations of sea, and sky, and earth. Perhaps one single mind didn't make Han Sen better than Miss Mirror, but by observing all of those petals and understanding them, Miss Mirror couldn't help but feel awed. Suddenly, Miss Mirror raised her head. She realized she was trapped inside Han Sen's mind. His emotions were affecting her mood. "I cannot stay in a place that bothers my heart," Miss Mirror said with an implacable face. She summoned her spring rain mind, wanting to destroy the mirror where Han Sen had sent his will. She didn't want her own will to be affected. 10,000 petals were destroyed by her mind. But Miss Mirror soon found out that when the petals were destroyed, they fell to the ground like seeds. New flowers then opened. No matter how Miss Mirror's mind raged or how she tried to destroy Han Sen's will, the flowers grew. She couldn't destroy them, only spread them further. Why is this happening? Miss Mirror wondered, stupefied. She couldn't remain calm. She couldn't completely destroy Han Sen's mind. It was an impossible task. She was a deified elite. Her mind was one of the strongest in the whole of the Extreme King, and yet she couldn't deal with Han Sen, who just a meager king. She couldn't believe what was happening. Is his will really this strong? Miss Mirror examined at her will, where flowers were half opened. She looked at them strangely. Ding! Miss Mirror took a step back. She separated the two mirror spirit eye rings and looked right at Han Sen. Miss Mirror discovered that her mind was melting quickly into Han Sen's body. Seconds later, it was all gone. Even Miss Mirror could no longer feel it. The mirror spirit eye's mind that had been sent to Han Sen had been extinguished by him. Thank you, my lady. Han-san opened his eyes and bowed before Miss Mirror. Miss Mirror's spring rain mind had allowed Han-san to learn a lot, and he was very thankful for the opportunity. When Miss Mirror looked at Han-san, her expression was inscrutable. She didn't say anything, and she merely departed. When she returned to her room, Miss Mirror used many methods to try to erase Han-san's influence, but try as she might, she couldn't. It greatly annoyed Miss Mirror. Am I not as good as a mere king? Miss Mirror chewed her lip and tried to use her mind to erase the flowers that stood for Han-san's mind. Her efforts were futile. Those mind flowers had taken a firm root inside her mind. No matter how she tried to destroy them, the roots remained. They could keep growing again and again. Flowers know the sea, half open and half hidden. Wildflowers kept burning. The wind blew, and the process started again. Miss Mirror's crew had been working in the stone fields for 5 days, and after that time passed, something weird happened. A worker dug up a rock that was the size of a mortar and pestle. A few words were engraved on the side of the rock. The 2 marquises that dug up the rock read the text, and all of a sudden, they became dukes. Miss Mirror went out to the stone field with Red Cloud and brought the rock back to camp. After their second day examining the rock, the deified Red Cloud was reduced to king class overnight. When Han-san reached the control room, Miss Mirror, Red Cloud, and Night Wind were there staring at the rock through a monitor. The stone had been locked inside a warehouse. No one was allowed to physically approach the warehouse, though. Whenever any creature approached the stone, something strange would happen. A deified elite had suddenly been reduced to a king. That was something that had never happened before. Even Red Cloud didn't know what had happened to her. She hadn't been injured, and she hadn't felt anything invade her body. It was as if she had fallen asleep and gone back in time to a point before she had become deified. Although she still had a deified mind and senses, her physical power and prowess had dropped to king class. It was a very unusual phenomenon. Han-sen heard what had happened, and when he looked at Red Cloud, he examined her carefully. He could see that Red Cloud's life force had significantly lowered. When he had looked at her previously, the cloudy appearance that had shrouded her power was now gone. He could see her life force clearly now. She was only a king, and she was weaker than falling leaf. What do you think? Miss Mirror asked Han-sen, indicating the stone. Han-sen looked at the stone displayed on the monitor, and he noticed that it looked like any ordinary block of stone. It was black, and it was roughly the size and shape of a man standing on his feet. It was only a rough shape, though. There was no discernible face. The rough outline of limbs were connected to the body, so the stone was a single lump. It looked like something that might have been crudely hewn from a greater rock by primitive individuals with their primal tools. Han-sen knew it couldn't have been constructed, though. There was no evidence that it had been created by sentient beings. Even the symbols upon the stone man appeared to be naturally generated. They didn't look like carvings at all. Han-sen observed it for a while, and he couldn't find anything unusual about it. He didn't know what any of the symbols upon it meant, either. He had never seen them before, and they weren't like the Kingese, which he could understand by instinct. I cannot tell you anything just by looking at the video, Han-sen answered. Do you want to go to the warehouse to take a look? Miss Mirror asked, glancing at Han-sen. If you guys can't determine anything about this stone, then I definitely won't be able to, Han-sen said quickly. He wasn't really interested in taking an unnecessary risk. Even a deified had been reduced to king class overnight. Han-sen didn't want to have his level lowered, especially since he had only just become king. Han-sen's answer surprised Miss Mirror. She was silent for a moment, then said, This news has spread all across King's Kingdom. My brother told me to keep it here and figure out what it is exactly. That didn't surprise Han Senator if they sent it back to the Extreme King without figuring out what it was or how to control it. The stone could end up draining the power of all the deified Extreme King. Hansen found the thought to be rather funny. Night Wind said, We don't know how effective this item is. We will have to use another creature to figure out the nature and effective radius of its ability. 16. Didn't you want to work? I will let you handle this, Miss Mirror said. Me? Hansen was shocked. This was too dangerous of an endeavor, so he had no intention of trying it out himself. He would just pick some workers to go for him. It was surprising that Miss Mirror was actually letting Hansen handle this, though. "You have a problem with that?" Miss Mirror inquired. "Nope. What people should I use, though?" Hansen asked. "Choose some workers to go. There are many of them, but you can only select a maximum of 10 dukes. You can have 10 marquises, too," Miss Mirror said. "Sure," Hansen agreed. "Then it is settled. Get to work, and I will await your good news." Miss Mirror smiled. "Don't worry, my lady. I will not disappoint you," Hansen answered. When Hansen left, Night Wind said, "My lady, is it suitable for Prince 16 to be the one to handle this? If something happens to him, what will we say to the king?" "I can handle that. Now Red Cloud has lost most of her power. You will have to be in charge of the stone field. Be careful," Miss Mirror said. Hansen went to the stone field and selected a few people, including Ningyu. Although it was only a test, who knew how dangerous it could turn out to be. Because Hansen needed to confirm how effective the stone was, he would have to send people close to the stone. The closer someone was, the more danger they would be in. Hansen planned to keep Ningyu as far away from the stone as possible. Hopefully, he wouldn't be affected by the stone. If the furthest person was affected, then everyone in the base was already in range of the stone. In that case, it wouldn't matter who was or wasn't participating in the tests. Hansen put together his operation swiftly. He split his 20 nobles into 10 pairs, 1 marquise and 1 duke per team. He instructed each team to stand at a different distance from the stone. The closest team to the stone was inside the warehouse. The other teams were outside the warehouse. He spaced the teams out at regular intervals, positioning Ningyu far in the back. Then all Hansen needed to do was watch the changes unfold within the 10 teams. High-level members of Spring Rain observed the proceedings, making careful records of everything that happened. After a single night, something occurred to the team that was nearest the stone, but it was different from what had happened with Red Cloud. They didn't drop a level. Instead, they leveled up. The Marquise became a duke, and the duke became a king. It wasn't as much of a surprise as when Red Cloud was reduced to king class, but it was still shocking all the same. Now everyone was curious if the stone could be used to level up beyond king. If they could use the stone to turn a king into a deified, that would be pretty wicked. Even if the stone couldn't level people up that far, bringing dukes up to king class was exceptional. If he could use those powers safely, and there were no adverse side effects, Hansen thought he could raise a king-class army. That would be a force to be reckoned with. Hansen didn't allow the 2 leveled-up people to leave their position. They remained inside the warehouse, waiting for more changes to occur. By the 3rd day, no further changes were observed in the 2 people in the warehouse. The second team outside had been affected, though. Just like those of the first team, they had leveled up. Ever since that rock had been found, all the creatures that touched it leveled up once. Only Red Cloud had been knocked down a peg. Hansen went to check out the 10 teams each and every day. He also had a chance to speak with Ningyu. Hansen found the experience to be chilling, though. Ningyu was really girly. It wasn't just his body anymore. His personality had changed, too. Hansen could scarcely believe that this was the Ningyu he used to know. Ningyu never used to be afraid of anything. But now he really was sensitive like a girl. "I was affected by that sword." Hansen would never forget Ningyu's face when he said that. It was like a woman that had just been married, but her husband was killed immediately after. He looked so desperate and helpless. He was pitiful.